In this world of spirits and monsters, people can unleash their soul potential to awaken various superpowers in themselves. They are strong enough to kill demons, some of which have wings on their backs or even 2 pairs of arms, and can destroy everything around. The awakened are collectively referred to as none other than heroes. The TV presenter pedantically broadcasts the news of the day from the TVs of tall buildings. The first event on the agenda: a guy driving a car killed a born melon seller. The authorities intervened in the investigation of this case. Then the presenter moves on to the next news. Grandmaster Ma challenged the king during the live broadcast and was defeated by the opponent in 1 move. In an interview, Grandmaster Ma claimed that the opposite side did not talk about generic martial arts and attacked surreptitiously. The third and last news for today: the incident with the attack on the needle store has been investigated. The criminal turned out to be an evil spirit. The accused has already been detained. The foothills of tall buildings, on which TV screens are lit, are lost in the streets of slums. Old unremarkable houses are built very close by, and between them there are tanks with slop, from which a half-naked guy jumps out with food scraps on his body and loudly declares that this world is crazy. This kid's name is Lin, and he just woke up in a dumpster. The rain clings to his shaggy blue hair, but he doesn't look like he's worried about being doused with sewage or even worried about the current situation. Other pop-items are invincible from the very beginning and have no equal. They are scary, threatening, and instill fear. However, Lin is not like that. He is a mediocrity without any talent, just a scum who was killed and thrown into the trash. The murder was committed by a group of 3 people who did not particularly regret what they had done. On the contrary, they were quite happy that Lin was lying lifeless and a bloody corpse under their feet. After his death, Lin ceased to be the handsome man he considered himself to be for most of his life. Unexpectedly, he was moved into a very shameful image. With tears of rage in his eyes, he promises that he will find his killer, because such a nasty person like him, who dared to take away Lin's beauty, must surely be dead. Some sounds distract him from planning the murder. Turning around, the guy notices a man who relieves himself on the wall of the house. Suddenly, he loudly crunches his head and turns his head, whose face only vaguely resembles a human one. The eyes are bulging, like a madman's. The capillaries turn red, as if the stranger had been taking drugs for a long time, and the strangest thing was that a long, pointed, completely human tongue stretched out of his mouth. The stranger smells fresh human flesh. When Lin hears the words about the smell, he is horrified and asks what the hell is going on here, and snot flies out of his nose from too violent a reaction. He becomes completely ridiculous. Wearing only breeches, Lin runs away from him, but quickly drives himself into a dead end. The monster opens its cruciform mouth with a bunch of teeth inside and asks to jump right into his mouth. Somebody save me. A red chopper, similar to the wings of a dragonfly, only sharp, cuts off the head from the shoulders of the monster just at the moment when he was ready to eat the poor guy. Black clots, similar to blood, are flying at Lin, but he is too amazed by the sight before his eyes to pay attention to such trifles. The monster evaporates like a cloud of steam, and not even a wet spot remains from it. And the red chopper, which turned out to be a long forked sword, returns to the hand of the hostess who approached, a tall lady in a red dress. She coquettishly calls Lin her little brother, and he thanks her for saving him. The girl leans over the guy, bites her lower lip, and playfully asks if she is beautiful. Lin is at a loss. Are all the girls in this world so proactive? However, he does not hesitate with the answer and looks at her with heart-shaped eyes, saying that the stranger is simply magnificent. Her lips stretch into a wide smile, and the lady's face becomes not so beautiful. The pupils are covered with black, and the teeth suddenly turn out to be sharp, like a shark's. Is she still beautiful? Lin is absolutely terrified. Why was it a monster again? He hoped for salvation from the beautiful heroine who came to his aid. The guy almost fell in love with her. The stranger puts her hand on her bare chest and, licking Lin's cheek with her tongue, demands an answer from her younger brother as soon as possible. Although the hero feels himself on the verge of death, the feelings are simply unreal. The girl's plump chest rests against him. However, now is not the time to think about women's charms. It is more important to figure out how to stay alive and not die a second time. He shivers, considering his options. If she says she's beautiful, she'll definitely cut her throat. If she says she's ugly, she'll kill you right away. Did Lin have a choice at all? Too much time passes, and the lady decides to answer for him. She takes her sword, which has shrunk to the size of scissors, and presents it to the guy's open mouth. Lin is in mortal danger again, and not even 5 minutes have passed between the first and second incident. The system message lights up, burning red as a warning sign. It has been detected that the carrier is in danger, and the divine choice system has been successfully linked. Time stops, and Lin notices that she can't move a single part of her body. The system gives him 3 options to choose from. 1. Run away immediately, but the monster girl will chase. The reward will be a powerful pill that strengthens the strength tenfold. 2. Kneel down to beg for mercy, and satisfy any request of the girl. Reward for this task, a cleansing pill that awakens the physical abilities of an S-class talent. 3. If Lin dies under the lips of this beautiful girl, then let him do it without regrets. The reward for this round of the task is a random set of supernatural SSS class abilities. So this is the legendary system. Lin has been playing games for many years, and then considers the third one to be the best choice to get a bigger profit. The window lights up. System restrictions have been removed. The carrier is invited to complete the task. This is Lin's first kiss, but it wasn't. Grabbing the stranger by the shoulders, he gently kisses her, and when they pull away, the girl's face no longer expresses a desire to kill. It looks like a human again. She mumbles about not being clean anymore and turns away from Lin. Standing with her back to him, the lady tells him her name, Hong Yi. The girl promises Lin to definitely come back. A blue whirlwind of maple leaves gathers around her, and she leaves the guy alone. In the meantime, the system praises the hero for completing the task and starts a reward system. Since the SSS class ability will be chosen randomly, then you need to shout a lottery chant into the sky. May thunder break the darkness. The sky is illuminated by a flurry of terrible lightning. Overcoming the fear of being shamed for such childish words in the middle of the street, Lin raises his index finger up and shouts a chant into the sky. Lightning bolts are moving on Lin, and now he stands in the very center of them, like a god descended from heaven. His eyes are burning with delight. Lightning bolts pierce his entire body, but it doesn't look like the guy is in pain. People from the streets nearby see this glowing pillar and are already standing with their phones ready to film this natural phenomenon on cameras. Is it really the devil coming down from heaven? A red-haired woman looks at the storm that has appeared, although she is not completely sure that this is a natural phenomenon. She lights a cigarette and reflects on the fact that there is actually someone who has awakened S-class abilities or even higher. As far as she knows, only one person in Kanglan City has reached such a high level. But who is it this time? Could it be that this is a descendant of that guy? After a few minutes, the storm disappears, and the rain continues to flood the gray and gloomy Kanglan street. Lin is sitting on his knees. The remnants of lightning are still flashing in the air around him. The system congratulates the wearer on receiving the Kai-Yu ability. The guy, raising his hand, looks at how it is covered with a purple haze. Is this his supernatural power? Kai-Yu can supplement the power of the carrier. It will also be possible to gradually unlock other parts of the ability. According to the memories of Lin's new body, the limits of strength in this world are S-class. In that case, he will become invincible. A mad gleam of joy lights up Lin's gaze, and he clenches his fist, in which an invincible superpower is now splashing. Lin laughs like a madman. With the SSS class ability, he will be able to become a boss by climbing to the top of this world. The guy already imagines how he is sitting in an armchair on the beach in an expensive suit, and beautiful girls in swimsuits walk around him, who bring cocktails and snacks at a wave of his hand. The mere thought of such fame gives you goosebumps. From the sweet dreams of Lin, a red alert from the system pulls out, "Attention! A strong demon has been discovered nearby. Please leave the place as soon as possible." Oh, again. Without even turning around to look at the demon, who looks like a black cloud with red eyes, the guy runs from him as fast as he can. Even after receiving the ability, he is still too weak, so it's better not to get into trouble. Escape is also a kind of victory. The enemy may consider it a sign of respect. After pushing the floor with his slippers for half an hour, Lin Kuei finally got home. Stopping at his porch, the guy looks at a truly luxurious mansion, which probably costs at least 10 million. Lin comes to such a mansion for the first time, and therefore he is slightly nervous. He tries to calm himself down. His loved ones are probably inside. Kuei opens the door and a little pink-haired girl with 2 long tails is already waiting for him outside. She rubs her hand over her eye, apparently just woke up, and asks her brother why he walked around for so long. The guy has almost forgotten that he also has a younger sister on the estate of Lin's eye, whom he affectionately calls Seer. The remnants of sleep are thrown off the girl when she notices that the older one seems to be injured. But there is no reason to worry. Kuei is justified by the fact that he just slipped on a wet road. CR makes a decoction of ginger tea for his brother, and before that he puts a plaster on his face. Kuei puts down the cup with the decoction on the table and stirs up the memories of the new body. He is a child who was adopted by the Lin family. After the death of his adoptive parents, the guy lived with his older sister Hua and younger Si. Both girls were endowed with incredible intelligence and talent to break out into the world. Only Kwe turned out to be garbage, all his life only receiving sarcastic ridicule from people. 3 years ago, Lin Hua, thanks to her data, was selected for the Department of Superpowers and therefore, because of her busy schedule, she is rarely at home. The care of the younger sister fell on the middle brother. The last Kwe was completely hopeless, he couldn't even take care of himself, let alone take care of the child, and he was indifferent to the feelings of the younger one. The current Kwe regrets such an attitude towards a relative, she is so good. After drinking the decoction, the elder Lin spits it out almost immediately. Someone bursts into the living room screaming, clearly demanding the guy's head to be cut off. Wiping the drops, he looks at the one who dared to break into his house so barbarously and scare him. The guest turns out to be Chu Juniao, a childhood friend, if the youthful memory does not change the host. The girl, pointing her index finger at him in an accusatory gesture, asks how he had the audacity to return home. This morning he confessed his love to her in front of the whole class through a loudspeaker. Kwe had disgraced her. Juniao demands an immediate explanation. The guy is pierced by a guess. Are the confession to the girl and his murder behind the school somehow connected? Although first you should deal with the guest, and only then think about the rest. Kwe lifts her chin and sticks her little finger in her nose. Did a childhood friend take it all seriously? She's a real bitch. Enraged, Juniao clenches her fists and kicks him backhand. But Lin, unfortunately, the girl deftly dodges, so also notices her underwear. What a shame. Carefully getting to her feet, the guest blushes and begins to get mad at him more than ever. When Juniao wants to attack a second time, so that now he will definitely knock the impudent man to the shoulder blades, Lin's younger sister suddenly stands between them and orders her not to make a fuss and stay away from her older brother. Then the guest crosses her arms over her chest and says with a snort that she will not descend to the level of a child. The little mistress just clicks on it. As he leaves, Juniao reminds Kwe about tomorrow's aptitude tests. Only students of C grade and above are eligible to enter the Kanglin Academy. She proudly says that she has long awakened the ability of a class in herself and secured a place in the academy. For people like Juniao, all doors are open. The girl does not miss the opportunity to humiliate an old friend, colorfully tells how he will remain at the bottom, having entered a third-rate university, and will be like an ordinary person. Oh, so, like an ordinary person. How could he, Lin Kwe, who had awakened the SSS class ability, be an ordinary person? Here the hero is again given a system task with actions to choose from. 1. Keep silent. Reward, plus 2k dexterity. 2. Apologize to Chu Juniao and admit that she was right. Reward, plus 10k to strength. 3. Disagree with Chu Juniao and swear to awaken the ability at all costs. Reward, 5 to strength. And although the reward in the second choice undoubtedly looks tempting, pride will not allow you to agree to such a thing. Kwe loudly declares that he will not only awaken the ability, but also enter the Kanglin Academy. The girl is incredibly angry from such a brazen statement. The guy praises himself for how pathetically he said it and receives his well-deserved reward from the system. Juniao turns out not to be particularly impressed. To throw words around every master, but to get real strength is more important and more difficult. Kwe promises that she will regret what she said. The only one who took the hero's words seriously was Lin Zai. She encourages him and believes that he will succeed. Later, when a light breeze blew into the room through the thin white tulle, and Kwe was sleeping sweetly on his bed by the window, maple leaves marked the arrival of Hong Yi. She lies down next to Kwe and gently strokes his chin. This fool will have to take responsibility for stealing her first kiss. In the morning, the elder Lin runs away from home, taking breakfast with him in his teeth. CR wishes him good luck, and he tells her to be sure that he will pass the aptitude test. For the younger Lin, her brother is the coolest, he will not let their older sister down. While Kyoj runs through the streets, devouring his food, he remembers that he dreamed that he slept with that demoness, Hong Yi. It's so strange. Everything was so realistic, as if in reality. Students arrive at Kanglin High School. Participants of the ability exam are asked to enter the site in order. Juniao sits in a spacious auditorium with 2 guards behind and calls the students who have come a herd. From a group of noisy students, Kwe is knocked out with the question whether the aptitude exam is being held here. He touches the shoulder of a tall blonde man with his hand, who immediately pulls his hand away with a yell so that Lin does not touch him. The blonde man, turning to Kwe, is surprised to recognize him and realizes that for some reason Lin is not dead yet. Kue clarifies the name of this blonde man. Yang Xiao, isn't it? Yang Xiao looks at Kue with dislike, and he remembers that they were some kind of rivals for Chu Juniao's heart. Most likely, he was the one who sent those guys to Lin Kue. Oh, he won't get away with it for sure. A stern-looking man in square glasses announces that the exam is starting. Today will determine their future. Only students with the ability of C grade and above will be able to enter the Kanglin Academy. There is a request to take this exam seriously. The examiner calls the first examinee Wang Xiaoming. The student comes out trembling. He's the first, he can't disgrace himself. Xiaoming with tightly closed eyes puts his hand on the blue glowing sphere. A frying pan, an F-class item, appears on the screen behind him. The exam is not passed. Xiaoming's jaw drops to the floor. He is followed by two more guys who also leave in tears because of the complete failure. The students sitting in the audience laugh when they see toilet paper on the screens of one of the people handing over. It's Yang Xiao's turn. Behind him sits a support group that shouts out declarations of love to him. Yang Xiao boldly touches the sphere and, wow, there's a hellhound on the screen and a class beast. However, is there anything surprising in this? It's Yang Xiao. Juniao didn't think that this guy would raise his strength and awaken in a class ability. The female fans sitting in front of her are praising Yang Xiao. Lin Kue is called next. The girl is surprised that he really came to the exam. With a face that is already triumphant, Kue goes on stage to prove himself. So the main boss came. The guys at the desks are laughing. Everyone knows that he really is worthless trash without abilities and talents. Yang Xiao looks on disdainfully as Lin Kue's trash takes the stage to say goodbye to the last drops of dignity. Lin Kue perceives the audience's attention quite differently. They probably think he's handsome. That's why they're watching. He even bows in appreciation, which causes the examiner to look displeased. The man with glasses awkwardly points out that Kue's fly is unbuttoned, and he quickly turns away to correct this oversight. The fly is not the main thing. The main thing is the ability of Kue. Lin asks to get rid of all prejudices and arrogance. The moment of his glory is coming. Kue boldly puts his hand on the ball. Everyone in the audience freezes with their mouths open. Now they understood who Lin Kue was. While the flawed FFF class is burning on the screen, the guy calls himself Daddy with the SSS class ability, standing in a proud pose. The examiner checks something in his sheet and says that the ability is completely flawed, and the application is unknown. Lin turns to the screen in shock, and the noise is already starting to rise in the room. Well, the jokes went with this guy. Yang Xiao says that Kue did not disappoint him. To a poor person, a poor ability. Let him not even think of approaching Chu Juniao. But after all, Kue tried his best. There must be some mistake here. When Lin grabs his head in complete despair, a woman's hands suddenly fall on his cheeks, and someone's voice says that he clearly needs help. Before he has time to turn around, the demoness in a whirlwind of maple leaves grabs the guy from behind. She came here to give Kue a helping hand. As Kue stands in Hongyi's arms, the potential of his ability begins to grow. What a high speed. The examiner sweats to announce that this is a completely new record, the potential of the S-class ability. If he is not mistaken, then the owners of such potential, with due diligence and training, can reach a class and higher. Almost everyone, except Juniao, who looks extremely pleased, finds it hard to believe. Did Lin cheat? The examiner says that although he has the ability of the FFF class, however, Kue has the potential of the S class, which is 1 in a million, so we can assume that Lin has passed. The guy victoriously raises his hands to the top and promises to become the strongest in the future. 10 minutes later, at the waiting place for the participants of the second stage of the exams, Yang Xiao passes by Kue, not forgetting to call him a scum who, even with such a high potential, will not cease to be him. We still have to pass the second stage of the exam, in which Lin has no chance. With a nasty little smile, Kue says how much there is a smell of envy from Xiao, so jealous of his strength. Yang jumps up to Kue, grabbing him by the collar of his shirt, asking how a trash like him can be envied. If he really has the power, then let Lin show it. The system gives Kue a choice of what to do in this situation. Ignore Yang Xiao, hit Yang Xiao hard or hug him to resolve everything amicably. Lin, almost without thinking, chooses the second one and punches the guy's beautiful face with his fist. Xiao asks to hit him, and how could Kue ignore his request? The reward for completing the task is +3 to strength. The new round of the dispute is not allowed to flare up by a combative-looking girl who reminds that the second stage will begin soon, and if students want to get to it, then they should follow her. A chevron with the Tench emblem is sewn on her jacket, as Lin notices. That means she's from the Shaolin Academy. Students ride buses on a mountain road in the suburb of Kanglin. The combat girl is introduced by the name Su Tan, She is a senior student of the Kanglin Academy, and concurrently their current examiner. The second stage of the exam is extremely important. Those who pass will be able to immediately enter the academy and become official students. Kwe, apparently, does not delve into Tang's words much. He is much more interested in her legs and a thin waist that are not hidden by short shorts. Su quickly notices his look, and Lin quickly realizes that things are bad with her. The bus driver, entering the tunnel, notices creatures flying out of there, which cannot be recognized in any way. They crash into the glass of the transport and beat it, and the driver cannot cope with the controls. Buses stop, one even flips over. Panic rises inside them, and flying creatures resembling bats continue to circle above them. Kwe gets out of the overturned bus and angrily asks what overturned the bus. He looks at the flying animals and can't understand where there are so many of them. The guy is completely dissatisfied with what is happening. Sutan is menacingly interested in what is going on here. They haven't arrived at the exam venue yet. Is she really not aware of what is happening? The girl rushes at the monsters and orders everyone to stick together. We need to deal with these creatures. She is followed by other students with weapons in their hands and a war cry. Kwe is just coming down to earth. They just went into battle. Something is definitely wrong here. Yen, standing next to him, threatens that this time Lin is definitely the end. A monster flies at him, which Zio immediately catches with one hand. He shouts that he has a gift for Kwe and throws the creature towards him with force. He abruptly turns around and kicks the monster, asking to keep this thing for himself. To the side, Su Tang fights in the air with several monsters at once, deftly parrying their blows and attacking with lightning speed in response. The fight ends with the victory of the girl, and the students below admire their examiner. But no sooner does one attack end than the second begins. The ground under your feet begins to shake and it becomes very difficult to stand on your feet. Suddenly, thick chains fly past Kwe, which in the next instant grab him and several other students by the arms and ankles, lifting them into the air. One of the students starts calling for help, terrified just to death. Others silently struggle with the chains, resisting with all their might. Out of nowhere, a biker with a mask on the top of his face appears, holding a short chain in his hands. There is just a terrible atmosphere in the air. Leaving the bike behind, the man says something, but his speech is half English and it is unrealistic to make it out. He approaches the bound girl and approaches her face in a completely indecent manner, again saying something in another language. A guy nearby shouts that this guy should not dare to touch his girlfriend, and the bandit's gaze now turns to him. The stranger approaches the student and says that since it is impossible to touch her, he will take advantage of this boy. He seems to have been only pretending all this time that he doesn't understand their language. Sutan does not let the student be harmed. She rushes into battle. Kwe, still suspended, asks to be untied, but the examiner does not hear him. She rushes at the biker and wishes him to die as soon as possible. But the stranger's flail repels the attack and throws the girl back. Too slow. Su Tang falls right into Kwe's arms. The hero always appears at the most critical moment and of course, the hero of the day will be Lin Kwe. The time of the system task. Kwe chooses the third option, in which it is proposed to defeat the monster and save everyone. The reward is 1 shard of ability improvement. Another guy nearby asks what kind of nonsense Lin is talking there. Kwe clenches his hand into a fist, and it begins to glow blue. Lin is here to defeat boss of the gym. Someone is trying to stop Lin. This is a B-class demon. How is a weak person like Kwe going to defeat him? But nothing will stop the guy on the way to fame and universal recognition. At full speed, he jumps at the opponent, putting his fist forward. The biker swears in English and, without much difficulty, swings his chain, aiming at the guy's face. The hanging students, although they are in distress, cannot hide the shock and disappointment on their faces. What kind of fool is Lin Kwe? The guy flies beautifully because of the strong blow of the biker and then Hongyi appears above him, affectionately calling him a fool. She says he didn't understand anything. Gently holding onto Kwe's hand, Hongyi explains to him that he needs to concentrate and gather all the spiritual energy in his right hand. Lin rejoices, that's the secret of strength. A couple is floating in the air, and there seems to be no one around them. The girl's face is too close to Lin's face, and he begins to worry inadvertently that she is going to kiss him. But he's a man. He has to take the initiative into his own hands. Kwe pulls his lips to Hongyi, and she freezes either from showing such impudence, or from the fact that the moment is not the most appropriate, right in the middle of the fight. And she harshly reminds where Lin is, summoning her terrifying demonic face, growls at him and sends him into battle. Kwe is horrified by how quickly Hongyi has turned from a cute diva into a monster worse than those who attacked the students just now. A voice pulls Lin out of his dream world, and he is surprised to discover that he seems to have been out all this time. The students ask him to help them first, and only then to die, since he wanted to do it so much. The biker is not a little happy about the fact that Lin is starting to move. He will beat someone. Hui is no longer up to jokes and showing off. It's time to get serious. As Hong Yi taught, he collects spiritual energy in his right hand to the laughter of his acquaintances that he continues to pretend to be a hero, although in fact he is still garbage. The bandit zigzags his chain in the direction of Kwe, and Su Tang, who has already woken up, shouts to him about the approaching danger. Even Yang Xiao can't help but sympathize. Now Lin has definitely come to an end. However, he does something that strikes the minds of everyone. Kwe just takes and catches the iron links with his hands, asking the opponent how much porridge he ate. The biker freezes in shock. No one has ever managed to stop him so easily. Lin shouts at the bandit to go straight into his defeating hands and pulls the chain back to bring the opponent closer to him. His entire right fist burns with a blue glow. It's time to end this. Pulling back the links, Lin abruptly releases them, thereby hitting them directly into the thug's chest. Defeat with one blow. Su Tan can't take his eyes off. How did this guy become so strong in such a short time? Yang Xiao is furious behind her. Such trash shouldn't have gotten such power. However, suddenly the biker, instead of being defeated by the hero, turns out to be unharmed. He notices that it turned out to be pretty good. Lin managed to beat the blood out of him. You can't say anything. The biker decides to try a different way, sits down at his motorcycle and puts on the gas in the direction of Lin. Hui is lost. With a shout, he runs back, forcing the bandit to come to an indescribable delight from the taste of victory. The wheels of his striker leave a wide strip on the asphalt next to Lin, showing how well he owns the road and how perfect he is in drift. The man directs the chain, wanting to grab or hit Lin with it, but it immediately breaks under Su Tan's well-aimed blows. For her, it's a mere trifle, and she asks to leave the biker to her. Now that the bandit's attention is focused on the girl, he does not notice that Kwe climbs into the seat behind him, who immediately clasps the man's naked torso with his hands so as not to fall off the moped. Lin mockingly speaks to him in English and thereby causes the biker's face distorted with discontent. Su Tan guesses the moment when the driver will not look at her and hits the wheels of the bike. The bandit and the motorcycle fly in different directions. Besides, he suddenly runs out of energy. Well, instead of just dealing with this group of inept students, he would have to die with them, taking them to the grave. A glowing ball is gathering on the man's chest, which is getting brighter every second, already more like a bomb ready to explode. So it is. Su Tang pushes Kwe further, ordering him to run. The bomb explodes, forming a huge fiery cloud. Other students besides the examiner and Kwe, she was hurt, although these two are nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, two silhouettes appear from behind the smoke, in which you can easily recognize Lin walking proudly and Su Tan holding on to him. Unlike the guy, the girl looks pretty rumpled. The skin is bruised, the clothes are torn in some places. Kwe only has a little soot on his face. Students react differently to the appearance of Lin. Someone is glad that he saved them all, and someone is dissatisfied with the fact that he really thinks he is a hero now. While no one hears them, Kwe reminds Su Tang that she was hit in the chest, so maybe she should help with a massage. The girl reacts to this unequivocally, asks Lina to go far away. After a few minutes, when the examiner is no longer around, the girls cling to Lin like bees to honey and openly admire his strength. Not far away, so that you can hear everything, is Yang Xiao, burning in the fire of his own envy. Hui receives a system message that he has received a reward, one shard of ability improvement, which cannot but raise the mood bar even higher. However, as the guy reminds himself, modesty is the highest virtue. If he allows himself to be petty, he will become a handsome bastard in the future. Meanwhile, students pay attention to an object flying in the sky. The drone with the camera informs that the second stage is completed. Was this attack planned from the very beginning? The drone explains that the second stage was aimed at practical skills, while the camera recorded who showed themselves. Those who have shown valor officially become students of the Kanglin Academy. Surprisingly, the one who first bursts into an angry tirade becomes Su Tan. No one warned her, and she, by the way, is an examiner. As it turns out, the Academy did so in order to create a realistic environment. Besides, everything would have been explained to her later. Without straying far from the case, the student who scored the most points becomes Lin Kwe, who immediately quietly begins to say, picking his nose, that nothing special happened. Students who recently called the guy worthless garbage and laughed at the top of their lungs lift him into the air, starting to throw him in their arms and say how cool he is. Su Tan looks at it from the outside and analyzes his future. The guy hid a lot of potential in himself, and if he enters, He will shake the whole academy in the future. In the evening, Lin returns home with a victory where he is met with eyes burning with joy by Seer, who immediately asks him if he has passed. Hue proudly admits that the girl has the coolest brother, so, of course, he passed. Moreover, he has the ability, and he entered the Kanglin Academy. But suddenly the joy for a relative is overshadowed by an unexpected thought. Does Que's admission to the academy mean that he will leave home and go to study? The elder Lin does not notice his sister's sad face at all. Dancing, he climbs the stairs and promises Zai to call Hua to share the news. Standing at the open window in his room, Que tells the elder about what he has done. Hua doesn't have much time to talk. She only mentions that if her father were alive, he would certainly be proud of his adopted son, and she hopes that her brother will not stop there, and then hurriedly drops it. The guy falls wearily on the pillow, complaining that Lin Hua is too busy, and they obviously won't have time to meet soon. For some reason, his head begins to spin and, opening one eye, Que is surprised to find Hongyi sitting on his bed. He asks her to behave less defiantly, and in response, the girl only smiles playfully. She says she can teach him how to use the force, but in return Lin has to promise her something. He stutters and asks what she wants, completely not knowing what to expect from the demoness. Hongyi boldly replies that Que should promise to marry her. They seem to float in the air. Hongyi's short dress becomes long and develops across the sky. Hongyi explains how everything will happen. Que will sign a spiritual contract with her, and then they will officially get married. But the guy does not agree to such conditions. It's awkward. He says he can't just marry someone. To begin with, they should take a walk together, go on a few dates, and only then seal the relationship with the bonds of marriage. But the demoness does not agree. She can't take it anymore. Tentacles are torn out of her chest to conduct a bloody contract, which immediately stretch to the chest of the guy. He screams in pain, and the next moment the tentacles are sucked inside him. Blood is their witness. The marriage is concluded. The demoness snuggles up to the disconnected guy and closes her eyes in pleasure. When he finally comes to his senses, he feels how much his head is splitting. The guy suddenly sees, as if someone else's thoughts or someone else's story about how 1,000 years ago demons and gods descended into this world and they killed people. The heroes were defeated from time to time, and so for century after century, until she was reborn. Hue squints with fatigue. It seems that these are the memories of Hongyi sleeping on it from the past world. In the morning, CR knocks on his brother's room to call him to breakfast. She apologizes for having to wake up because Que was so tired yesterday. But Senior Lin says that nothing terrible has happened. Opening his eyes and sitting up in bed, he discovers that Hongyi is not there. Shouldn't they have had their wedding night? And she's not. He also asks another question. What happened in her world, and makes a note to ask the demoness about it if the opportunity presents itself. He remembers with a bored look that the year Que is leaving for the academy, so it would be nice to start packing. And later say goodbye to Seer. In the afternoon, when all the preparations were completed, and the bus was already waiting to take the average Lin to the academy, Zai clung to her older brother's hand and did not want to let go. He awkwardly rubs the back of his head. He's not leaving forever, and they'll see each other on vacation. Hue understands that he is becoming more and more attached to this baby, but unfortunately, he has never been to the academy, so he cannot take her with him, although he would love to do it. He squats down and puts his hand on the top of Seer's head, promising to definitely come back. The girl nods, not too pleased with this answer, but she can't do anything else. Having already boarded the bus, Que waves a red rag out of the window and asks his sister to take care of herself. Zai, without taking her eyes off the transport, thinks that it is impossible to wait until Que returns. She needs to go after him herself. Arrival at the Kanglin Academy. This place is really gorgeous, but the most important plus for Lin is a lot of beauties. Girls, however, can be admired later. Que should report his arrival now. Where is the teacher's room in this place? Meanwhile, there is a loud debate in the hall of applicants of the academy about who will get an outstanding first-year student. The woman puts an end to their dispute, taking the boy for herself, and leans back against the wall, lighting a cigarette. Her colleagues remain dissatisfied with this. Why is she so smug? Is it because her breasts are big? They continue to fight when Lin Que arrives. The guy asks how he can be useful. Several male teachers immediately rush at him, who offer him to become their student. One offers for a high-class medicine, another lures at the expense of beautiful students, the third promises a bunch of all sorts of things. They grab Que, as if everyone is trying to take a piece for themselves. Without tearing Lin apart only by a miracle, they turn on each other. They begin to expose each other's secrets, and in the end it all turns into a fight. Que takes this brawl between the teachers for the tradition of the academy. A red-haired woman with a cigarette attracts Que's attention. Unlike her colleagues, she calmly offers to become her disciple and first of all calls her name, Tan Lin. While Que is sticking to the teacher's chest, she asks not to listen to those old fools who are trying to lure a freshman to their side. Tan Lin notices the guy's interest in himself and decides to take advantage of it. With a seductive look, she tells that she provides the best hostel, and in the future also a special position. You just need to recognize her as your teacher. In all males, blood from the nose from such species begins to flow. Tang Lin has absolutely no conscience. They acknowledge her unconditional victory when Que bows low and asks the woman to become her teacher. The teacher kisses her new student on the forehead and asks for a good workout after that. He must not let Tan Ling down. Que notes how pleasant her smell is. However, all the beauty and charm of a woman immediately goes away when she becomes like a vixen who promises to bring her worst punishment into action if Que dares to disgrace her in the eyes of other teachers. No one notices young Xiao watching them. Lin goes to the dormitories and admires literally everything in this place. The house, the lawn, it's just some kind of paradise. Everything is going just fine. A guy looks out of the window of one of the houses and calls out to Lin. He introduces himself as Zhang Qian, a disciple of Tang Lin, and therefore the senior for Que, who will conduct a consultation for the newcomer. Zhang Qian asks to be addressed simply as a fat man without any formal appeals. As Lin notes, the senior student is quite cheerful and smiling. The fat man asks with a smile what his impression of teacher Tang Lin is. She is quite fierce, isn't she? Que can't help but reply that this woman is a weapon of mass destruction. Zhang Qian, as if telling some terrible secret, whispers that he definitely also became a disciple after her seduction. Oh, and surely she promised him a position in the future. Que nods, surely this is the case. The fat man's face immediately darkens. He was also so fooled once. Qiang, as a person who has suffered a lot, should warn Lin that the teacher has divorced him like a sucker of the last. Lin asks in what sense. Is it really so insidious? But you can't tell by it. The fat man decides not to hide anything from the newcomer, the nickname of the teacher Tin Lin Witch. Qiang asks not to return to this conversation anymore, but still informs finally that the special position promised by the woman in life is a nightmare. Most likely, the new guy won't stand it. After all, Tang Ling's special position is just a bluff, so Que has nothing to catch in this quagmire. Let Que make sure that the teacher does not fuck him even more. Lin does not seem to believe in the elder's words. However, he will look forward to what may happen in the future. He assures with a malicious face that everything is fine with him, and the fat man, having lost all his complacency and kindness, tells him to do as he knows. Yang Xiao is standing in his grandfather's luxurious office and tells about the fact that Lin Que has become a disciple of Tang Lin today. A man sitting in an armchair reads papers and does not even turn his head in the direction of his grandson. Xiao complains that wherever you spit, Que competes with him everywhere. If this continues, Yang will lose all his authority in the eyes of others. The guy sincerely asks for help from the old man, and he, still not turning in his direction, waves his hand, saying that the grandson cannot worry. He puts a dossier on Lin in front of him and, pointing his finger, promises his grandson to rein in this arrogant kid. Que is lying relaxed in a hot tub. He did not think that the hostel would have its own spa. A woman's hand falls on the guy's shoulder and, looking up, he sees Honey leaning over him in a cloud of steam. Your leg, where did it come from here? The demoness moves to the edge of the tub and explains that she is in his spiritual world. The spiritual world is a space created from the spiritual energy hidden inside. Lin's spiritual world, thanks to his huge reserve of hidden energy, is simply gigantic. It's just a pity that his strength is too weak in the aggregate. It will not be possible to use the inner energy to the full. Lin nervously asks that did she sign a marriage contract with him and live in his spiritual world only because of inner energy. Approaching him less than an arm's length away, the girl takes his chin and replies that his assumptions are correct. Her spiritual world has already been destroyed. And you can't accumulate a lot of spiritual energy in the form of a spirit, because after each appearance and battle, Hongyi must replenish her spiritual forces, and Que is just perfect for the role of a person whose spiritual forces can replenish her personal reserve. Lin happily grabs her by the shoulders and, for that matter, reminds her about the wedding night. He will give the demoness as much spiritual energy as she wishes. Hongyi calls him a fool with a laugh. They are interrupted by a knock on the door. Que swears, why did someone have to come right now? He opens the front door with a loud bang, going out into the street and clarifies, doesn't this someone know that lightning punishes those who interfere with each other? But there is no one outside. Strange, were they really jokers? Movement in the bushes nearby attracts Que's attention. He doesn't have time to come up and see how something flies behind him and flies into the room. Running inside after this something, he stumbles upon a yellow ferret, who is standing contentedly on the arm of the sofa. Suddenly, he starts talking about how Kwe was able to dodge his attack, so he can assume that he is not a weakling at all. Besides, in Lin's opinion, does the ferret look more like a man or a saint? Kwe looks at the animal skeptically. This is a talking golden ferret from Legends. They say that at midnight the yellow ferret is looking for people and asking them questions. As a person responds, he will turn into that. But the predator has already taken shape. Why does he need Lin? The ferret, noticing that Kwe has blunted, understands that this is his chance. With a loud cry, he rushes at Lin, opening his mouth with sharp teeth. The eyes are burning red, and the claws on the paws are long, not at all like a real ferret. But before the ferret can fly, it is stopped by the forked sword of Hong Yi. How did such a small rat dare to attack her husband? The ferret falls down, defeated, and Lin stands over him very dissatisfied and says that it was very mean actually. Hong Yi picks up his sword and says that it's just a small yellow ferret, a completely harmless animal that you just need to kill and be done with it. Kwe stops the demoness, calling her beloved, and she immediately forgets about killing the ferret, rejoicing inside how the guy calls her. With a nasty smile on his lips, Lin says that since this ferret has come here, they should have a good time and turn it into something. For example, in food. The ferret is not impressed with the idea. 10 minutes later, he is sitting tied up with a red rope with tears of despair in his eyes. In front of him, the demoness and the guy are talking about how delicious the ferret tastes. But for Lin, he doesn't care if it's delicious or not. It's just not every day you get the opportunity to have dinner with such a rare animal. The ferret almost barks at them. Will these two even spare a little ferret? Lin Yihong looks back at him with disdain. Just a few minutes ago she tried to kill Kwe herself, and now she is dissatisfied with something else. The girl is already wearing a white apron over her usual red dress, and Lin is sitting at the table to prepare it for the meal. The guy approaches him and, towering over a formidable rock, sets a condition. If the ferret does not want to become food, then he must answer why he attacked Lin. Did someone send him? But the ferret remains faithful to his master to the end and does not tell him anything. In this case, Kwe asks Hong to make a fire. Today they have a dish for dinner called ferret on coals. The animal immediately agrees to tell with a growl, and quickly betrays his employer. Yang Guang sent him. Oh, Yang Guang. So this is Yang Zhao's grandfather, a high-ranking elder of the Kanglin Academy. Now Kwe needs to be many times more careful. Such high-ranking officials are going to kill him. The system allows Lin to make a choice in this situation: let go of the ferret, kill the ferret, or become a chef and make delicious dishes from the ferret. This time Lin needs more time to think than always. The first option is a good reward, but if he lets the animal go, there will be too many difficulties. It may be possible to do something differently. Morally, Kwe says that he is compassionate to living beings and therefore will not kill a ferret. He lets the animal go home. Hong behind him calls him in bewilderment, not understanding why he suddenly changed his mind so abruptly. The ferret, almost crying again, does not believe his happiness, even when Lin unties the rope on him. But Lin is sincere in his intentions. He asks the animal to step as soon as possible. Then the animal starts running. Only the heels sparkle. Ferret on the run thank him, calling him a good man. The task turns out to be completed, and Lin is pleased to receive a reward, a bone marrow cleansing pill. The item has already been added to the inventory. The task, as Kwe expected, really turns out to be counted, so you can stop pretending to be a good guy. The furry ferret is going to escape from this den of demons as soon as possible, still crying either from the fear he experienced or from happiness. Kwe gets up to him from behind and asks in a sweet voice where this cutie is going. Wanted to escape. It won't work. The ferret, with the hair standing out, then freezes. Slowly turning around, he, trembling all over, asks if it wasn't Kwe who just let him go on all four sides. Now he has no faith. Smiling, Lin informs that he first let him go and then changed his mind. And now get into the frying pan. After some time, the ferret lies tied up with ribbons and passed out from fright. Hong Yi succinctly asks if her husband will eat the ferret now. But of course Lin won't do that. He has a better idea. In his hands, Kwe is already holding a collar with spikes. The next day, the animal wakes up, tied with a chain to a collar with a bell and spikes. He lived more than half of his life, and some kid made a guard dog out of him. That won't do, he cries, asking for help from at least someone. Lin sleeps sweetly on a wide bed with Hong Yi. Yesterday, after taking the bone-washing pill he received as a reward, Kwe's temperature rose and he successfully passed out. Then Hong Yi took care of him, protected him all night. Still, there are advantages to having such a wife. He reaches for the blanket that covers the demoness's naked body, but she wakes up before Kwe has time to carry out her plans. Lin immediately pulls his hand back, while Hong Yi stretches. Why is Kwe so afraid of her? It's so weird. The girl notices that today the guy slept more soundly than usual. And really, apparently, this is the effect of the pill. Lin jumps up to the full-length mirror and starts spinning in front of it, trying to find visible changes. His body is overflowing with power. It's so cool. The girl, still sitting on the bed, says that although she does not know where her husband got the pill that cleanses the bones, however, she should warn him that it is too early to rejoice. But Kwe doesn't listen to her. He's fine. The girl, however, continues to insist the remedy that Lin took can really increase strength. But with his current body, the guy will not be able to completely swallow it. This time she helped him to restrain the power of the pill so that her husband would not suffer from pain. If Lin wants to fully absorb the power, then he will have to strengthen the body to S rank. Then Kwe will be able to constantly cleanse the muscles and bones. Lin clings to the words that he will be able to clean his bones all the time. Does she know how Kwe can do this? Lin immediately suggests cultivating together, but Hong Yi arrogantly turns away and offensively asks who does he take her for. Lin is displeased that she has found the time to build a touchy. Kwe gently grabs her from behind and pours that she is like milk tea for him, which the guy wants to squeeze in his hands every day. The girl blushes from this attitude. She gets out of bed and, instructively raising her index finger, agrees to tell how. The way to hone the washing of muscles and bones as soon as possible is to constantly receive physical pain. When Lin asks again, obviously not wanting to believe in such a way, the girl turns to him with a happy smile and says that, simply put, to be beaten by Lin. Later, Kwe comes to the welcome ceremony in honor of the freshmen. There is a request for students to go out on the field. Lin is still thinking about what Hong Yi told him. He doesn't know whether to trust her method. After all, the idea sounds so-so. The fat man greets the freshman with a question about why he is so gloomy. Today is the welcome ceremony. Kwe awkwardly rubs the back of his head and justifies himself by saying that he just has too much attention because of beauty. This is actually the case. As soon as Lin passes by, most girls immediately turn their eyes to him and note that the guy is really handsome. However, male students have a different opinion. Well, handsome, so what? A pretty face is not enough to stay in this academy. Some particularly brave girl offers Kwe milk, but he refuses, saying that he is not hungry. He is very pleased to be the center of attention, but he decides that he will pretend to be a nice prince, which no one in this academy can reach even in the next life. Lin meets teacher Tang and greets her with a wave of her hand. She introduces him to his elders, Murong Qingyu, a girl in a black dress, and Hu Tang, a guy in a vest over his naked body. Su Tang is also standing here. She is also from their group, and since she was an examiner for beginners, they most likely have already met. Su Tang complains that it was Lin Kwe who was late on his first day of school. The guy does not miss the opportunity to tease the girl. He says that in the few days that they did not see each other, she managed to get a very prettier figure. Su Tan yells at him for such shamelessness, and he just continues. Lin knows exactly what he's talking about, because when they last snuggled up to each other. Kwe does not have time to finish, as Su Tang kicks the guy backhand, but he manages to dodge, and even when she attacks for the second time, he still remains out of reach. Murong asks his girlfriend to calm down. This guy is his own enemy, but Su Tan continues to throw mud at him. The guy dodges her blow, as if dancing, and at some point faces teacher Tang's chest. She notes that he fights pretty well. Tan Lin, looking at the sheet, says that she managed to find out a little about Lin. She had no idea that he was Ling Yuan's son. The fat man behind him opens his mouth in shock. Did he hear her say Lin Yuan? Kwe turns out to be his idol's son. Here Hu Tang joins the conversation. He remembers that Ling Yuan was the strongest man of Kanglan City in the past. It turns out that Kwe comes from the family of the strongest hero. All the fun falls off with Kwe. He never thought that so many people knew about his adoptive father, especially considering that even the guy, like his adopted son, had vague memories of his father. A disgruntled Junyao is standing nearby. Her old acquaintance looks much stronger than before. What methods does the witch of the 7th group Tang Lin use, since she was able to pump him so quickly? The evil Yang Xiao is also there. The yellow ferret sent by his grandfather has not yet returned, and Lin Kwe looks fine. It can be seen that his plan for a hidden attack has completely failed. Students are lined up in columns in front of the leadership of the academy, sitting at the table. An old man with long gray hair and a very unpleasant face greets freshmen. He introduces himself as the Deputy Academy Director of the Kanglan, Xuanyang Academy. He is glad to see everyone at today's ceremony. He believes that everyone came here with the hope of becoming the strongest, so the Kanglin Academy will look forward to their future achievements. Next, first-year students who have performed well should come on stage to present their personal Kanglin emblems and an introductory speech. Hue perplexedly asks the fat man what kind of emblem is this. He explains, the Kanglin emblem is a special award given by the Academy to outstanding first-year students. It is also a kind of student card for all events held at the Academy. At the same time, the emblem is a spatial storage, which is a very useful thing. Lin is surprised that there are such treasures in the Academy. The fat man shows his emblem. Hue laughs that a hicka like him used to be an outstanding freshman. Looks can be deceiving. Zhang Qiang is discontentedly interested in whether the newcomer has at least some manners. But Hue just said what he thought. The first outstanding student to take the stage is Chu Junyo. She puts the emblem to her chest and gives a speech in which she thanks the Academy for this award. She promises not to let down their expectations. Lin laughs that she really started making a speech. Next comes the freshman of the second group, Yang Zio. He, in turn, says that he will fight for the title of the strongest in the Kanglin Academy so that teachers can be proud of him. Hue looks at all this with round eyes. But Yang Zio's performance in the second stage of the entrance exams is quite mediocre, since he turned out to be an outstanding freshman. Even in such an outstanding educational institution, everything is done by the thug. Let them just wait for Lin to come out. He will show you how to make a welcoming speech. Finally, it's Hue's turn. The system gives 3 options for the development of events. 1. To make an official speech, where you need to belittle yourself a little in order to become exalted afterwards. Reward, +5 to dexterity. 2. Make a bold speech, to make it clear to all the teachers of the Academy who the daddy is here. Reward, +5 to strength. 3. Make a positive speech. Feelings should touch the hearts of listeners. Reward, +5 to charm. This is the first time that charm points have appeared among the awards. Can Hue attract even more attention to himself than he already has? In truth, he, as a good young man and a future hero, whom everyone will love, should choose the first. But he wants to become charming and get a good beating later, because the muscles and bones will not be cleaned by themselves. So Lin chooses the third. Unlike the others, the guy does not press the emblem to his chest. He pulls it forward, as if distancing it from himself, and loudly declares that although Hue is happy to accept the title of outstanding student, Lin is the last person who should have been awarded this emblem. Junyo, standing in the crowd, asks what the hell he's talking about. Meanwhile, Hue does not think to stop. With tears in his eyes, he calls himself only a worthless weakling without a drop of strength. But, even considering all this, the Academy honors him with such a generous honor not to accept such a scum like him, but also to award him the title of an outstanding student. Hue can't help but feel the greatness of the Academy. He bows low and thanks everyone for the condescension shown to him, then brings thanks to the Academy. Lin will work hard not only to become stronger himself, but also to be a pillar for the Academy. Lin's words quickly had an effect. They begin to admire him with renewed vigor, and even the eternally angry Hue Junyo begins to think that she was mistaken about him all this time. Only Yang Zio does not touch the charm of a newcomer like him. The guy is wildly angry that this scum appropriated all his regalia to himself and didn't even blush. When the reward is credited to the account, it's time for the second part. With a nasty giggle, Hue immediately refutes all of the above. He stretches out his thumb in front of him, let down, and calls all those gathered here not the most unpleasant words. The seventh group, which includes Lin, reacts differently to words. Teacher Tang is at a loss. Su Tang is infernally angry. Zhang Qiang just doesn't seem to be too impressed by what he said. Hu Tang standing behind him arches his thick eyebrows with displeasure, and only Murong will affect, absolutely regardless of what is happening. Lin starts almost dancing on stage. Here he is, Lin Hue, standing in front of you. Who is too envious or envious? Let him come up and try to hit him. The guy's plan turns out to be successfully executed. The students must vent all their anger on him. Let them beat him. Then he will be able to learn the method of cleansing muscles and bones faster. Hue jumps off the stage, and the deputy director declares the ceremony over. Everyone must leave the field. The students are already beginning to gather around the cheeky newcomer, but then something happens that Hue did not foresee at all. The elders, the fat man and Hu Tang, intercede for him, asking him to forgive the freshman this time. Then Lin proceeds to desperate actions, begins to throw mud at the elders. They immediately react to insults. They turn around with angry faces and are clearly going to be the first to stuff a new face. While the elders beat Lin, who cheers them on, saying how weak they are, Junyo shakes his head. Only the grave will fix this guy. Yang Zio remains satisfied with the current situation. Apparently, he won't even have to do anything. Nurong was not mistaken in her conclusions when she said that Lin was his own enemy. Tang Ling thinks that even though this guy is a complete psycho, he still resembles Ling Yuan. But he let himself be beaten too easily. Apparently, he needs it for some reason. Standing on the dais, Lin asks to hit himself. Doesn't anyone want to? But it seems that this is exactly the case. After all, most students just go through fibroids, even without looking at it. When even praising himself doesn't help, Kwe sits down in frustration and covers his face with his hand. Hovering in the air with an umbrella in her hand, Hong Yi, who is not visible to anyone except her husband, offers to go back and come another day. He doesn't agree. He can't leave everything like that. Kwe must absorb all the power of the bone-washing pill and obtain an S-rank body. And for this, as you know, there is no faster way than to be beaten. He is not going to give up. The sun is still high. The evening is far away. There is time. The demoness looks at this and does not remain very enthusiastic about this behavior. Guys passing by just want to break into the new guy, because he's been asking for it since the morning. Freaking simple. Already in the evening, Lin is sitting and sad that such terrible times have gone. There is no one to beg for even punches. A passing student asks what the point is. Before Lin has time to reply, the stranger gives a hint on how to get the wrath of the academy on himself. To confess his love to Mo Qingcheng, one of the 4 beauties of this educational institution. Lin gets excited. Since she is one of the 4 beauties, then she must have a lot of fans. If Lin admits, then he will definitely be chased by a crowd of this girl's henchmen. Han Yi's face is distorted with anger from such a sentence. The man said, the man did. Kwe immediately writes a message to the academy's public, in which he declares Mo Qingcheng his waifu. Anyone dissatisfied with this fact can talk to Kwe on the square, and then presses send. The demoness's skin turns red, and her body shivers with jealousy, but she tries to keep herself in control, calming him by saying that he is only pretending. Lin is happy to announce that they have taken a bite, and the demoness leans over the phone screen with interest. And in the public there were already those who promised to come to the soul of Kwe immediately. He's just garbage. How dare he think so much about himself? Before 10 minutes have passed, a whole crowd of dissatisfied people comes running with angry shouts. Some of them have bats, others have sticks or machine guns, and they are all ready to stand up for the honor of their goddess. Lin, having examined them closer, immediately gets scared. There are too many of them. How did he make such a mistake? Hong Yi decides to hide from this crowd and return to the spiritual world, saying that since his beloved has decided to train, then let him do it as hard as possible. Meanwhile, some girl sitting in the classroom remembers the face, because he is the first one who dared to openly tell her about his feelings. Lin is still being beaten up, even though it's for a good cause, but it hurts him. He's going to die like that. The offenders note that the guy is a strong guy and promise to teach the impudent man a good lesson. They are interrupted by Tan Lin, who has risen to the defense of her student. She asks with a shout if he is overdoing it, and how dare anyone bully her ward. Her appearance makes Mo Qingcheng's admirers fade away, and after the woman gives them a few seconds to get away, they run away altogether. Tang Ling turns to look at Kwe lying on the ground. He's deliberately looking for death, isn't he? What kind of training method is this? The guy laughs awkwardly and asks if she has anything to do with him, since she appeared so suddenly. The teacher, however, came to tell about a mere trifle. Tomorrow a spiritual spring will open at the academy. Lin wonders if this is a place that was left behind by some great master. Tang Ling explains that when the world's spiritual energy was revived, countless traces of energy were discovered all over the earth. The spiritual source is one of them. You can imagine that this is a hot spring with spiritual power that can help you become stronger. During these 2 days, the newcomer should concentrate on stabilizing his strength. After all, there will be other participants who will fight for the opportunity to visit the source. This place will only be open for a limited amount of time. Even for a person like Tang Lin, it was not easy to knock out the opportunity for Kwe to visit this spring, so it will be a body to work out. And do not forget about gratitude. The student is not averse to thanking his teacher. After all, she is a real beauty. She asks him to follow her, as the time has come for the fulfillment of the promise of a special position. Kwe is bleeding from joy, and that fat man Zhang Qiang assured him that it didn't mean anything good. Trying to scare a privileged youth like Lin Kwe. Right now, he definitely won't back down like the last coward. Noon on the mountain behind the academy. A huge ball of earth rolls down the slope, and running away from him, Kuei asks if his special position looks like this. He doesn't like it at all. Sitting on a stool with a glass of red wine, Tang Lin advises him to speed up, otherwise he will die prematurely. As a result, the special situation turned out to be actually a hidden diabolical test. After the first workout has been finished, it's time for the second one. Kuei needs to do push-ups with the teacher sitting on him, who says that there is only 1,000 times left. The elders, watching the torment of the newcomer from the side, just laugh. Then the next test. Kuei is sitting on a slippery rock under a waterfall stream, entwined with a vine with thorns, and the teacher whips him on the back with the same vine. There's only half an hour left. It seems Tang Lin is genuinely enjoying what is happening. A little more, and at this rate, Kuei will definitely ascend. This is all unbearable. Then the guy stands on a raised platform, which is blown by strong winds, and there is a trampoline at the bottom, on which he must jump. Tang Lin encourages his student, let little Kuei not be afraid of anything and be brave. If this continues, then Lin's death cannot be avoided. In the evening he lies on the ground without any signs of life. Tang Lin is sitting next to her, to whom the student complains that he neither ate nor rested all day. The woman generously gives a break of a couple of minutes. During this break, they can just talk about Father Kuei Yuan. Even though they are related, however, he doesn't know anything about his ancestors' past. Does he? A woman lights a cigarette. Without opening his eyes, he says that it is so. When my father was alive, he didn't tell me much. Lin found out about many things from third parties. The woman sadly realizes that this boy does not even half realize how great a man his father was. 10 years ago, an army of demons invaded Kanglin. They committed outrages, spared no one, slaughtered countless civilians. Humanity was on the verge of extinction. Kuei's father, Lin Yuan, fearlessly opposed them and defended the city with his base-large squad. Once Tang Lin was a member of this squad, he was lucky enough to fight side by side with Yuan. They fought for the future of humanity, not sparing themselves. Unfortunately for humans, the enemy had S-class demons. After many battles, the squad finally repelled the monster's attack. However, Father Kuei and the rest of the participants of Basilar J put their heads on the altar of victory. Although Lin is only a hitman, however, he realizes what an honor it is to be the son of such a great man. After arriving in this world, he quickly forgot what a comfortable life was. People here do not live in peacetime, they are only in a peaceful place. The price for such a fragile peace was the lives of my father and other members of the squad. After Yuan's death, Lin Hua joined the Superpowers Department and continued to fight and kill demons, protecting the city from the shadows. Kuei makes a decision. He came to this world to protect it. Now he is ready to continue training. In Yang Guang's office, freshman Mu He promises to fulfill the mission assigned to him, to get rid of Lin Kuei. The old man gives him 1,000 spiritual stones. We must not make mistakes in this matter. In the morning, Kuei runs away from home, telling his wife on the go that he is going to a spiritual spring today. Maybe in the evening they will have an opportunity for pair cultivation. Thanks to the help of the demoness and teacher Tang, as well as the effect of the pill, Kuei will soon develop his body to S rank. He passes by a sleeping ferret and sarcastically asks if he really didn't like the bone, or has he decided to go on a hunger strike. The ferret declares that he would rather starve to death than take something from this man. What about the piece of fried chicken that Lin is holding in her hands? But the ferret categorically refuses to do this either. However, for the sake of such a tasty morsel, you can sacrifice your own principles. He immediately grabs food. It's not that tasty, let Kuei not triumph. The ferret generously warns Lin to be careful in the coming days. Knowing Yang Guang, he will not leave such an outburst just like that. The place of today's cultivation is a spiritual source. Lin would never have thought that such a natural place adjoins the city. Tang Lin talks about the 500 spiritual stones hidden in the emblem, which will be useful for a spiritual source. She asks you to use them wisely. Once they get to the spiritual source, students need to throw spiritual stones into it and then they will be able to release more spiritual power. Kuei asks the fat man what kind of spiritual stones are these. Spiritual stones are a type of natural stones containing spiritual energy. It can be used as a consumable that restores spiritual energy or as a currency. The source is declared open. Tang Lin asks little Kuei to come back as soon as possible, while she will wait for him here. When the students enter, Zhang Qiang immediately leaves the newcomer alone. He runs after the girls, whom he wants to help find a place. What a bastard. I couldn't even tell which source is better to occupy. Besides the 7th group, Yang Xiao is also here. For Lin, the show intuition begins. He has no idea where to go. Opening the door to the nearest spring, The guy stumbles upon bathing girls, who immediately blush, but do not try to expel. They recognize him. It's the same Lin Kuei, the one who confessed his love to the girl. It turns out to be Mo Cheng. The system gives you a choice: run through the girls with your eyes and leave, jump into their spring and arrange an aquatiscotco, or beg the girls for forgiveness. Well, since everything turned out this way, then explanations of the current situation are not required. Girls can understand as they want. Lin chose the second one, aquatiscotca, and jumps to the girls with a bomb. However, he very quickly flies out of their baths. Some guy passing by realizes that Lena has just been kicked out of Mo Cheng's room, which means he saw her naked. He's definitely screwed. Although it was difficult for Lin, however, he found a small source. He sinks into the water and enjoys life. And then Hongyi appears in front of him, who asks that is it really not enough for her husband. She gently strokes his chin. The demoness calls him a scoundrel and bites him in the shoulder, and the guy immediately chokes with a scream. He didn't think she was so jealous. The wall behind him is shaken by a powerful explosion, which forms a large hole in it. The guy who came in asks how he dared to defile Mrs. Mo. Lin recognizes him. This is the same person who communicated with Yang Xiao today. The guy promises Kuei a speedy death and attacks with a clawed paw. But it turns out to be easy for Lin to dodge. However, the stranger's hand breaks the source and forms a black hole. There is something under the source, and it pulls them inside. Lin manages to grab the edge, but is pulled down by a guy who holds Kuei firmly by the ankle. They fall together and Hongyi rushes down after her husband. A huge block was flying from above at Lin Kuei and Muhi. An outstanding student of the second group flew down and shouted that he was finally able to fulfill the mission given to him by Elder Yang Guang and young Master Yang Xiao. Muhi, although he knew he was going to die, was glad that Lin Kuei would do it with him. The guy just lay in the water of the spring and laughed loudly. At this time, Lin was flying down into the water towards his opponent. Hongyi was trying to catch her husband by the hand and save him from falling. Lin held his breath in time before falling into the waters of the spring. Once under the water with his opponent, Lin discovered to his surprise that there was land under the water. At that moment, Hongyi swam up to Lin, grabbed him from the back and lifted him up. Muhi, who saw this, angrily shouted that Lin was showing off his wife, after which he hit himself hard and screamed in unbearable pain. Lin watched all this with gloating, holding on to Hongyi to keep from falling down again. He talked about how lucky he was with his wife, and no one helped Muhi. The girl thought that her darling was saying more and more vile words, but she did not say it out loud. Looking down, the guy said that he could not even imagine that there was a space under the spiritual source. He suggested that there might be something hidden there and asked Hongyi if he should look around. The girl said she would do as her husband said. At that moment, the girl folded her hands, forgetting that Lin Kuei was holding on to her. The guy screamed so that his beloved would not let him go, because he would fall. After that, they safely went down to Muhi's body. The ground in this place was reddish in color, and cherry trees grew in large numbers around. The guy approached his opponent and touched his pulse, stated that he had died. His wife asked him how Lin Kuei felt about this. The guy replied that he didn't feel anything. As they say, don't dig another hole, you'll get into it yourself. Muhi himself was to blame for his own death. Lin Kuei said that the only thing he could do was to take everything Muhc had with him so that he could safely leave this world. Hongyi smiled and praised such an act on the part of her new husband. In the folds of Muhi's jacket, the guy found a pocket in which there were several spiritual stones. Lin Kuei was delighted with such a find and took them for himself, saying that they would no longer be useful to Muhi. Hongyi reported that she feels that the local dark energy is quite strong and a large number of demons must have accumulated nearby. In response, Lin Kuei said that if the demons are as beautiful as his wife, then it would be nice. Of course, Hongyi was angered by such unambiguous statements from her husband and she attacked him with her fists. The girl said that this place is defined as a demonic area, the habitat of the most terrible and strongest demons, and Lin Kuei has already thought of something for himself. The guy, fighting off his wife's attacks, said that he was wrong and would no longer think about other girls. His wife calmed down, and Lin Kuei at that moment thought about how furious she was. After that, the guy asked about what the demonic realm was. The girl replied that this is a sinister territory that demons have chosen and people qualify it as an extremely dangerous area. The guy noticed that Hongyi disrespectfully called people and thought that the girl really thinks the same about her husband. But out loud, the guy only clarified that they had now invaded the House of Demons. Suddenly, they heard laughter coming from somewhere in the depths of the forest. The guy asked about where this laughter came from. Hongyi warned him that it could be dangerous in that direction and he should be careful. Suddenly, a ball rolled to the guy's feet. The ball was half red and half white, and in the middle it had a white circle with a skull. Lin Kuei wondered aloud about where this ball suddenly appeared from. The guy picked it up without a second thought and began to examine it. Suddenly someone turned to Lin Kuei calling him uncle and asked him to teach them how to play football. The guy raised his head and saw two dwarf demons in front of him. They were naked, bald and scary. Their ears were pointed at the ends like those of elves and a fiery aura burned around them. They said if the guy didn't teach them how to play football, the demons would kill him. Lin Kuei was very surprised by the surprise of such a proposal and thought to himself that he did not notice where these freaks came from. This event triggered the activity of the system and 3 choices appeared in front of Lin Kuei. The first choice gave 3 units of strength and implied that the guy needed to return the ball to the demons and spend time with them in a friendly way. The second choice gave 5 units of strength, and for him it was necessary to deny the demons a game of football and make them lose their temper. And finally, the third choice gave as many as 8 units of strength, but for him it was necessary to kill one of the infuriates and become the enemy of all demons. Lin Kuei thought that if 2 Millas asked him to play football, then he simply had to be friendly with them. The guy said that he would play football with the guys, to which they happily exclaimed hooray. Lin said they needed to have a good game and picked up the ball. The guy kicked him with such force that he flew straight into the face of one of the demons. Lin Kuei was glad that he had struck out, and his wife called him a good fellow and also jumped for joy. However, it turned out that the imp could not withstand such a blow, and died. The first demon came up to him and told him that the second one was dead. He started crying and shouted to the whole neighborhood that a man had invaded them and killed the second one. At that moment, a bar appeared that the task was completed and Lin Kuei received 8 additional units of strength. The guy was overjoyed, but his wife ordered him to leave soon, because the imp calls the other demons. However, Lin Kuei said that there was no need to go anywhere and everything was going according to plan. The guy said that he had almost mastered the bone washing pill, and the fact that he was about to be beaten by a bunch of demons was a great opportunity to finish this case. He shouted, calling for more attention. Hong Yi watched this in silence. Lin Kuei was attacked by several demons with clubs. One of them was the biggest and shouted that his brother had been killed. The guy said that he had killed the imp's brother and was eager to get revenge on him. One of the attacking demons asked what was wrong with Lin Kuei and if he had lost his mind. The second demon replied that it didn't matter, because he had killed one of them and now the demons would kill him and cook a barbecue for dinner. A crowd of demons shouting kill, eat, revenge, attacked Lin Kuei. They surrounded the guy and began to beat him. Suddenly, the demons turned their attention to Lin Kuei's wife and realized that she was in league with him. They decided not to touch the girl in any way, as she stands and does not interfere, and continued to beat Lin Kuei. The guy, in turn, lay quietly on the ground and asked to beat him again. The demons had already begun to think that Lin Kuei was completely insane and did not understand what was wrong with him. One of the demons realized that the guy had superpowers and figured out his plan, so they decided to eat Lin Kuei alive. After hearing this, the guy realized that everything was not going according to his plan and something needed to be done. The girl who was watching this realized that if this continues, then her darling may die and something needs to be done. But before Hong Yi could move, a light broke through the crowd of demons. The girl assumed that Ding Kuei still managed to break through. Suddenly, all the demons were scattered in different directions by the shock and energy wave from Lin Kuei's scream, strength and power. A very bright yellow light emanated from him, as if from the sun. The guy's body has been very modified. He became more toned and muscular. After examining himself, he realized that he finally had an S-rank body. He urged his wife to follow her husband into battle and destroy all the demons. The girl agreed and the two of them ran to attack. Without difficulty, a couple of spouses dealt with the demons. Hong Yi congratulated her darling on the awakening of the S-rank body. The guy, in turn, was glad that all those beatings finally bore fruit. Lin Kuei also said that it is impossible not to mention that the S-rank body has a higher sensitivity. Now when a guy uses the force, he can feel it, as if the heat burning him from within flows through the channels of the whole body and he is reborn from the ashes like a phoenix. The wife looked at her husband with admiration and affection and thought that he really had become stronger. Suddenly the girl felt something and became alarmed. Suddenly, a strong aura tried to bind Lin Kuei. The wife took her husband by the hand and ordered him to leave, fearing that this aura of a demon above B class could belong to the Demon King. The guy was very surprised. The girl flew up holding her husband's hand. She said she would get him out of there first and then return to the spirit world. Going upstairs, the guy breathed a sigh of relief. On the ground, Teacher Tang and other students were already waiting for him. They noticed that the young man's body had changed a lot. Suddenly, the very aura of the demon began to emerge from the pit formed by the explosion. But the teacher pushed Lin Kuei away from her and ordered him and Zhang Qian to leave. The guy thought that he was wondering what kind of demon this aura belonged to, that even Teacher Tang had become so serious. After the students left the place, Teacher Tang and 2 other teachers began to fight with the demon. Lin Kuei was sitting on the sofa in his house while his wife was sweeping the floors. The guy was checking the latest academy news on the website. Apparently, the teachers did not find Muhi's body in the demonic region. The news reports only said that Teacher Tang Lin led a group and destroyed the demons, that the entrance to the spiritual spring was forbidden and active discussions were underway about its reopening, and that Muhi disappeared after the fall. The student was officially declared missing. Suddenly, the guy noticed that he had received a message from Zhang Qian. The student wrote that due to the temporary closure of the spiritual source, the academy decided to compensate the students for this loss. To do this, all participants will be given a spiritual jasper. Teacher Tan said that it should be collected as soon as possible. Lin Kuei asked his wife about what spiritual jasper is. The girl replied that this is the energy core of demons, in which their spiritual power accumulates, and the core is so named because of its visual similarity to jasper. After the demon dies, spiritual jasper may fall out, the quality of which depends on the level of cultivation of the demon itself. Warriors after receiving spiritual jasper can process the spiritual energy that is accumulated in it. Sometimes, motivators even get superpowers. Hearing about this, the guy was delighted. He decided that it was simply impossible to refuse such a cool thing. The guy asked his wife if she had this spiritual jasper and joked that he would like to touch her. He called her husband a fool. Lin Kuei hinted that it was time for them to fulfill their marital duty, to which the girl replied that they would talk about it later. The yellow ferret, who was watching all this, grumbled that Lin and Hong do nothing but coo all day and it makes him extremely angry. He wondered why he was in the role of a dog in this house, if the cable was Lin Kuei. Leaving the house, Lin Kuei said goodbye to his wife and brought chicken soup to the ferret. The ferret did not believe that his master's conscience had awakened and he decided to feed him. The guy said that if the ferret hadn't warned him about Yang Jiao in advance, he probably wouldn't have returned, so this soup was a sign of gratitude to the animal. The ferret was pleased and appreciated that Lin Kuei finally realized how good the ferret was. Walking to the exit, Lin Kuei complained that his back was hurting for some reason today, to which the girl replied that in that case, she would give him a massage in the evening. The ferret looked at the guy after him and thought that he really wasn't like everyone else. Yang Guang did not appreciate the ferret, often beat and forced to perform tasks, but Lin Kuei, though shameless in the opinion of the animal, but is a good person. Suddenly the ferret came to his senses and forced himself not to sympathize with the one who put him on a chain. In the elder's office, meanwhile, the mood was not very good. Yang So cursed and was perplexed how Lin Yu was still alive and got away with it every time, making fools of Yang So and Yang Guang. The guy asked his grandfather to send someone much stronger this time so that he would definitely get rid of Lin Kuei. The grandfather replied that he was too young and it was impossible to act rashly in this matter. Grandfather was sure that in the future they would still have the opportunity to kill Ding Kuei, they just had to wait. At this time, Lin Kuei and Zhang Qian came to the treasury for spiritual jasper. At the entrance to it there was a guard of the treasury, whom everyone simply called the old man. The man was lying on the ground with a bottle of something in his arms and was snoring carelessly. Lin Kuei joked that it would be better to call such a person Master Old Man, but Zhang Qian asked the guy to be more serious and not joke about him. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes a little and looked at the guys. Lin Kuei was surprised and thought about how strange it was that the old man just looked at the guy, and a shiver went through his body, and compared it to spiritual pressure. However, then Lin Kuei decided that it seemed to him. The old man got up from his seat and decided that since everything was in place, they could go inside. Entering the building, they saw several gray cubes standing on the floor of the room. Zhang Qian said that these are vaults of spiritual jasper. They are extremely strong and still sealed with a spell, so it will be incredibly difficult to open them with bare hands. He also added that these cubes are used to test strength and that he managed to open one last year, but had to spend a lot of effort. The old man ordered the guys to start and reminded them that the way to open the box depends only on themselves. Lin Kuei asked his friend about the best way to open the box, to which Zhang Qian replied that brute force would help. All the students aggressively beat, threw, kicked the box in an attempt to open it. One of the guys stood and cried that he got a worthless jasper and it's not fair. Lin Kuei was surprised and went to the guy, asking how strong he was that he had the strength to open the box. There were 3 boxes left in front of the guy and he stood and thought about which one to choose. It flashed through my mind that this situation resembles a lottery from Lin Kuei's past world. Suddenly, a familiar window appeared in front of the guy with 3 options for the development of events. With the first option, 5 points of strength were given, and for this it was necessary to open the box in the usual way without attracting attention. With the second option, 8 units were given to the force, and for him it was necessary to make a hardcore discovery. That is, simply break the box. And finally, with the third option, 4 units were added to the strength, for which Lin Kuei had to pretend to be a good boy and ask for help in opening the box from others. After reading all the options, the guy decided that he should try and test his strength and luck at the same time. The guy hit the box with all his might and it shattered into pieces the first time. Lin Kuei will receive 8 more units of strength. All the students who were in the room at that moment froze in amazement and looked at the guy. Zhang Qian even joked that Lin should change his name to Lin the Destroyer, because he has such power. Someone asked Lin Kuei to open another box. At this time, the old man, who was in complete shock, approached the guy and asked him to reveal the secret of how he did it. To this, the guy only replied that the old man ordered the boxes to be opened, but did not say how, so Lin Kuei did it with his bare hands. The old man and Zhang Qian were shocked by what they heard and saw. The guy started smashing boxes one by one in search of a good jasper, while the old man didn't even have time to stop him. The rest of the students, realizing that they would not be able to open the boxes themselves, decided to take the opportunity and take what Lin Kuei left behind. The old man stopped the guy, grabbed him by the arms and asked him to follow him. They went into some other room and the door closed behind them. Entering the hall, Lin Kuei saw in front of him a lot of beautiful and large stones, hidden floor with glass domes. The guy was very surprised and asked the old man about why he brought him here. The old man replied that he had brought him to this place so that the guy could choose a decent spiritual jasper for himself and leave those boxes to other students. In this hall there was a collection of rare spiritual jaspers. The old man said that Lin Kuei is a very strong guy, and such a talent should be encouraged, so as an exception, he will allow the guy to choose one of the jaspers from the collection. Lin Kuei said that they were all beautiful and it would be difficult to choose, but he wanted to deal with it as soon as possible. Suddenly, the guy heard Hong Yi call him. She pointed at the red spiritual jasper and said it was pretty good. The girl said that this is a burning demon jasper, and although it has an F rank and little energy in it, it is quite rare and can awaken the potential of its owner, allowing him to master the fire element. And although Lin Kuei's body has already reached S rank, but the guy's abilities have not yet fully manifested, and now this jasper is perfect for him. The guy took the jasper in his hands and chose it. The old man commented that the guy's lip is not stupid, and although jasper has a low rank, it develops potential well. The old man thought to himself that the guy was Yuan's son, and therefore he had a good feeling. A system window popped up in front of the guy, asking whether to absorb the spiritual energy of jasper. The guy was surprised that the system could do even that. Lin Kuei thought that since Hong Yi and the old man praised this jasper, it means that it is really good, and agreed to absorb its energy. The energy from the jasper passed into Lin Kuei's body, and the system said that the ability of Kaiyu has now been developed in the fiery direction, and an additional skill has also been unlocked, Flaming Spider. The guy looked at what was left of the jasper and thought that his wife had a good eye, and the jasper turned out to be a real treasure, and even received the ability as a gift. The old man looked dumbfounded at the guy, because he was able to immediately directly absorb the energy from the jasper. Lin Kuei also noticed that under the influence of his ability, the fire element had awakened, and he urgently needed to unlock the skill on his left hand. The old man watching the guy couldn't figure out where he got so many abilities from. Lin Kuei had unlocked the ability, and now Kaiyu was working on his left hand too. Now the guy has become very strong. The guy was glad that he finally discovered the ability of his left hand, but only the full form of Kaiyu was not completed, which means Lin Kuei should have trained more. The old man who was watching the guy thought that he was Lin Yuan's heir, and the academy could not worry about its talents, because it had a great future ahead of it. At that moment, Zhang Qian entered the room and said that Mo Qingcheng's fans had come for Lin Kuei and he had better look for a back exit to escape. The guy, in turn, was delighted with such a coincidence, because he had a good opportunity to test his strength. However, Qian stopped his friend and said that the head of the fans is Breeze, and he is the first bully of the academy, so Kuei should be careful. Lin replied that he had just received a new skill and this was the best opportunity to test it, and even if he became a punching bag, there was nothing wrong with that. A crowd of guys stood at the entrance to the building from which Lin Kuei was about to leave. They shouted at him to get out of the academy, because he was not welcome. The head of the fan team shouted for Lin Kuei to come out. Someone asked him that if he didn't leave the building, was Lin a coward? But Lin left the building at the same second. He asked the guys who was the main one, calling the crowd punks. Feng aggressively asked Lin to watch his language and suggested that he had no idea who he was talking to. They asked why Lin Kuei confessed his feelings to their goddess Mo King Cheng. In response, Pereno only shouted that it was time to stop talking and ordered everyone to attack him. The leader replied that they would mix Lin with the earth and revealed his ability, Gigantopithecus. The guy moved with great speed to attack Lin Kuei. Zhang Qian, who was standing next to him, could not even see the trail because of such speed and decided that his friend would not be well. However, Lin Kuei stopped Feng's attack with just one hand, so much so that he flew several meters away. Lin took out his handkerchief and waved in front of the opponent like a bull, teasing him. Feng called his friend for help so that the two of them attacked Lin. He showed his ability, summoning a cannon, and a small tank appeared behind him. The guy pointed the gun at Lin and he went on the attack. The guys wanted to fire a projectile from the cannon, but Lin Kuei created a flaming fist and hit the cannon. All the students who saw this were shocked by the huge explosion. Feng and his friend were badly beaten. They were indignant because Lin Kuei should have had a defective ability, and just recently he asked everyone to beat him. But today everything is completely different. Feng noticed that Lin shifted the direction of the attack in order not to kill, but only to injure the guys, thereby sparing them. Lin thought that he had just accidentally missed, and would not spare this guy for everything he had done. But he only said out loud that great people do not remember the misdeeds of ants, and this time he would let the guys go. But they should not forget the lesson that Lin Kuei taught them. He told the guys not to dare to interfere with him anymore, otherwise it would be the last thing they would do before their death. The guys understood Lin's words and left. Zhang Qian hugged his friend and praised him for the work he had done. He also added that most likely the spiritual jasper that Lin Kuei absorbed was of high rank, since he was able to awaken such a strong skill. In response to this, the guy said that it was an ordinary F-rank jasper, and he was very weak. He should train more. The old man watching all this from the balcony of the second floor thought that teacher Tang Lin had found a good student, and this kid would be useful in the future. At this moment, the younger sister was standing outside Lin Kuei's house in the academy. Her older brother began to write very little to the girl and does not even call, so she asked her older sister to find out his address at the academy and came to visit him. Except Lin Kuei wasn't at home. The girl decided to go into the house anyway and wait for her brother inside to surprise him. The ferret heard this and realized that someone had entered the territory of the house. He shouted at the girl, "Yato doesn't know her and she better get out of here." He also told her not to be surprised if he was inhospitable. Suddenly, the ferret stopped screaming and asked himself why he was protecting Lin Kuei's house, because he was a great yellow saint. The girl came up to the ferret and began stroking it, saying what a cute dog. The ferret got angry and shouted that he was a great yellow saint, and not some kind of dog, and he would not look at the girl's age and hit her if necessary. Suddenly, the aura of a huge scary bear appeared behind the girl. He angrily called the ferret a dog again and asked him how he dared to snap. The ferret abruptly fell on 4 paws, said he was a cute dog and allowed himself to be petted. The girl started scratching the ferret by the belly and he said that he liked being scratched like that, although in fact, he felt very uncomfortable and wanted it to end as soon as possible. It was already dark. Lin Kuei walked up to the house all sweaty, barely trudging with thoughts about how terribly tired he was. Approaching the house, he noticed that the door was open. The guy assumed that there was a thief at home. His wife appeared next to the guy and told him to be careful because she feels a strong aura. The guy entered the house, but he didn't see anyone. At that moment, the girl and the ferret were hiding behind the sofa. The girl was very happy because she was going to surprise her older brother. The ferret sitting next to her thought that Lin Kuei was finished, because there was a demon queen in his house and he was unlikely to cope with her. Lin Kuei sat down on the sofa and began to reason out loud. It seemed strange to him that there was no one in the house. The guy thought that maybe he just forgot to close the door. Suddenly his wife called out to him and the guy turned around. At that moment, his sister jumped on him and screamed with joy. She hugged him because she was very happy to meet him. Lin Kuei gently stroked his sister's head and smiled. It was obvious from the guy that he was also very happy to see his sister. He asked CR how she got here. Lin Kuei's wife, who is at this moment in the spiritual dimension, watching them. The girl turned away, folded her arms on her chest and pointedly pouted her lips. She said that her brother had completely forgotten about her and therefore, her sister decided to come to him herself. Lin Kuei awkwardly scratched his head and began to justify that he had been cultivating a lot lately in order to become the strongest as soon as possible and be able to protect his little sister. Hong Yi realized that the girl standing in front of her was her husband's younger sister and calmed her jealousy. The yellow ferret watched all this and was very surprised to find out that this demon queen was Lin Kuei's younger sister. After hearing excuses from her older brother, the girl hugged him again and said that since her brother had been training very hard all this time, she forgives him. The guy thanked his younger sister for understanding and added that he still wants to join the superpowers department in order to fight evil shoulder to shoulder with Sister Hua and protect people. Suddenly the little sister stopped and said that she had good news for her brother. Lin looked at the girl with interest. Seer showed her brother the application for homeschooling and was happy to say that now she can live with her brother and study at home. She also added that her older sister helped her with filling out the paperwork. Lin Kuei told his sister that he was very glad and she was a great fellow. But in fact, he thought that if his sister now lives with him, then his happy days with his beautiful wife will end. Approximately the same thoughts visited the yellow ferret. He decided that he could not survive this and was going to leave this house. Sister and Lin noticed this. The girl came up with the ferret, took him in her arms and asked her brother about why he did not tell her that he had bought a puppy. She showed the ferret to her brother and said that the dog was very cute and funny. Lin Kuei laughed at the thought that it would not be easy for him alone to get along with his younger sister, and it would also be difficult for the ferret. The girl asked her brother if he lived alone in this house, simultaneously squeezing Zorka in his hands with such force that it became difficult for him to breathe. Seer noticed that the pulp was very clean and did not believe that the brother himself cleaned so well, because it was not like him. Lin Kuei was mentally surprised and called his sister Sherlock. The little sister got angry and ordered Lin to answer what kind of women he takes to his house and whether they help him clean up here. Lin Kuei raised his hands and said that he was really cultivating and he wouldn't have had enough time for such entertainment. The girl exhaled with relief and her mood changed to calm, but she added that all girls are treacherous, unlike her, so her brother should stay away from them. Lin Kuei bowed and agreed with his sister. The ferret thought that in fact this demon queen is the most insidious girl in the world and it is necessary to stay away from her. Lin Kuei didn't know what to do, because now he would probably have to secretly meet with Hong Yi. His wife smiled at that moment and thought that Lin's sister was quite interesting. The girl began to cook breakfast while humming something under her nose. What was on the table looked not at all appetizing and not even edible. The guy thought that his sister probably wants to poison him. Suddenly, Seer turned to the table from the stove and shouted at Lin Kuei why he wasn't eating the food she had prepared. The guy hesitated and began to think of what to answer. As a result, he asked his sister if it was edible at all. The girl happily replied that it was edible and pointed to the ferret, which, according to her, ate and sleeps. The guy looked at the animal and realized that it was at least poisoned. My sister strongly recommended that my brother eat what she cooked before the food got cold. The guy started eating the soup with both cheeks and saying that it was very tasty. Suddenly, the guy realized that the food cooked by Seer really tasted very tasty. The taste reminded him of feeling like he was underwater surrounded by mermaids. The girl asked Lin Kuei if it was delicious for him, to which he sincerely replied that he liked everything and it was very tasty. The ferret watching this thought that it was no wonder that the demon king was able to eat the demon queen's cooking. Lin Kuei came out of the house whistling to himself. He decided that since there were no classes at the academy today, then he should find a part-time job. At first he only had to support his wife and dog, and now he also has a seer, and his wallet is completely empty. The guy thought that he could not just approach his sister and ask her for money, because the maintenance of the family rests on the shoulders of a man and children should not go through this. At this time, Zhang Qian walked past Lin Kuei and asked him about what he was doing. The guy asked his friend about where he was going to go with an axe to the advantage. Is it really for firewood? Zhang replied that he was going to work part-time, because there were no classes today anyway. Lin Kuei immediately perked up and began to persuade his friend to take him with him. Zhang decided that Lin would not get rid of him so easily anyway, so he decided to take him with him. The guy also added that Lin was incredibly lucky, because they just lack one person and he can ask to take Kuei into the squad. Lin was very happy with this news and even jumped for joy. After some time, the guys found themselves in the Hall of Mercenaries. Lin Kuei reproached his friend for not telling him that he was working as a mercenary. Although Lin Kuei was aware of the existence of the mercenary union, he had never been interested in it. And today he was even lucky enough to visit this place personally, and there are a lot of people here. In each city there are representative offices of the Union of Mercenaries, which are also called earnings houses in another way. Every day, tasks are posted on the bulletin board from the Department of Superpowers and from various law enforcement agencies in the Central Hall. Although the rewards are different, they all deserve attention. At that moment, the guys came up to this very board. Zhang Qian said that the students of the academy have a lot of free time and the teachers themselves do not mind that the students join the mercenary units. Sometimes even the academy itself acts as a proxy in order to help students find a job. Suddenly Zhang Qian noticed that Lin Kuei had already popped some kind of ad. It offered a reward of 50 million spiritual stones, which was very much. The guy was glad that he would need to complete only a few tasks, and he would become a millionaire for a few months and be able to forget about financial problems. The people in the hall looked at Lin Kuei reproachfully. The guy has already begun to dream that after he gets rich, he will be able to go all out and Hong Yi will definitely kill him. The girl reproached the guy that he was thinking about something terrible again. Zhang Qian called his friend and he ran up to him. The guy said that he could only recommend Lin Kuei, but whether he would join or not depends on how well he would show himself. Zhang introduced Lin to their team called Hubby. In front of the entrance to the team room there was a crowd of people with posters with the name of the team. Lin Kuei concluded that the team is popular because it even has fans. Having made their way through this crowd, the guys got inside. Zhang Qian introduced Lin Kuei to his boss and said they were studying together. Pereno also added that his friend is an outstanding freshman of this year and wants to join their team. There was also a girl with pink hair in the room, and a young guy with blue hair. Everyone looked at Lin Kuei with a searching gaze. Lin awkwardly scratched his head and said he was glad to meet you. The boss held out his hand to Lin and said that his name was Chu Lai and he was the head of the Hubby squad. There were 6 people in the room: Lin Kuei, Zhang Qian, Chu Lai, a girl with pink hair, a guy with blue hair and another guy in a cap. Lin Kuei shook hands with the boss and said that he had heard about the squad, so he decided to join them. The head of the squad began to shake the guy's hand very hard and say that they are always happy to see outstanding students of the Kanglin Academy, and shared his thoughts that it seems to him that Lin is not a blunder and will show himself well. Lin was very hurt by the handshake, but he didn't show it. Zhang Qian added that Lin belongs to the attacking class and even received a fire-type ability a few days ago, which makes him an ideal candidate for the missing squad member. After hearing the information, the boss thought for a while and decided that Lin Kuei should pass the ability rank test. He held up some kind of blue ball in front of him. This device reminded Lin of the one he had at school when teachers measured the rank of people. Lin touched the device and decided that now he would find out how much progress he had made. The device showed that Ding Kuei had reached the C+ rank. Zhang Qian praised his friend, because when he entered, he only had the rank of FFF. The boss thought that an attacker of C+ rank is pretty good and maybe something useful will come out of it. The boss said that Lin Kuei suits them and now he is a member of the squad. The guy thanked the head of Chu Lai and said that with him the Hubby squad would reach unprecedented heights, and they would become the best. The guy thought to himself that it was pretty easy to do and he thought that the test would be more difficult. The guy with blue hair snorted disdainfully and warned Lin not to fall into the mud. At this moment, fans and female fans crowded around him, looking at him with admiration. The man added that young people are often unrestrained in their words, but they lack experience and not every tramp can become a mercenary. Lin began to look at the man's face and realized that it was familiar to him, but he could not figure out where he had seen it. And although he was far from Lin, the guy admitted that this man was also handsome. The boss laughed and said that since Lin Kuei was now in their squad, they needed to introduce themselves. A cheerful girl with pink hair introduced herself to Keek and said she was a healer. The guy in the cap, dressed all in black and gray, introduced himself by the name of Yuju and said that he was responsible for long-range attacks. Both members of the squad greeted Lin Kuei, while the guy with blue hair did not even move from his place. The boss came up to him and picked him up from the sofa by the arm and said that his name was Mo Xiu, and he was the deputy boss, and also Mo Qingcheng's older brother. Lin realized that the girl's older brother was exactly aware of the case with the confession and he was finished. Mo Xiu realized that Lin had not expected such a meeting and reminded him that every road is narrow for enemies. Lin jokingly called Xiu his brother-in-law and asked him not to be angry, because he is ready to take responsibility for what happened. Mo Xiu was enraged that Lin called him his brother-in-law, and started shouting that only he was worthy to be with his sister. Only he could watch her wash, because he and Qingcheng have true love. Everyone in the room looked at Mo Xiu questioningly and with surprise. Even the fans were shocked by what they heard. The guy quickly began to justify that he meant something completely different. He protects his sister because all men are goats except for him. Lin looked at Mo and realized that he was a pervert with a little sister complex. Suddenly, Mo Xiu yelled that if Lin wanted to join their squad, he would have to defeat him first. He offered him a one-on-one fight and if Lin Kuei wins, he will finally be accepted into the squad. Zhang Qian warned his friend that Mo Zhu is a B rank and should not be underestimated. Suddenly, a selection window from the system appeared in front of Lin. The first option gave 5 additional dexterity points for which it was necessary to apologize to Mo Zhu. The second option gave 5 additional strength points and a blue-haired guy had to be taught a lesson for him. The third option gave 5 additional soul points and for him it was necessary to convince others of his rightness by loudly announcing refusal. Lin thought that he already had enough units of strength and there were no problems with his soul, so it would be most rational to choose dexterity now. Mo Zhu, still angry, asked Lin why he was standing rooted to the spot. Lin bowed deeply and apologized to Mo Zhu. He said that he would not dare to even approach his sister Mo Qingcheng anymore, because only a brother is worthy of her. Mo Zhu thought that the guy was dumbfounded from fear of him and therefore decided to apologize. Lin asked the deputy if he would forgive him and made a pleading face. Mo Zhu said that since he was asking like that, then he would show mercy and forgive the guy. After that, the system gave out a window that Lin would receive 5 additional mercy points. After that, Lin stood up and gave Mo Zhu a good punch. The boss and Zhang Qian were very surprised and scared for the guy. Mo Zhu flew into the wall. Lin Kuei realized that his agility had greatly increased. But this is not surprising, because the system rewarded him. Mo Zhu cursed and said that Lin had acted very meanly by hitting him surreptitiously. Mo Zhu thought that the blow was of a completely different rank and it could not be that Lin was at the level of S. Yuzhu asked the guy if he was okay. Lin announced that he won and now he is in the team, because if Mo Zhu is a real man, then he must keep his word. Mo Zhu shouted that this was not all and he was ready to fight on. But the boss interrupted him and asked him to stop making noise. Mo Zhu wanted to argue with the head, but Chu Lai replied that the squad still had things to do and personal showdowns could be left for later. The guy asked the head if his decision was such that Lin joined the squad, pointing his finger at him. At that moment, Lin Kuei was talking to a crowd of female fans and bragging that he had just beaten Mo Zhu, and the girls had better be his fans. The wife who was watching this said that she would talk about it with her husband at home. Mo Zhu was angry that he relaxed and missed a blow from Lin Kuei. Heek, in defense of the guy, said that she thinks Lin Kuei is pretty cute, and Zhang Qian added that he is not perfect, but the members of the squad will quickly get used to him. The boss shouted that it was time for the squad to move out, because a task was waiting for them. Lin Kuei began to molest Mo Zhu by mimicking his sister, to which he told him to back off. Mo Zhu thought that Lin Kuei was an infuriating guy, but he was quite stronger with rank, which made him uneasy. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Kuei and he should be more careful next time. Not so long ago, a group of 7 young people decided to explore an abandoned estate in the western part of the suburb. It would seem a dilapidated, dark and frightening estate, but who would have thought that they would stay there forever? That's how the boss began his speech, standing in front of a huge estate. It was a kind of joke about how it was written in the assignment. Lin thought that his head didn't have a very good sense of humor. The boss reported that according to the Department of Superpowers, a couple of E-rank cannibal ghosts live in this estate. The task of the squad is to either exorcise the ghosts or rescue the missing. The boss ordered Mo Zhu to distribute the communication devices to all the squad members. Lin thought about how he could kill the E-rank cannibal ghosts with one blow. While handing out the devices, Mo Zhu wished Lin to survive, but it was clear from his look that he was not serious. Lin Kuei realized that Mo Zhu was vindictive. Entering the mansion, the boss asked everyone to be in touch and said that they were starting to complete the task. Lin Kuei was to inspect the corridor, Zhang Qian was in charge of the basement, Keek and Chu Lai would inspect the dining room, and Mo Zhu was acting at his discretion. While in the corridor, Lin Kuei thought that it was hot outside, but it was very cold in the mansion. The guy started to talk out loud about how he felt a spiritual pressure similar to what was in the demonic realm. But it wasn't so cold there. Lin Kuei was sure that there were a lot of ghosts in this corridor. Hong Yi praised her husband's reasoning and told him that he had made good progress. She confirmed that the feelings do not let the guy down and the information was incorrect, because in this mansion there are not ghosts of E rank, but spirits of a D and C rank. Lin Kuei was surprised that the information of the Superpowers Department turned out to be incorrect. But Hong Yi replied that the spirits must be good at disguising since they were not noticed earlier, and urged her husband to be careful. Suddenly, Lin Kuei heard the sounds of dripping water, and was surprised that it was raining in the mansion. The guy began to move deeper into the dark corridor towards the sound. Suddenly the guy stopped and abruptly realized that something was wrong. He had a vivid feeling that someone was watching him. At this time, 2 demons were watching him from the ceiling. They were somewhat similar to girls and pulled their long tongues towards Lin Kuei's head. Their bodies were on the ceiling, but their necks curved and changed in length so much that they were very close to Lin Kuei from the head. The girls surrounded the guy from both sides and began to whisper pleasant things into his ears. The guy turned out to be quite excited. In the dark, he couldn't see how scary the two girls really were. They wrapped their arms around his body and touched Lin's torso. At this time, Lin Kuei's wife appeared and shouted that she would deal with them herself. The guy stopped her and asked her to let him enjoy this pleasant torture. Hong Yi was very surprised by this and didn't even know what to say. The girls, in turn, were glad to hear this and asked Lin Kuei about which of the two of them he liked better. Suddenly, a system window with elections popped up in front of the guy. The first choice gave 5 additional points to charm, and for him it was necessary to choose the left. The second choice gave 5 additional points of strength, and for him it was necessary to choose the right. And for the third choice they gave 10 additional points of dexterity, and for him it was necessary to choose both. The guy thought that the third choice is the most optimal, because it gives the most points. He mentally apologized to his wife for what he was going to do, because there was no other way out. The guy said that he liked both girls and joked that the light should be turned off, because they would no longer need it. The girls smiled and called the guy a vulgar. Hong Yi got angry and said that she would kick her hubby at home for such words. After that, a system window appeared stating that Lin Kuei had received 10 dexterity points. The guy asked for forgiveness and said that he had changed his mind and wanted to act like a real man. He said that he is not one of those who sleeps with just anyone and his heart belongs to only one. With these words, he grabbed the girls by the shoulders and threw them away from him with all his strength. The girls crashed into the wall. Lin Kuei shouted that his wife could be calm, because her husband only loves her and he is loyal and well-mannered. The wife was a little saddened by the fact that Lin understands less and less, while the guy thought that he was lucky to figure out how to get out in time. Otherwise he would have flown in at home. Suddenly, the guy heard a voice outraged that Lin Kuei already has someone and he deceived them. The guy turned around at the sound and was surprised that the girls were still alive. One of them told her sister that the guy was a liar, and Lin Kuei was sure that he hit the girls against the wall with all his strength, and they should have been dead by now. The sister got angry, her eyes turned black, and she said that Lin Kuei would pay for his deception. After that, the girl called all her lovers and ordered them to attack Lin. Faceless demons began to crawl out of the ground in large numbers and crawl towards Lin. The guy was surprised and did not understand who they were and from where. Hong Yi said that they urgently need to run because other team members are nearby and may notice the girl, and she can't let herself be discovered. The husband and wife ran as fast as they could, and the sisters ordered their suitors to grab them. Hong Yi said that these demons must be the men who fell for the charm of these sisters. Based on the number of men, Lin concluded that more people died in this place than was indicated in the task and wondered how many people actually died in this place. At this time, the rest of the participants of the hubby gathered in the dining room. The boss asked Mo Zhu if he had found anything, to which he replied that he had not found any traces of ghosts in this building and it was empty. Yuzhu told the boss that the temperature in the rooms is much lower than it should be and there are clearly ghosts here, but they must be hiding. The boss said he agreed with his ward and asked the others if they had seen Lin Kuei. Zhang Qian asked if his friend had been with them and said he thought he had been back for a long time. Heek said that a strange sound was coming from the side of the corridor. At that moment, Lin Kuei flew into the dining room and shouted that they needed to run urgently. The boss stopped Lin and asked what kind of demons they were. 2 sisters flew at the head of all the creatures and shouted after Lin that he was a deceiver. Everyone was shocked to realize that an army of demons was running at them and asked Lin Kuei about why he brought them to the dining room. The guy said it was an accident and he didn't know how many there really were. Zhang Qian cursed. One of the sisters shouted in the direction of Lin that he was a liar, and it would not help him to hide behind the backs of his friends. As she shouted this, a thick green liquid flew out of her mouth. This liquid smelled terrible and eventually got on Keek's clothes. From this, her t-shirt was corroded and it tore. Lin Kuei rejoiced at this coincidence. As a result, it fell on both the boss and Zhang Qian, and they were also left without clothes. Lin Kuei decided that it would be better if he didn't see it and wants to forget it. The head shouted that now is not the time to be embarrassed, and regardless of who the enemy is, they will not be afraid and will bravely meet the enemy face to face. At this time, a phoenix bird appeared nearby. The head of the hubby, Yuzhu and Mo Zhu ran to the army of demons and began to fight with them. The fiery phoenix attacked one of the sisters and began to tear her clothes, and Qian Zion captured the second sister and said that it was better for her not to dig. Heek said that she would also fight, despite the fact that her breasts were bare. Hongyi asked her husband to throw something on her. Lin, as usual, decided to look at the girl a little more and only then throw something on her. Hongyi said that she would quickly bring him to his senses, and with the help of her power, she began to control Lin Kuei's body so that he threw a white jacket on Keek. He told Keek to be careful. In turn, the girl thanked the guy. The girl caught herself thinking that she did not think that Lin was actually such a gentleman, and for some reason her heart was beating strongly. The guy ran to the demons to help the rest of the team members fight them. Half an hour later, both demonesses were defeated and tied up. Although they are of low rank, they can summon and control minions, so it took a lot of effort to defeat them. Most likely, the 7 missing school children also became one of those dead. Zhang Qian said he would report everything to the people from the superpowers department. The guy approached one of the sisters and said that if the girls wanted to contact him, he would give his phone number. But before he could finish, one of the sisters shouted that all the men were bastards. Lin Kuei thought that he had relaxed too much today and never realized if his wife could really control Lin's body. Heek approached the guy and said that she would return his clothes after washing them. She kissed Lin on the cheek in gratitude. Zhang Qian joked with his friend that he did not give him clothes and called Lin Casanova. Lin said he would definitely share his clothes with a friend next time and asked him about why he didn't use his powers. In response to this, Zhang Qian replied that he was a summoner, and this situation was not quite suitable for his powers. But next time Lin would be able to personally see how his friend uses his powers. Mo Zhu angrily began to scold Lin Kuei again and asked him if he really thinks that he is the coolest. Lin thought that Hongyi had forced Keek to hand over the clothes herself, but in the end everything went wrong and he would have to apologize. At that moment, the boss came and said that news had come from the Department of Superpowers. Due to an error in the information, the complexity of the task was increased, so in addition to the main reward, the team will also be compensated, about 30,000 each. Lin was very pleased with such a fee and realized that he had discovered a gold mine for himself. Zhang Qian looked at his friend rejoicing at such pennies and said that he was really pathetic. Lin Kuei shouted that he was rich now and would have meat for dinner today. The boss said that the employees of the Superpowers Department are already on their way to the mansion. They will collect all the information and take the 2 demoness sisters, and after that all the team members will be able to disperse. 2 employees from the Night Watch met with the hubby squad at the entrance to the mansion. They approached the demonesses and said that they were at the D rank and close to the initial stage of the level, and also praised the squad members for their work. Lin Kuei was very surprised that the demonesses had such a low rank. He remembered the entrance exams and the biker who was only at the B rank. He thought it was hard for him to imagine how strong a real demon of level B. Lin wondered who caught the demon and even weakened it for the entrance exam. One of the employees approached the car and asked Miss Hua if it was worth transporting these demons now. She answered positively. Lin Kuei heard this conversation and thought that maybe his sister was sitting in the car. When he got closer to the car, he realized that his sister was really sitting there. The girl got out of the car and asked about the fate of her brother brought there. The boss asked Zhang Qian about why he didn't tell him that Lin Kuei's older sister works in the Night Watch, to which the guy replied that he had just found out about it himself. Lin Hua asked her brother about how he decided to join the mercenaries. Lin Kuei replied that all this was done for the sake of Seer, and he thought it would be nice to find a side job. After receiving this answer, the sister calmed down and said that she had to go, because she had things to do, but Lin stopped her. The guy said that not so long ago he learned about the military merits of his father and decided to become the same as him. Lin Kuei asked the girl to tell him about how to join the Night Watch, because he wants to become stronger. Lin Hua replied that the guy didn't have enough abilities yet. Even if he entered the Kanglin Academy, this is only the beginning of the path, then many more trials await him. The girl told Lin to go back to the academy and study hard, as well as take care of Seer. In the end, she added that the Night Watch is not a place that is recruited only because of wishlist. Lin Kuei replied that he understood his sister. The guy thought that apparently, in the eyes of masters like Sister Hua, the academy is a kind of village of beginners and Lin still has a long thorny path ahead. The sister, seeing her brother's upset face, patted him on the shoulder and reassured him that all her words did not mean that he had no chance at all. Soon, the Night Watch together with the Kanglin Academy will hold autumn tests. If Lin Kuei takes the first place in these trials, then it will undoubtedly be a good contribution to the future, and someday the girl will tell her brother about her father. Suddenly, the girl shouted, "By the way, catch it," and threw a wooden cube towards Lin Kuei. The guy caught it and was delighted with the gift from his sister. He waved happily after his sister, thanked her for the information and said that he would do everything that depended on him. Lin Hua wished him luck and left. Leaving, the girl thought that her brother had changed a lot. Zhang Qian summarized that their business in this place is finally over and they can disperse. The guy teased his friend that he was from a family of heroes, but Lin asked him to stop saying that, because it was the merits of his family members, not Lin himself, and he was still far away from them. At that moment, Mo Ziu thought that when he returned home, he should inform his sister about the status of the Lin Kuei family so that she would not be fooled by him. When Lin Kuei came home, she was met by her younger sister, who was very happy about her brother's return. She was holding a yellow ferret dressed in a pink dress. The girl asked her brother about the animal's outfit. The guy laughed and called the ferret a yellow princess. The ferret was thinking at that moment that he was the great Zhang Huang. Lin Kuei took out a wooden box from his pocket and showed it to Seer, saying that he had met his sister today and she had given him something. The younger sister said that it was unfair because the older sister did not give her anything. Lin Kuei patted his sister on the head and told her not to be angry, because next time the brother will definitely bring something for Seer. The girl clicked her tongue and said that she forgives her brother. Lin finally decided to open the box to see what was inside. He found a yellow spiritual jasper in the box. The guy and I can't think that his sister will give him such an expensive thing. Seer told Lin to try to absorb the jasper energy as soon as possible. As soon as the guy picked up the jasper, a system window appeared in front of him, saying that a rank spiritual jasper had been discovered. The system asked the guy whether to absorb the energy from the stone. Lin answered positively. The guy sat down on the sofa and began to absorb energy. The younger sister watched this with surprise, because only great masters can directly absorb energy, and her older brother was doing it right now in front of her eyes. The ferret who was watching this thought about who the elder sister Lin Kuei was, who gave him a high-rank spiritual jasper just like that. Looking at her brother, Seer thought that he really became stronger and even changed a little. Now he's like a different person. The ferret also thought about the fact that there are only demons in the Lin family. A system window appeared in front of Kuei that the energy was absorbed and the additional skill Absolute Protection was unlocked. Lin let out a sigh of relief and said that he did not think that the absorption would take so long. Although Lin will not receive a new attribute of the ability Kaiyu, but he has a good ability. Now Lin can completely cover his body with energy and turn it into a protective layer, Absolute Protection. The guy thought that with his S-rank body and a new ability, he could stand alone against a warrior with a rank higher than C. The gift of his sister helped the guy a lot. The younger sister congratulated her brother, and he patted her on the head. Lin Kuei said that it was all thanks to the help of his elder sister and he would do everything not to let her down. The guy thought that he still needed to take care of Seer, because he couldn't let anything happen to her. Hong Yi, who was watching all this, thought that seeing how her darling was developing rapidly, she simply could not take offense at him and decided that she would forgive the guy this time. The next day, Lin was sitting in class at the academy. Teacher Tang announced that the theory was over for today, and the lesson was over. Lin immediately ran up to her and informed her that he wanted to take part in the autumn test. The teacher was surprised that the guy already knows about the test. She said that even if the guy didn't have the desire, she would still put his name on the list of candidates. Teacher Tang said that if Lin Kuei has time, they can do emergency training, because he has a special position. The guy agreed. Suddenly, Zhang Qian and another disciple Tang came up to Lin and said that together, they would be able to give their all for the test. Suddenly one of the girls got up from her seat and shouted at Lin, ordering him to get out of the classroom. The guy noticed that Mo Qingcheng was standing next to her, and the second girl was with her at the spring. Lin Kuei assumed that they had come to take revenge on him. Lin also thought that Mo Qingcheng is quite a beauty and it is not surprising that Mo Ziu has a little sister complex. Lin shouted that the girls had made a mistake and his name was Zhang Qian, but that guy was Lin Kuei. Zhang Qian didn't understand why Lin was giving him such a dirty trick. The girl snorted and said she remembered Lin's face. She took out a lasso and threw it towards the guy shouting die. Lin Kuei has established his absolute protection. The lasso touched the shield and fell. The girl was surprised, because she put 90% of her strength into the attack, and there was not a scratch on Lina. Lin Kuei started shouting obscene things out loud to further anger the girl who attacked him. The girl said that she would still remember it to Lin. Suddenly Su Tang intervened in the dispute and stopped Tan Yu, saying that she was already overreacting. Lin Kuei was very surprised that the girl intervened. Su Tang said that although Lin Kuei was begging for punches again, he was still part of their group and she wouldn't let him be bullied just like that. To this, the girl replied that such a little thing as Su Tan could not do anything to her. Everyone standing in the audience was surprised by the fight between the two girls. No one understood why they were so much at odds. While one girl was throwing another through the window, and the second was trying to drive her into the wall. At this time, Mo Qingcheng stood and thought about how her friend was unrestrained, because they came to the audience for Lin Kuei, and she started fighting with Su Tang. Zhang Qian told Lin that the girl is sworn enemies since the first year and the girls just can't stand each other. Su Tan hates it when someone breaks into her class and causes problems, so she got in. Lin heard all this and started supporting Su Tang like a cheerleader at a football match. Zhang Qian watched this with shame and did not understand how Lin Kuei even lived to see this day. The fight between the two girls continued while Lin Kuei supported Su Tang. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared between the girls. It was a guy in a black robe, and there was a black aura hovering around him. He laughed and called Su Tang and Tianyu kids who are having fun and said that uncle wants to join. Lin Kuei stopped and asked in surprise about who it was. Hong Yi asked her husband to be careful, as she felt that he was a man in a robe blowing a demonic aura. Both girls indignantly asked the guy about who he was. He shouted in response that he was a ghost in the dark and murder was his only abode. At the same time, the man was laughing and it all looked like he had gone crazy. Suddenly Mo Qingcheng asked the guy if he was from the afterlife abyss. It was the first time Lin Kuei had heard this name. Zhang Qian quickly realized that this was the strongest demonic force and he needed to find teacher Tang Ding as soon as possible. The man in the robe came very close to Mo Qingcheng and said that her guesses were correct and he was from the abyss beyond the grave. The man was also surprised by the girl's good awareness, given the fact that she is from the Mo family. All three girls noted with horror how fast the man was moving. Suddenly, he released something resembling a purple tentacle from his hand. It wrapped around Mo Qingcheng so that the girl could not move. The robed guy laughed and said that today his target is Mo Qingcheng, since the Mo family's blood power is too attractive. Suddenly, Tianyu jumped on the man from behind, shouting for him to take his hands off Qingcheng. The girl shouted that he would only take Mo Qingcheng over her dead body. From the attack, the man loosened his grip and Qingcheng fell to the ground. The man was surprised that Tianyu managed to hurt him. He said that the girl was not bad and ordered her to follow him so that she would now be his servant. The girl was very angry with these words. Lin Kuei suddenly jumped into the conversation. He raised his hand when he was in class and said that he had a question. What is the afterlife abyss? The three girls stood in disbelief, while the man in the robe was angered by this question. He called Lin Kuei an ignoramus, reproaching him for not knowing such simple things. Su Tan approached the guy and explained that the Afterlife Abyss is a powerful demonic organization. Some of its members are fallen human beings. Most of them are people who are ready to help demons for the sake of strength. They have no predisposition to awakening. They sell their soul for the opportunity to take revenge on this world. Simply put, the Afterlife Abyss is a place of garbage collection, a rabble that is incapable of anything from birth. Lin Kuei nodded to indicate that he now understood what was being said and where this strange man had come from. Lin said that now he understands why this man is so wrapped from head to toe, because he must stink terribly. The girls were outraged that Lin had gone back to his old ways. He did nothing to help, but only humiliated the opponent and angered him even more. The man shouted that Lin Kuei was a good fellow, because he managed to get him out of himself and now the guys cannot even think about escaping. The guy used a formation attack. Several black rays flew away from him in different directions, similar to the tentacle with which he grabbed Mo Qingcheng earlier. All the students started looking at the sky, not understanding what was happening. Everything turned purple. The man in the robe shouted, "Snake Den." After that, all the purple rays flew towards the girls and Lin Kuei. The guy indignantly asked why he was being attacked, because he was just passing by. Su Tan replied to him that he had called and humiliated a man. The man in the robe shouted that his snakes were everywhere and now his opponents would dance until they fell from powerlessness. Lin Kuei called the Department of Superpowers and said that they had some kind of psycho here who talks to snakes, but there was no connection and he never got through. The man in the robe realized that his opponents did not expect such a turn. But in fact everything was going according to his plan. In his formation, they were not just locked up, but also cut off from the outside world. Lin Kuei started shooting a video with the words that today's highlight of the program is a psycho who strangles a boa constrictor. The man in the robe was very angry at such antics on the part of the guy. Lin laughed to himself and thought that the man wanted to exhaust them and now they will look. Who's who? Su Tang asked Lin out loud and with annoyance about why he was taking the man out. Suddenly a system window appeared. The first choice gave 8 additional dexterity points and for him it was necessary to throw everyone and run away alone for help. For the second choice, it was necessary to betray the Kanglin Academy and join the forces of the Afterlife Abyss. As a reward for this, 1 pill of life was given, a medicinal remedy that removes any negative effect. And finally, the third choice gave 8 fragments of the ability, and for this it was necessary to lend a helping hand to the girls and fight with a member of the Afterlife Abyss. Lin Kuei was glad that the system, as always, gave him a choice in time. However, Lin was upset that he would be able to make only one choice, because according to him, he could easily complete all 3 tasks, but only one reward is given. Lin decided that the pill of life was the best option right now. The man in the robe grabbed Mo Qingcheng's leg with his tentacle and fell like that. Tian Yu asked her friend if she was alright, but before Mo could answer anything, a man in a robe shouted that she was his now and began to pull the girl to him. Suddenly, Su Tan appeared between her friends and the man in the robe. She stopped the attack and shouted that he would not be able to take any of the Kanglan students. The man in the robe asked about who would stop him. A girl in short shorts. He said this alluding to Su Tang. Suddenly, Lin Kuei appeared behind the man's back. He praised the Snake Master for his good statements. The man in the robe looked at the guy in disbelief. The girls were surprised by such an outburst on the part of Lin. They were even outraged by the way he called the man. Lin approached the man in the robe even closer, bowed and offered his many apologies. He called the man a respected master and said that his words were rude and hoped that the man would forgive him. The man in the robe was surprised. Lin Kuei bowed even deeper and said that in his eyes, the Kanglan Academy is a dump. The Afterlife Abyss is much cooler, so there is only one option left. Lin Kuei promised to serve the man in the mantle faithfully. The guy said that every effort would be made on his part for the well-being of the organization. The girls looked at Lin with chagrin and anger. The man in the robe laughed and said that the one who understands the situation is wise. The man patted Lin Kuei on the shoulder and said that since he was now a dog of the Afterlife Abyss, then let him bring Mo Qingcheng to him. Lin said he would do it without any problems and he could rely on the guy. At that moment, a system window appeared that the task was completed and 1 life pill as a reward had already been added to the inventory. But suddenly Lin Kuei announced that he had one requirement. A man in a robe asked about what kind of requirement it was. In response, Lin Kuei used his flaming fist punch and attacked the robed man right in the stomach. At the same time, Lin Kuei shouted that he needed this man's death. The man in the robe flew away from the impact for a very long distance. The girls watching all this were extremely surprised by what was happening. Lin said that everything is so bad at the Afterlife Abyss that even a dog does not want to join them. Mo Qingcheng realized that Lin Kuei was pretending in order to strike a sudden blow. Lin said that guys like him had nothing to do with villains and he would only join the Night Watch. Such words aroused admiration in Su Tang. The man in the robe angrily told Lin that he had done so in vain and pointed one of his tentacles at him from behind. Hong Yi shouted to her husband to be careful and warned about the attack from behind. The guy managed to dodge and realized that it was only thanks to his wife that he remained unharmed. The guy also noticed that the member of the Afterlife Abyss is quite strong, because even after Lin Kuei's fiery fist, this man was still safe and sound. The man shouted that if Lin could hide from his blow, then he could consider that he was still capable of something. Otherwise, Lin was finished. The man used the dark snake absorption attack and a huge black snake burst out of his palm. He flew towards Lin Kuei and was ready to bite the guy. But Lin used absolute protection in time and the snake's fangs crumbled on the dome of Lin's protective aura. The man in the robe was very surprised at this turn and watched Lin tear the snake apart with his hands. In response, the man shouted that he was about to make his murderous move. At that moment, Zhang Qian came running with Teacher Tang and her other students. Lin Kuei was very happy about the appearance of his friend and realized that he had run away to bring help. Teacher Tang asked about who was going to show the murderous movement here and said that she was looking forward to it. The man in the robe shouted that his formation could not be destroyed and asked the teacher about how they managed to enter. Teacher Tang replied that she played with such formations when the man was still walking under the table. The man laughed again and said that it didn't matter how they got here, because no one could resist his deadly movement, and began his snake attack. The snake opened its mouth and ate Teacher Tang with one bite. A member of the Afterlife Abyss laughed and said that the righteous warriors turned out to be just a herd of garbage. Suddenly, the snake's mouth exploded and Teacher Tang Lin came out of it. The man was surprised at what the woman had done to his snake. He asked how Teacher Tang did it, because there wasn't even a scratch left on her. The teacher used Zhu Yan's summoning technique and a beast appeared next to her. He began to spew flames from the underworld from his mouth. This fire burned the enemy and he fell to the ground without strength. Lin Kuei approached the teacher and said that her summoned animal looked like a cute monkey. At that moment, the animal slapped Lin and he said that it must be a female, because the animal is very angry. Zhang Qian told his friend that he was lucky that Zhu Yan didn't fry him. Summoned by the teacher, a mythical ancient beast using flame expands Tang Lin's capabilities and grants her fiery abilities. The teacher tied up a man in a robe and began to torture him with questions about who he was and how he ended up at the academy. The man shouted that he would rather die than tell anything. After that, Lin Kuei and teacher Tang took the whips and began to unwind the man. Everyone watching this called them the demon duo. The man shouted that he would tell everything and began to talk about the main task of the afterlife abyss, but before he could finish, some girl appeared, stabbed her hand into his chest, which killed him. All the students and Tang Lin were very surprised. The girl had dark purple hair and horns that looked like sheep. Lin Kuei asked about who she was and noted that she had a very strong demonic aura. Teacher Tang immediately realized that she was facing the number 1 of the afterlife abyss, Onizzi. The girl could not understand where this she-devil came from, but the demoness told the teacher and her students not to strain, because today she came only to kill Lin Kuei. All the students were surprised at the speed with which the girl flew up to Lin and grabbed him by the shoulders. The demoness grabbed the guy by the hood and began to drag him along. Lin shouted for them to take Mo Qingcheng away. No one managed to grab Lin Kuei in time and he was sucked into the portal along with the demoness. The last thing Lin Kuei managed to shout was why he was always extreme in any situation. Teacher Tang Lin told all the students to run after the demoness and Lin Kuei. The she-devil and Lin Kuei ended up on some mountain and the demoness threw the guy to the ground. He screamed for help. The girl replied that Lin could shout louder because they were alone on the mountain and no one would hear them anyway. Lin Kuei stood up, rubbed the bruised place and was surprised that he was dragged up the mountain. Lin Kuei wanted to hit the demoness with his flaming fists, but nothing happened. It's as if all the energy has disappeared in this place and there is nothing. Lin Kuei was very surprised and did not understand why this happened. The demoness laughed and said that the guy could not resist, because she had already sealed his soul and spiritual world. Lin yelled, asking the demoness what she was going to do with him. He started joking that he wasn't selling his body and asked if Mo Qingcheng wasn't the target of the afterlife abyss. The demoness came up to Lin in a tight and said that initially it was so, but the girl was secretly watching everything that was happening and Lin Kuei with his ability Kaiyu turned out to be a more valuable test subject than that girl. Lin Kuei was horrified when he heard the word test subject. Mentally, the guy thought about how the demoness found out about Kaiyu. At that moment in the spiritual world, Hongyi was all in chains and could not get out and help her husband in any way, since the woman was able to seal Lin's spiritual world. Hongyi just hoped that her husband was fine. Lin Kuei thought about how this woman was able to figure out his potential. For everyone, Lin is an ordinary person, because his ability to Kai USSS rank has not yet been fully revealed. The demoness said that if Lin Kuei was obedient and accepted the demonic blood, she would not only do nothing to Lin, but also reward him. At that moment, a system window appeared in front of Lin. For the first choice, 15 additional points to strength were given and for this it was necessary to refuse, because the blood was definitely poisoned. For the second choice, 5 fragments of the ability were given and for them it was necessary to meekly accept the conditions and be an obedient boy. And finally, for the third choice, 10 additional dexterity points were given, and for him it was necessary to stall for time and find an opportunity to escape. Lin Kuei decided that 15 points to strength is a lot and therefore decided to choose the first option. Lin said he'd rather throw himself down than drink this thing. After he said these words, a system window appeared that he would receive 15 points of strength. The demoness said that in this case, she can only cripple him first, and then feed him with blood anyway. Anyway, Lin is just a test subject. After that, Lin Kuei fell to his knees and said that he would voluntarily drink blood. The girl said that since the guy is so good, she will give him an additional reward. The demoness kissed him and threw the kiss past the crystal with blood. Hongyi, who saw this, was furious but could not do anything. Lin Kuei realized that he didn't feel any changes. At that moment, Teacher Tang appeared and the demoness escaped. Zhang Qian attacked his friend with questions about whether he was okay and whether he needed to be examined. The guy convinced everyone that he was fine. Teacher Tang decided not to continue chasing the demoness, because it is not known what she is really capable of. Returning home, the guy handed his sister a large bag of goodies. The sister asked Lin if he would eat, to which the brother replied that he was tired today and wanted to rest. As soon as Lin was in his room, he fell to the floor, because his whole body hurt and burned because of the blood. Hongyi appeared next to her and started asking her husband if he was okay. The guy said he needed to take medicine, but his spirit has weakened and he can't get the item out of the system. The wife said that apparently the demoness gave Lin Kuei a potential catalyst to cultivate his strength, But now the guy's body is not ready for this. It remains only to merge yin and yang, male and female energy, distributing the load on two. Hong-yi undressed and asked Lin to be gentle with her. In the morning, our hero woke up rested and full of strength, looking at his wife lying next to him. He realized that everything was like in a dream. There was only a spiritual experience, no tactile sensations. Apparently the living and the dead really have different paths. Stroking the girl on the head and dressing as a young man, I thought that Hong-yi was very tired and I could still sleep. Getting out of bed and getting dressed, the young man thought that he had to go and looking at his sleeping Hong-yi. He also thought that in the future he needed to find a way to restore her material body. Leaving the room, he met with Seer, who asked if her brother had woken up. The girl was standing with a spoon and a plate saying that today's breakfast was thick rice porridge with salted lean meat and canned eggs. Yummy, and saying that the guy would ask for more supplements. The young man, of course, praised her saying what a smart girl she was. Approaching the table and taking the plate from the girl's hands, he began to eat and thought that every time she got better and better at this moment. The little sister was watching him closely. The bear standing next to him thought that it seemed to him that it was poison. Looking at the plate, he thought to himself. While our hero was eating porridge, his sister grabbed his arm and said that she would have heard some strange sounds from his room at night, as if the young man was fighting with someone. At that moment our hero spat out all his porridge from his mouth, because he did not expect to hear this at all. And wiping his mouth after himself, I was completely shocked by what my sister said. So I decided to ask again if she really heard this and said that it must have seemed to the girl after all. Then the sister began to ask her brother to tell her the truth, saying that a girl was hiding in his room. Of course, the young man pretended that it was not so, but thought to himself that his sister was pretty strong and jokes with her were bad. The girl at that moment, she clung to his hand and talked about what she had pecked, what she had heard, and let the lightning kill the yellow one if she was lying. About the yellow one she meant the bear, who had been listening to them next to the table all this time. At that moment, our hero ran out of the house like a bullet, saying that it was time for him to go to class and saying goodbye to his sister. He said that they would see each other in the evening. His sister looked after him thinking that she hoped that he was not deceiving her, and the bear standing next to her gloated. He thought that Lin Kuei wouldn't be able to hide it for long, so he wanted to see how long he could still hide his demonic wife. The guy came to the audience and, catching his breath, thought that he was screwed if this continued. Sooner or later his sister would find out about him and his wife Hong-yi. At that moment, his friends came out of the audience, greeting our hero and saying that they were just looking for him. The young man, of course, rubbing his head with embarrassment, also greeted his friends. A friend of the young man told his brother that demonic energy was boiling in the area of his house last night. And he also saw a silhouette of a girl in the window of the room, and friends asked if he was with that demonstration by chance. Then our hero pretended that he was pure and innocent and did not understand at all what his friend was talking about. To himself, the young man cursed everything and thought that they were really so loud that even from the street they could be heard, thinking about himself and about his wife. The next moment, a friend of our hero, showing him on the phone, asked if he thought that these were unfounded rumors. There was a person in the academy community who passed by Lin Kuei's house last night, and he heard these indescribable sounds, and now everyone is discussing it. They said that our hero would not even miss a demonic skirt after seeing that what was shown by a friend on the phone. Our hero was completely shocked that everyone heard what was happening and couldn't understand about himself if it was true. Throwing a phone at his friend, hitting him right in the face, the young man said that he was still clean and it was just rumors spreading. Everyone who walked around him and addressing the fat man. The young man said that he did the same. The girls who watched our heroes fight said that from men there were only problems. It was 2 students who also left the classroom after our friends. When everyone entered the classroom, the guys continued to fight, and then the teacher came in, saying that everyone should sit down in their seats, because the lesson was about to begin, and standing up to the blackboard, she said that only half a month remained before the autumn test. Our hero, having heard this information, thought that it was very little, and the teacher continued to say that she had already recorded all the places, handing out leaflets and told the heroes that the boys and girls would be 5 in one team. Our hero understood that everything had already been prepared. The teacher said that there was little time left, so you need to train harder, and the content of their training was written in the sheet, so you had to carefully read them. The sheets that she gave them earlier were just the same sheets on which it was written about the content of their training. And Lin, looking at his plan, began to read what was written there. In Tang Lin's caring plan, it was written that the young man had 3 points. First, walking on a tightrope at a height. The second, dream is in a connected state, and the third, a one-on-one fight. After looking at this, the hero was completely surprised. Did they really have to go through this? The teacher, looking at the reaction of the students, said that everyone would need to gather on the mountain. They had not to waste a minute. Then the whole team was completely surprised by her reaction, because they absolutely did not expect that the tests would begin right now. The teacher, standing with her whip right on the mountain, told the guys to push up. They had to do another 1,000 push-ups. At this moment, our hero, along with his friends, thought that compared to this workout, the last one was a real rest. At this moment, all the guys were doing push-ups, and the girls were dragging huge boulders to which the ropes are tied, saying that they were girls, why they needed to do this. The training was terrible, and our heroes, after the girls dragged boulders, fled from these very boulders that rolled down behind them, engulfed in fire, while the girls trained their strength and endurance by boxing with gloves against our hero and the rest of the boys. At that moment, a happy teacher watched the fighters train. After exhausting training, everyone was exhausted and lay on the ground completely exhausted, and the teacher standing over them asked if it was all. How could it be? The sun was still high, so everyone had to get up and train. Someone raising his hand shouted to be saved, because the training was completely unreal and no one had any strength left. Half a month later, the autumn test came up, and our heroes, completely exhausted, came to take it. All 5 were beside themselves, and our main character was talking about the fat man walking faster, to which his friend replied that it was his maximum speed, and the girl who was walking from the side said that the guys talked less. Everyone had absolutely no strength, and looking at them, all the other students thought that the team came straight out of hell, just like a group of walking dead. The guys, trying to reach their destination with tears in their eyes, thought that who would have thought of them that they would live to see this day, remembering their terrible training that the teacher gave them. Because these half a month passed like half a year, they were forcibly kept in training without the right to return home. It was like torturing agony. At that moment, a teacher appeared saying that today was the first day of the autumn festival, and everyone needed to look at themselves and quickly gather their courage. Then one of the girls, addressing the teacher, asked if she really called their squad in Baselard. A friend standing next to the girl asked that besides, the teacher really wanted to their commander was Lin. Smiling, she said that they were already registered under this name, so it was too late to regret anything. And regarding the fact that the commander of the Lin squad, she thought, although the young man was careless, but at a critical moment he could take control of the situation. He was able to lead the team to a better result and to win and get the main prize at that moment. Everyone was looking at our hero, who was chatting and smiling. Now everyone understood why the teacher chose him. The autumn competition began and announced that it was considered open and had to announce the teams that participate in the autumn test, as well as their commanders. The man standing spoke about it in front of all the students, holding his piece of paper in his hand. Everyone understood that it had finally begun and waited with expectation to see what the man would say. Then he began his speech. The Berserkers squad, Commander Qin Feng, the young man who was their leader, thought that they were always in the first place. Then our hero realized that the guy was as arrogant as he was. The next squad was Flywheel, and the commander was Yang Zio. The young man said that he would lead his guys into battle. Then our hero thought that these were just words. The next squad was Sinisheng. The commander was Mo Qingcheng, and the girl said that they would try. Then our hero rated cool, saying that Mo Qingcheng was actually cool. The next squad was Hubby, Commander Chu Lai, who said that it was better not to stand for everyone else was in their way. Our hero at this moment, spitting water out of his mouth, thought that Uncle Chu Lai had not accidentally made the wrong place. Was he also a student of their academy? This surprised our hero very much. The next squad was Divine Quet, Commander Lu Feng. The guys all had red armbands. The young man thought that he would follow in the footsteps of brother Lin and lead his guys to victory. Seeing this, Lin wondered if it was the same Lu he had beaten up recently. So they continued to call the squads that were also in the competition Fire Arrows and Victory, the squad You Say Everything Right, and the rest. And finally came to our hero, Commander Lin Quet, and the squad Baselard. Then the young man said that with him the team would show a miracle and take first place. Everyone, listening attentively about the Baselard team, thought about how they dared to take this name. It was the strongest squad in history. Were the guys worthy of it? It was sheer arrogance. Did our hero really want to inherit the glory of his father? All looking at our heroes discussed the name of their team. The girl standing on the sidelines thought that Lin could become a commander. It was simply impossible. Was it really the same guy she knew? But now he was not achievable even for her. Everyone drove the guy away, and she thought that this little guy, for some merit he was put in command. Since Grandpa doesn't want to help, he will kill him himself. Looking at the young man, Yan was angry. Addressing Lin, the young man said that he was a buffoon and he was unworthy of the name of the Baselard team. Yang was against it. Our hero saw this and realized that everyone else also began to be indignant, saying that the young man did not deserve it and told him to get out of here, because Yang Xiao was talking. Yang I'm all about he thought about the fact that so many people supported him. He wanted to see Lin leave here. Lin, standing in front of his team, listening to all this, heard how they turned to him. He thought to himself that since Yang Xiao repeatedly put sticks in his wheels by speaking out against the Baselard squad, he crossed all boundaries. At this moment our hero was looking directly at the screen in front of him, where they offered to make their choice. There were 3 options to choose from. The first option sounded like objecting to Yang Xiao and proving his determination, a reward +5 to strength. The second option is to ignore Yang Xiao and change the subject. The reward is +5 to dexterity. Option number 3, to invoke the guy's rightness and his inconsistency, a reward +5 to the soul. The young man understood that even without the system, he would have chosen the first option. Then our hero decided to answer Yao, saying that his father was the commander of the Baselard detachment. He fought against demons for a peaceful sky, for humanity until his last breath, and he did not brag about his greatness at all, but wanted to say something. Only thanks to people like his father, silently fighting against demons, all the others they could enjoy the peaceful sky above their heads. At that moment, everyone was looking at the young man, listening to his speech, and our hero continued to say that he would continue the work of the Baselard detachment, and would go to the end. For himself and for his people, despite the hardships, the world would find out that Lin is not one of those who thinks of himself as a hero, basking in the rays of someone else's glory. Our hero thought that he could not understand in any way that his speech would be so inspiring. Now he was thinking to himself whether everyone realized how beautiful he was. Then the team supported him, saying that there was nothing to be surprised about, because it was their bro Lin and Divine Que who supported a young man. And it was well said. Everyone supported the guy, because it was Divine Que and said everything right. He was number 1. Then our hero was scared and said that the guys would go away from him, because he was not for boys. Then the guys turned to everyone else in the hall, asking who was now throwing mud and Divine Que. And there were Lee doesn't know at all how diligent the guy was, because in his opinion only Lin he deserves the honor of being the leader of the Baselard squad. Seeing that the teams were supporting him, our hero thought about whether they were really serious now, because it couldn't be. His main fan club consists of rich guys. He couldn't imagine it in any way. The girls stood nearby and said that even though Lin constantly behaves like a fool, well, at least he was open, honest, and noble. And the girl turned to King Cheng asking what this one would say, to which she replied that it was so. The classmate was really a good person. Everyone also thought so and they rejoiced, congratulating the guy on this beautiful speech. Only Yao was dissatisfied with how so many people could support the young man when everyone started shouting, the girls, that they love him. One girl stood aside thinking that she was really mistaken about him, because at that time Lin was completely worthless. But now she is ready to sink through the ground, because now her heart was trembling from the sight of him. Our hero, standing on the stage, was insanely pleased. I thank everyone for their support. Then everyone chanted his name and shouted that the guy was Divine Que. The rest of the teams thought that the guy was not bad. He was clearly with a character. If in the future the opportunity presented itself, it would definitely be necessary to fight with him at this moment. The teacher who was standing nearby thought that handing over control to Lin Que of the Baselard squad was still a great idea. The teacher recalled the commander, saying that his son had become an outstanding man. He must have seen him from heaven now and was very proud of him. Hui continued to stand on the stage. Everyone applauded him, and Yao thought that this guy had to pay for everything and asked everyone to disperse and not interfere with him. Then someone pushed him in the crowd, saying that everyone wanted to get the autograph of the Divine Que, and the young man was trampled. He realized that he was no one is interested and has remained lying right on the ground. All the girls ran up to our hero, confessing their love to him, saying what a handsome young man he was. His team stood aside in no way expecting such a reaction from everyone who was in the neighborhood. The guy told the guys not to crowd, because if they wanted to get an autograph, then they had to take turns. His team thought that the guy was crazy, trying to get up from the ground. His opponent Yao thought about what Lin Que would definitely get from him, because the autumn tests would be his last, because it was not far off and their battle was also not far off, as Yao thought. who was annoyed by the whole situation. Red Demon Territory entrance. Everyone was invited to the autumn test. The battle arena of the Red Demon Territory was about to open, so the students had to get ready. There were a lot of people around and there was an arena in front of them that was about to open. It was guarded by security, and reporters were invited to film it all on camera. Our team of 5 heroes looked at how it all happened, because it was all so lively and everyone was very excited. Someone joked that the young man had to tilt his head, otherwise he would get it now. But then there were jokes about the fact that if the young man tilted it, then it would cease to be a Lin Kuei. Walking ahead, our hero thought that from the joint organization of the tests of the Kanglin Academy and the Night Watch, less was not expected. How many cameras? Everything was at the highest level. Then his friend said that this was the first joint event of the 2 most influential forces and special attention was paid to it. They reached some sales. Our hero asked what was going on here, pointing his finger at it with his finger. Then his friend told him that many lay out goods to earn extra money before the start of the tests. This is the tradition of their academy. Students are allowed to trade with each other if they are lucky. You can even buy a map of the demonic territory. At this moment the sellers shouted that everyone should come choose and not miss the full collection of piquant photos of Mo Chang for only 699. Another was shouting about autographed pictures of the 4 main beauties of the academy. Everyone had never dreamed of this. The sellers were urging everyone to buy products that they had found from somewhere. Our hero looked at all this and thought that there were only photos here and the participants of the autumn test gathered here. Who would buy such a thing at all? To which a friend said that of course it was so. Then the next moment our hero immediately jumped up to the seller, saying that he was sold exactly those photos he was pointing at. The seller, packing the photos, said that it was a good choice, and our hero said that in order to save the reputation of a classmate, he had to buy all the photos. To which his friend, walking behind, said that if they were friends with him, then he had to give him one collection in a brotherly way. Carrying in his hands all the photos that were there, the young man thought to himself that he would get a tidy sum from this. Now it remains to find someone to resell. Then he saw another person. The man was sitting next to him, talking about the photos of the beautiful and divine Mozu from Hubby. The limited series had to be approached and disassembled. Then our hero realized that this was Uncle Chu Lai and asked what winds brought him here. His friend, greeting the former head, bowed to him. Then seeing fatty Uncle Chu Lai also greeted him. Behind Uncle Chu Lai there was a girl who was very shy and addressing Lin Kuei and looked at him from the likeness. Then our hero asked Sister Keek how she was doing. The girl replied confusedly that it was all good, and thought to herself that why was he so shy as soon as she saw the guy, because she herself wanted to talk to him. The young man approached his uncle and asked him what he was doing here at his age among the students, to which his uncle replied that although he looked a little older than his years, he was still studying at the Kanglin Academy, which is why he was here, and answered with a smile. To which our hero said that he was even too lazy to be sarcastic, and then something caught his attention. He squatted down and looked at what the uncle was selling. Then the uncle explained to our hero that it was a map of the territory of the Red Demon. The uncle accidentally found it when he was doing tasks. Looking at the map, the young man realized that it was really a good thing. It is not so easy to get such a detailed map, on which all the dangerous places and warnings are marked, our hero thought, looking at the map that was in front of him. At the same time, the uncle said that he was a former member of the Hubby Squad, considering not strangers. If the young man liked her, then the uncle would give her a 10% discount, he told our hero. At that moment the guys started talking to each other and the uncle did not understand what they were up to. Then they grabbed the scroll and ran as fast as they could, saying that they would borrow it from their uncle. Lin Kuei said that he would study it and immediately return it. To which the uncle reported that the guy was unscrupulous and asked to return his card to him. How could he be so unscrupulous? Then the girl asked the head to calm down because he had known the young man for several days. The uncle said that it was nothing terrible. The young man stole only the wrong copy, and he had the original here, taking it out of his bosom. The uncle said, to which the girl was very surprised, because she did not expect that the grandfather was selling fakes. And our hero was happy and grabbed this card along with his friends, ran to the place where the rest of the team was waiting for him, saying that it was good that he was running fast and all the guys were trying to catch their breath, because it was a joint robbery and everyone was gradually imbued with joy from dishonesty. The girls from their team looked at them attentively and did not understand at all what was happening here. At that moment the senior examiner of the autumn games greeted all the students, saying that the rules of the competition would be announced now, and everyone understood that it had finally started. Cameras will record the entire process of passing the tests. Points will be awarded for hunting spirits, teamwork, emergency response, and other criteria. In the final, the organizers will create a rating based on the points received, the senior examiner explained, standing in front of everyone and talking about the rules. Everyone, looking at him, understood that everything was almost the same as with entering the academy, and Lin was simply obliged to take the first place. The young man thought to himself, but then something caught his attention. The territory of the Red Demon is about to open. It was necessary to enter the portal with their detachments. Everything was explained and it was announced ahead. Security guards were standing near the portal, who had to let each team in separately, and then all the other guys shouted that it was necessary to clean up the demonic territory. And our heroes stood motionless. The young man thought that there were a lot of portals, and there should be, and these portals led to different places. Then his partner said that it was necessary to stop talking, and it was necessary to choose one and go. Then our hero chose the one that was next to him, and they moved in this direction, entering all together in the portal, getting into the territory of the Red Demon. Entering the portal, the young man opened the map, saying that everyone should not worry, because they asked to let their commander see where they were. Then the girls realized that the stolen map by the guys really turned out to be useful. Then the young man said that they were finished, because they were near the most dangerous zone on the territory, the Red Demon. At that moment, they all realized that it was very hard for them. A friend, addressing the unscrupulous Lin, said that his luck turned away from the young man and he started their trap, so now he was the end of everything. To which the girls replied that they knew that everything would end like this. Turning to everyone, the guy told them to stop. He had a plan and everyone listened attentively to what the young man's plan was. At that moment, all the examiners, including the teacher, were watching them through computers and thought that this squad was not bad, because they were actively exploring the territory. The teacher was talking about that they happened all her expectations. While everyone was sitting and peacefully enjoying what was happening on the screens, a security guard knocked on the office and said that trouble had happened because a student with his squad stole an SUV with cameras. Then the invited examiner asked if there were such students in their academy, and one of the examiners said that he believed it was a fan of his, the younger brother. Apparently imitates Lin, and everyone considers him the king of demons in their academy. Then the teacher, looking at the screens, thought that apparently this is Lin, who took this car. Our hero was driving right in the car, saying a mouthpiece that everyone would not miss a unique offer, because they were going on a tour of the territory of demons. The starting price was 5,000 spiritual stones, and they said that everyone should go with them. The girls who were in the team thought that Lin was completely unscrupulous, and really I didn't think about my reputation. The examiners looked at all this with completely stony faces, to which the girl, one of the examiners, said that she no longer had a younger brother, and everyone else thought about how interesting Lin turned out to be. Our heroes arrived by car, which had previously filmed the whole process, and then one of the girls asked if they had not lost their way and where they had gone. Then the young man shouted to Hu Feng, who was driving, where he was going. Did he not know the road? Because judging by the map, they should have already reached the center of the territory of the Red Dragon. To which the young man replied that he had GPS built into the map, from where there was such confidence. Then a friend told Kwe to look at what was ahead, and ahead of them was a ruined village that they had stumbled upon. After getting out of the car, our hero could not even think that there would be a village here. Did spirits live here? And suddenly his wife appeared, saying that of course there are such dwellings in demonic regions, so the young man had to be careful calling him cute. The girl said, to which the young man tried to convey to her, so that she would not worry about him. Then they were distracted and the guy was called by his friend, saying that he should pay attention to what was right in front of them. Coming closer to his friends who were not far from our hero, and then the young man saw that there were bodies lying in front of them, and these were people abducted by demons who were tied up and were still alive. One of the team members said that the demons kept people like cattle and they wouldn't get away with it. The girl was madly angry that the demons tied people up and abandoned them. Then our hero asked to untie the people, while he examined the surroundings and went in the other direction, while his whole team was next to those who suffered from the actions of demons. The team, looking at Kwe, did not understand where the guy went, because it was unexpected. The young man became so responsible, just like a real squad leader, to which the others said that the girl definitely overestimated the guy, because he definitely had something in mind. At that moment our hero, with a smile on his face, went the other way. Going to the village, the young man shouted that it was a robbery and chanted to the demons to get out soon. At that moment his wife flew after him, thinking that it would be sad if Lin did not become the king of demons. And our hero, who was walking ahead of her, noticed something. There was a supermarket red in front of him. The demon, Lin thought that these demons hadn't even shops, they must have stolen all this from people, and the young man was of course very angry. Then the wife asked the guy to be quiet and not do anything reckless. They could stumble upon a very strong opponent, to which the young man, turning around and smiling at his wife, said that she was with him, so he had nothing to be afraid of, asking his beloved to envelop him with her aura. To which the girl, upon hearing this proposal, asked if the guy really wanted to pretend to be a demon, wrapped in the aura of his wife. Knocking out the door, our hero went into the store, saying that everyone had to stay in place, because it was a robbery and they had to pull out everything of value. The demon who saw our hero was completely surprised. Then the young man, approaching the checkout, asked if he was deaf, because it was robbery. Feeling the aura of the young man, the demon thought to himself what was going on here, because where was the aura of the demon king here from? She was very strong. Looking at the young man, the demon tried to understand what he wanted from him. Our hero said that he did not have money, but he wanted to take something from this store, asking if the demon understood about it, to which he said with a smile on his face that he certainly understood everything, and turning to our hero said that this one took everything I wanted to. Taking out his package, the young man began to rake everything he saw from the shelves, thinking that it was a freebie. The guy thought about himself that it was so cool when he had a demoness wife. You can pretend to be a demon at any time. Then the girl said that you had to take more and more. Looking at the shelves and taking out another package, he saw something with the taste of a banana, wondering what even happened. Did demons use it? The young man was very surprised. At this moment the demon thought something had happened. He heard screams, and it was the boss who walked in the door. Then the demon behind the cash register, who was standing, ran up to the boss and, hugging him by the leg, shouted that the guy took everything he wanted from the shelves and offended him. The demon. Our hero saw that the boss came out and felt what a powerful aura he had. Was the boss really at the peak of the C rank? Then the wife standing behind him thought that she was telling the young man to be quiet. At that moment the boss came right up to our hero and asked what he came to rob him. Then the demon, the one standing next to the young man, now said that the young man was now not as brave as before. Lin thought to himself that it would be best to first reduce the hostile mood, determine the strength of the enemy, as soon as there was a moment to strike a sudden blow. Then throwing into the bag, the young man said that he had decided to borrow something and nothing serious. At that moment a system appeared in front of him and asked the young man to make a choice. There were 3 options to choose from. The first option is to return everything stolen and apologize for the reward plus 8,000 dexterity. The second option is to show the demon Kuzkin's mother a reward plus 8,000 to the force. And the third option is a tactical retreat, a reward plus 4,000 to dexterity. After looking at all the options, the guy realized that it was too dangerous to get involved in a fight or run. But for the first option it would be easy to earn 8,000 to dexterity. It's better to have a tit in his hands. So the young man, of course, chose the first option. Taking the demon by the hands and giving him the package, the young man asked not to be angry, because everything was here in the package, and asked to accept his apologies, giving the package to the demon. Then both demons were surprised how the guy returned everything so easily, but the task was completed by the system and the young man received plus 8,000 to dexterity. At that moment our hero whistled the package from the demons and ran out of the store. Then the demon that was at the checkout and realized that they had been fooled. Our hero was already running away with the package straight from the store, and the demons ran after him, asking him to return this package. The other 2 team members thought that they had made a good profit. Who would have known that the demon had so many valuable things? Then suddenly they saw our hero running with a package and said that he was unscrupulous, and did he not go to investigate? Why was there always trouble from him? Did he really decide to surround the demons? Seeing his friends, the young man ran up to them and said that whoever was talking about why they left the squad and went looting. All 3 were standing with a bag of looted things. At that moment a crowd of demons came at them along with pitchforks and weapons, saying that there were people here and it was necessary to grab them. Our heroes, of course, they ran away from this crowd. While they were running away, his friends asked how unscrupulous the guy was. Did he really get into some kind of trouble again? Then the young man said that they needed to stop talking and rather run away from these demons that were rushing right behind them. The guys were running and looting. At that moment the girls stood near the car and waited for our friends to come back as soon as possible, thinking that they had at least freed people and could not understand why the guys had not returned yet. At that moment, as soon as they remembered their friends, they saw young men rushing, and a crowd of angry demons was rushing after them. And while the girls were sitting near the car, our hero was shouting for them to start the engine faster, because there was no time to explain. Seeing this, of course, the girls were shocked by the new situation. In the observation room, the examiners see that they were watching our heroes again, thinking that the youth was so funny. Before demons robbed people, and now the youth on the contrary robbed demons. Looking at all this, the teacher thought that Lin was not bad, rallied the whole squad around him, to which his sister thought that she hoped that he would not do anything like that again. The teacher also said that even though Lin was shameless, but not to the extreme, the most interesting thing was yet to come. At this moment they were all watching on the screen what would happen next. The sister, covering her face with her hands from shame, thought to herself that what the young man had to go through. She simply could not believe that this devil was actually her younger brother. This madly angered the girl, and she also continued to watch what her brother would do next. A team of 5 girls also wandered around the world and thought about how evil these demons were. They were constantly robbing them. Shameless they were. Like a guy Lin Kuei, one of them said. And the second said that the demons robbed her to the skin. She was completely robbed by these demons. The girls were completely dissatisfied, to which one of them told Xiao Yu that she was too biased towards Lin Kuei, to which the girl replied, what was wrong with her? Did she really fall in love with him? Embarrassed, of course, the girl said that it was not so. At that moment, the car of our heroes was driving towards her and Lin was shouting into the megaphone again so that they would not miss the unique offer. The flag that they were carrying by car, on which was written a shop on wheels Baselard, and the young man shouted that this shop on wheels was open. They had everything their heart desires, so they had to approach and not miss. Young reported that there were no difficulties, it was just that Lin was too arrogant and he was already fed up with it. About himself, the young man thought that this guy in front of him was from a berserker. Maybe the young man would be able to help them, to which the guy said that even though he was handsome, but too shameless and Commander Qin Feng just hates this upstart, should have been nailed long ago. Hearing that the head of the berserkers hated Lin Kuei, Yang thought that heaven was on his side and the young man was finished. Yang Xiao turned to his brother, asking him to accept this E-rank spiritual jasper for help. The jasper that he had in his hands and which he held out to his brother, saying that he would find Commander Qin Feng and discuss all the details with him. Together they would deal with this Kuei and then the young man who stood opposite him from the berserker team. He said that it was not worth it, it was too valuable, and he could not accept it, but simply asked to put jasper in his sleeve. Seeing this, Yang got angry. He thought that the young man said that he did not need this award, but still pointed to the sleeve in which this very award should have been put. Then, giving it to his brother, Jan said that there was no need to be so polite and after all they were all his own. The young man, taking the award, said that it was such a pity and such a small jasper, it would not be enough to help berserkers, it would need to be paid extra. When Yang Xiao heard this, he was not angry himself, because if the young man had not been a member of the squad, they had killed him long ago. At that moment, Yang was giving the guy a bag containing 1,000 spiritual stones. Grabbing this package, the guy said that they were their own people and there was nothing to be ashamed of, so they persuaded him, and the guy accepted the package. After receiving the payment, the young man asked not to waste time and pointing with his finger where to go, said that their squad was located in that direction. The guy thought to himself that he had sent his enemies straight to the lair of demons, and Jan thought that the guy still took the reward and with his team they went straight for the young man. Walking right behind him, Yang thought that dangerous lands were already beginning here. Was it really not so? And whatever it was Qin Feng, the commander of the berserkers. He could easily set up camp in such a place. Under the mantle, our hero was hiding, who thought to himself that even though Jan wanted to deal with him with someone else's hands, but they attacked the wrong one, so he wanted to see who was who. So for the whole group ahead, our hero thought that he would not only get spiritual stones and jasper for free, but also found a way to deal with Yang Xiao. His plan was perfectly unscrupulous, so long as he did not stumble upon the real members of the squad. Then just at that moment there were members of the berserker in front of them, and seeing them in the distance, Yang Xiao asked if they were really members of the berserker. Our hero understood that he was in an awkward situation, because he did not understand why they were here, because he had just remembered about them and they were already here. At that moment Yang Xiao's team was going to approach the berserkers to approach Commander Qin Feng and talk to him. Approaching the berserkers, Yang Xiao said that it was a coincidence and wished good evening to Qin Feng, because they were just looking for him. He told the squad leader, then when he saw him, he asked who was in front of him. The young man introduced himself as Yang Xiao and explained that the academy elder Yang Guang was his grandfather and smiled and pointed at the person who should have been standing next to him. Yang Xiao said to let one of their squad introduce him. It was only thanks to him that they found them. Only he wanted to say about the young man as he was not there. Our hero thought that there was no point in breaking the comedy anymore. He is the famous divine Lin Kuei. also nicknamed as the Angel of Righteousness, and taking off his cloak, the guy showed everyone that he was exactly the one the guys wanted to impress. Seeing this, Yang Jiao was surprised, saying that the guy was the worst person in the world and asked how he could fool him and asked to return the spiritual stones and jasper to him. To which our hero, picking in his ear, said that the young man himself gave them to him. Why should he have returned them? Then the team rushed forward to our hero, saying that it was necessary to show him who was right here. Looking at the 5 weaklings, the guy thought that he alone could cope with all of them. Then someone came to Lin Kuei's defense, stopping Yang Xiao along with his team. It was the commander of the Berserkers, Qin Feng. He asked if they really decided to attack one in a group, whether they had at least a concept of honor, and using his strength, he wanted to protect the guy and attack the enemy. Yang Jiao did not understand at all what Qin Feng was up to. The young man thought to himself that the Berserker commander was really going to defend Kuei and considered it completely abnormal. Our hero, of course, was also surprised by this, prepared to defend himself as an unexpected figure came to his aid. He wanted to show off, and this bald man decided to steal his moment of glory. By bald, our hero, of course, meant Qin Feng, who was the commander of the Berserker detachments. And again, the system offered our hero to make his choice. The first option is to face Yang Xiao together with Qin Feng. The reward is +6 to strength. The second option is to offer sincere apologies to Yang Xiao, reward +2 fragments of ability. And the third option is not to waste time and escape. Despite all the options in front of him, the young man thought that if judging by the awards the system offers him to get out, is something really going to happen now? Our hero thought. While he was standing and thinking about it, Yang Xiao shouted at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng said that he adheres to the ways of justice. He has no desire to have anything to do with dishonest people and he will protect Lin Kuei. Then Yang Xiao asked if Lin Kuei was honest in his opinion. At that moment, our hero thought that the system had told him to run away, and it was not in his power to argue with her. So he chose the third option, and waving his hand to everyone, he shouted to Commander Qin Feng that he would leave Yang Xiao to him while he took a walk, and he believed in him. Qin Feng absolutely he did not expect this, and he did not think that Lin Kuei trusted him so much. So he told him not to worry, because he would cope with it. Looking at all this, one of the team shouted and Yang Xiao, calling him the commander, asking if Lin Kuei was brainwashed now, that he was ready to protect Lin Kuei no matter what. Yang Xiao, of course, was also shocked by this situation, that he was even silent and could not say anything. The system reported that the task was completed and the reward was +8 to dexterity. Our hero, getting out of the bushes, thought that he had finally escaped, and he was wondering how the trade was going with the fat man and the others. His wife appeared next to him, saying that there was a strong demon nearby. The young man realized that it was bad. Lin Kuei got out of the bushes. He saw in front of him a crowd of people who shouted that they had to run and asked him to get out of the way, because there was a whole army there. Then our hero managed to grab one of the fleeing and asked what happened, to which the guy said that he heard that someone had opened the cave with demons and brought them right to where our hero was all the others. So we had to get out, otherwise everyone would die. Then the guy realized that it was necessary to find the fat man and the rest of the team as soon as possible. Running away from that place, the young man ran straight to the rest of the heroes of the squad and asked what happened to the car, because he saw how the guys were fixing it. Then they saw Kuei and asked where he was. The guys said that the car was covered, so they had to walk, but the guy shouted that there was no time, because they were already close at that moment. There was a whole horde of demons right behind him. Seeing this sight, our heroes were completely scared, because there were a lot of them, and the girls from their team told the shameless one to go into battle. Why did he stare at these monsters? And the guys told Lin Kuei that it was necessary to fight together. The fat man was also in business, asking if they would dance with demons. After all, points were given for the demons, and there were more than enough demons here, so our hero also used his power, and together they decided to attack the demons. The girls attacked together. The guys saw that even Mo King Cheng was fighting. Then they had to try, and our hero, along with the others, went into battle using their strength. Then the young man asked the fat man. For some reason he still did not use anything, or he did not have the abilities, to which the fat man, offended, said that the young man probably joking, because he now had to show him, and showing his strength, our hero saw a pig dragon, asking why the pig dragon was so fat. After hearing this, fat man said that it was necessary to burn all the demons to hell, and as they return, he will feed the dragon a chicken. After hearing this, the dragon flew up and began to burn everything with his flame. All the demons fell under his attack. Then looking up from the ground, the young man thought that Zhang Qian's ability really frightening, Dragon Tamer. Wow, this surprised our hero very much. While he was standing watching his friend, demons also appeared behind him, and Qin Feng came up to him, who was able to repel the attack of the demons, saving our hero. And I turned to the guy. Qin Feng said that he had heard that the demons had attacked, so he came to help. So he asked the young man not to thank him, because it was his duty. Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, our hero thought that this guy wanted to be the center of attention with him. But this was not going to happen. It was necessary to show who daddy was here. Yang Xiao, watching the whole situation, thought that if it wasn't for the raiding, he wouldn't be here anymore. Qin Feng, along with our hero, went on the attack because it was just a bunch of demons and the fight was not over yet, so our hero suggested not to relax. At that moment, Yang Xiao also joined the fight, but accidentally cut our hero with his attack, taking his hands away from the young man and pretending that nothing had happened. He said that he just wanted to help, but accidentally wounded Kuei, and turning to the divine Kuei asked the young man not to blame him for this, to which our hero replied Yang Xiao that of course he did not blame him and said that it was good what he managed to do. The young man thought to himself that the guy was a bastard and decided to attack him with lime, saying that it was his gratitude. At that moment he threw a flask at Yang Xiao along with lime, which poured right into the young man's eyes. So a fight broke out between them. Yang Xiao tried to attack our hero, but he didn't see anything, so he couldn't hit him in any way. And the young man dodged very quickly and taking advantage of the moment decided to attack Yang Xiao, hitting him right in the face, because his eyes were closed and he couldn't see anything. At that moment our hero threw at Yang Xiao, talking about getting another grenade. When Yang Xiao heard the sound, he realized that it was a grenade that had just exploded in front of him, and our hero was running away from the crime scene again. Lin thought that he had already managed to stock up on useful things in the storage and now was the time to use them. So the young man used his grenade directly on Yang Xiao and ran away from the scene. The battle ended and everyone asked what kind of sound it was that everyone had just heard. Then our hero ran up to all his guys and looked at them. They asked him if it was really the guy's grenades again, to which he said that no, of course it wasn't grenades, because he didn't offend the good one's people. At this moment, a huge demon appeared, saying that the pitiful herd of demons that was in front of him, even with a few people, was not able to cope. So he ate them, talking about them dying as food, because that was what he needed. Looking at this demon, our hero thought that his aura was too strong. Was it really a B-rank demon? Our hero thought to himself that compared to that weakened biker, this one was much stronger. At that moment his wife was telling the darling that this was Yaksha, and that he was too tough for our hero, so the young man and everyone else had to run. One girl from their team thought that under the pressure of this demon, she could not even move and everyone stood rooted to the spot. Our hero thought that the pressure of the Yaksha automatically activated the ability of Caillou. He could move freely. That's just whether it's worth abandoning his comrades and running away or still become a so-called hero and fight a demon. While the whole team was sitting and looking at this terrible demon, thinking that Lin Kuei was building a hero, because he had the opportunity to move and had to run. Then Qin Feng from the Berserker team talked about everyone running, but his path of becoming a war now lies on the shoulders of our Lin Kuei. When he heard that the young man was building himself up as a hero, he said that he did not consider himself to be one, as long as it was possible to say it. He always does what he wants, and at the moment his only desire is to protect people, so now he will not run away, and will fight together with this terrible demon that was right in front of him. The demon, looking at the people in front of him, suddenly saw our hero who could move under his pressure, and the demon was very surprised by this and therefore he decided to eat him first. Talking about this young man, our hero at that moment again saw the system in front of him, which offered to make him his choice. There were 3 options to choose from. The first option is to escape. Survival is the best choice, reward plus 20 to strength. Option number 2, get down on your knees and beg for mercy, rewards plus 15 to dexterity. The third option, together with his comrades, to fight against Yaksha, the reward is a random book, a skill plus 27 and plus 10 fragments of abilities. The guy realized that there was nowhere to retreat and he chose the third option. Our hero, standing in front of the demon, shouted Yakshi that he was his opponent. Then the whole team said that Kuei was not stupid, because he could not defeat him. Everyone was surprised that the young man was carrying, because it was necessary to escape and run like never before. The defeated Yang Xiao, who was also watching the situation, thought that the guy needed to stop showing off and finally die already. At this moment, the sister next to the rest of the observers said that she ordered to deal with all the demons of the B rank before the test. How could this happen? Everyone watched on the screen that the demon of the B rank was on the battlefield. This needs to be dealt with. One of the men who was in the office with the rest of the observers did not understand how someone could miss this demon and talked about sending for help. Then the girl asked him to wait. The sister of our hero reported that he just sent someone to look after them, addressing the man and said that no one should interfere in this fight yet, because where else can the guys get combat experience, no matter how on trial, so first you need to see what they were capable of. The man obeyed his sister, and at that moment the teacher who was watching everyone said that Lin Hua, the sister of our hero, seemed to believe in the strength of her younger brother, to which the girl said that she only wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. She hoped that he would not let her down. At this moment, our hero was receiving from the demon, and the whole team that was watching them was very much concerned about this fight, namely that the young man could lose to the demon. The demon, looking at the small ant that our hero was, said that he also said that he was his opponent and asked him to stop resisting him, just to become his food. But our hero, despite the fact that he was spitting blood and that he was very ill, he was ready to fight on. While he was squatting and recovering, his wife suddenly appeared, worried about her husband, and asked if he was okay. To which the guy said not to worry, because he still had the strength to fight, but his wife said that she would take a fighting spiritual form and defeat him. But the young man asked his beloved not to do this. The guy said that the academy and the night watch were watching him. If Hong Yi was discovered, he might be killed immediately, so it was better for the girl not to show up. The wife looked sadly at her husband, who was so inspired, and said that he was fine, that he would definitely win. At this moment, the demon took out his trident, saying that the young man died, and decided to attack him directly in the forehead. And our hero went to attack him. The smoke cleared and everyone looked forward to what was right in front of them and saw how Lin Kuei was injured. The depths of the dungeon of the Red Demon territory, the huge gates that were protected, and the guys who were watching what was going on above, because the ground was even shaking. The guys talked to each other, to which one of them replied to the other saying that he didn't care about the autumn test and needed to focus on the task. The second young man answered him that they had nothing to fear from this bloody demon. Even the changing of the guard was not appointed. But then the other told him that he still needed to be more collected. He just wanted to finish as soon as possible and go back to bed with his beloved wife. But suddenly someone stopped them. The next moment, the guys were killed and a girl came out of the portal, saying that the academy assigned 2 scum to guard, how much they underestimated. The demoness thought to herself that while Yaksha was raging on the surface, the attention of the academy would definitely be focused on him. So there was no time to waste, and the girl decided that she would break the indestructible seal with a demonic stone, and the job would be done. Picking up that very demonic stone, she leaned it against the gate, thinking about what a powerful aura was in front of her, and seeing a man in chains in front of her. He asked if it was her Onitsu. The girl, looking at the demon in front of her, said that she had come to free him. Blood Demons, one of the 8 great rulers, was chained up and shouted that these little people thought they could keep him here forever. They were such fools. Breaking the chains thought that today they would see the sun and sky again. Looking at all this, the demoness thought that the demon was incredibly strong and it was breathtaking. The demon felt fresh blood, and this smell was impossible to confuse with anything. The girl pointed at the 2 she killed and said that they were B rank, so he could absorb them, and the Demon King, seeing this, thought that it was not bad food, so he immediately decided to absorb these bodies. Looking at all this, the demoness thought that they were of the same species with him, but his way of devouring people was too cruel for her. At that moment the demon was sated, the dessert was over, and it was time to enjoy the fresh air, and of course take revenge on the people. While all this was happening downstairs, our hero was fighting with Yaksha upstairs and was wounded by his huge trident, with which he chained the young man directly to a tree. The young man realized that he was very ill and had no strength left at all. Watching this, Qin Feng of the Berserker team thought that Lin was still fighting to the death, and he could not help him in any way. At that moment, his wife was shouting to Kuei and calling him, and he asked the girl to calm down, because until he finds a way to return her body, he will not give up. Grabbing the trident, he tried to take it out of his chest and thought that the life pill he had received earlier would be just right now, and decided that it was necessary to apply it. The system reported that the pill had been successfully applied and a rapid recovery was underway. The demon thought that he had dealt with our hero and thought that he would devour everyone one by one. Turning to the team that was right in front of him and grabbing his paw, saying that he would start with the blonde. But our hero stood up straight to the defense and decided to continue fighting with the demon attacking him directly in the forehead. After his attack, everyone felt that they could move. The effect of Yaksha pressure disappeared, and it was all thanks to our hero's attack. The demon was thinking that the guy was a pathetic ant. How could he not have died yet, and even hurt him? To which our hero told the guys to finish him off together. The young man thought to himself that, fortunately, he had a pill of life, and it not only removed the negative effects, but also completely restored his strength. At that moment, his wife, who was watching the fight, said that the guy really got better, even managed to defeat such a monster alone. The whole team was inspired by Lin Kuei's victory and talked about covering him up and attacking the monster. The demon thought that people were pathetic fools and would not be able to defeat him, but everyone was ready to win. Our hero, standing next to his wife, was filled with strength, and his wife said that she would help him, for which the young man thanked her. All the guys from Young Zio's squad also ran to attack, telling Mr. Young Zio that they wanted to help the young man, and Young did not understand if they were brainwashed too, because they had to run away from this battlefield. But everyone wanted to help Lin Kuei, who fought valiantly with the demon, so they attacked together with him to defeat the demon together. Through the screen, the elder and the rest of the observers watched how our hero coped with the demon, and everyone said that Lin saved his friends by killing the demon. Then the teacher said that she was not mistaken in her student, and everyone rejoiced at the guy's victory. The sister thought that Lin had grown up and achieved great success. Perhaps in the future he would become the same as his father, a C-rank warrior. At this moment she watched as everyone rushed to the young man in their arms and said that they had won. The security officer who ran and said that there was trouble, there was no connection with the guards of the dungeon of the territory of the Red Demon. The indestructible seal fell off, and he returned to the world. After hearing this terrible news, everyone was surprised, and the sister shouted that it was necessary to notify all the participants they had to immediately leave the territory of the demons, because it was very dangerous once such a critical situation occurred. Our hero thought that the system showed that the task was completed. The reward was a random skill book plus 27 and 10 fragments of ability. This made him very happy, because the young man thought that both you will pop and you will dance. It was a great reward, our hero thought. The system asked if the young man wanted to use the discovered random skill book, and if it was a new ability. Then of course the hero wanted to use it, so he decided to try. The system loaded a new ability and congratulated the guy on the new ability. The incomparable egg can transform his spiritual energy. A nutritious egg that our hero caught that he was holding in his hands. The young man did not understand at all what to do with him. He thought that now he was laying eggs. It was very strange. But he decided to use this idea and asked Zhang Qian to open his mouth. At that moment, an egg flew into the young man's mouth, and feeling the taste, Zhang realized that it was very tasty and asked his friend what it was, because the egg melted right in his mouth and it was very pleasant. The young man had the feeling that the egg angels themselves were feeding him. It was amazing. While the fat man was touched by how delicious the food was, the rest of the team did not understand at all what the young man was talking about and what could be so delicious, because these men were like children. The girl from their team thought, watching the fat man's reaction. One of the guys, also addressing Lin Kuei, asked the guy to treat him, which he also wanted. Our hero asked himself why it reminded him of something. He had to try to give it to everyone else. So giving his partner, and he said that it was delicious. And the fat man running up to his brother said that these eggs had such a wonderful taste, and he asked for one more. But our hero asked not to touch them. Here the girls also became active and asked Lin Kuei and what they ate. One of the girls said that even if she was hungry, she still wouldn't eat his eggs. Our hero, smiling at the girls, told his sister cynically to take it too, and she saw the egg. Then she said that everyone should be calm, because there was enough for everyone, and they were all amazed at how delicious the eggs that the guy had were, feeling the power that filled their body. Our hero understood that these eggs were similar from spiritual energy. They were quite tasty. In the future with this nutritious product he would have no problems with food. The other girls who stood and watched skeptically as everyone ate eggs and were very surprised, and our hero offered them to try too, to which they asked the young man to keep his eggs with him. But then one of them, addressing Lin Kuei, said that she also wanted to. The fat man said that the eggs were nutritious and eliminated thirst, and asked what our hero would do with the Yaksha corpse, because he was so huge, to which our hero replied that they would sort out this corpse. Kuei needed spiritual jasper, and he gives the rest to everyone else. Everyone replied that it was fair. The guy played a crucial role in the murder of Yaksha, so no one objected, and they began to disassemble the demon piece by piece. The guys grabbed his horns, and the fat man said that this horn was not bad. he would hang it at home as an ornament. His partner said that he also wanted a horn, and removing the second one from the demon, said that it was. Back then, his Qin Feng watching this spectacle did not understand at all what they were doing. At this moment, one of the girls picked up something incomprehensible, saying that the guys did not understand anything about the ingredients at all. They would have been better off taking what she had in her hand. She heard that it helps for some things. Our hero, holding the attribute in his hands, said that the demon was so healthy, and the Jasper was with a very small one. Qin Feng, who was watching this, thought that our hero was shining. It was not bad and thanked Brother Que, saying that the Jasper was quite useful, so there was no need to waste it. All the other members of the Berserker team did not understand when the boss managed to become a fan of Que. Did he get blown into his head? Suddenly, a drone appeared in the sky, saying that there was urgent information. Everyone needed to pay attention. An emergency situation was appointed. As soon as possible, it was necessary to leave the test site through illuminated portals. No one understood what had happened, and our hero asked if a demon stronger than Yaksha had appeared. Where it did not matter, it was necessary to leave the territory first. Hugging Que, Qin Feng talked about them all leaving faster. At that moment, the fat man asked where Yang Jiao was. It was necessary to make sure that he did not stick a knife in his back. To which the girl from the team, said that this coward immediately ran away. In another place, the Demon King was coming out of the portal, asking where the damn people were, because he still hadn't met any. Suddenly he felt a female fragrance. He saw the girls who were standing not far from him. The girls chatted that someone had decided to complete the tests, and they were interested in what to do with the points, because they had some kind of team of losers. Even the commander ran away. They were exactly at the very end of the rating, to which one of them said that the girl did not worry, they had to come back first. Then the Demon King appeared behind them, saying that there were so many lost girls here. Turning to him, they felt a demonic aura, and it was so strong, asking who was right in front of them. To which the Demon King looked at the girls and said that the girls were so his appetite was gone. The demoness who was standing next to her thought that most of all the bloody demon loves to drink the blood of human women, and they could not leave. At that moment, the demon asked if such ugly women wanted to become a little more beautiful, to which the girls, of course, replied that they wanted to do it. And then the demon decided to show mercy to them by waving his fan at them. In the first second he made the girls much more beautiful, so they really felt it. Standing in front of the demon, they wondered what had happened to their bodies and shouted that now they were the best of the rest, and who knows, now they are the most beautiful in the academy. Now all the beauties were theirs. The demoness, I stood and thought that the bloody demon, changing his appearance, gains control over the hearts, and the girls fell into his trap. Then approaching the Demon King, the girls thanked and said that they agreed to thank him and what he would like. Then showing his true face, the Demon King said that I wanted their blood, so I dealt with them all in one moment. After the demon dealt with everyone, he thought that he didn't have enough of this blood. He didn't have enough, he needed more at this moment. The demoness felt that the test subject with the Kaiyu ability was somewhere nearby. And hearing this, the Demon King was happy. Did someone have a demonic deity? That's he will eat it. And the demoness then warned that the king should not dare to touch this test subject, which the head decided to cultivate. If the demon eats him, then how will they explain it to the head? They began to quarrel, and the demon said that nothing would happen to him from this. Addressing the demoness, the Demon King said that the demoness was really a litter without her opinion. Anyway, the demon decided to eat this guy today. But at that moment they were attacked. It was the elders, the teacher and the sister of our hero, saying that they finally found the demon. When the Demon King saw the team, he realized that it was the mutts of the Night Watch in the academy. Did they really think they could stop him? But at that moment our hero's sister also rushed to the attack, talked about the demon stopping talking. They all decided to fight him together, and the demoness going into the portal thought that the demon will come to an end. But our hero's sister noticed it and decided to attack the demoness going into the portal. Then the attacked girl realized that the girl from the academy was strong. The demon, looking at all this, said that although he liked cats, but he hated female tiger monkeys. Then everyone asked what he said, and leaving the demon said that he had to go. Grabbing the demon that was unconscious, he shouted that he did not have time to play with the Night Watch and it was necessary to meet with the Kaiyu carrier. Listening attentively, the teacher thought that even this demon had the ability to fly. After all, this a rank Demon King. Then the girl standing next to her, the sister of our hero, asked what kind of Kaiyu was, because she had already heard it somewhere. The Demon King, flying away, only laughed, and the sister, climbing on the animal with wings, said that it was necessary to go in pursuit and it was necessary to prevent his attack on the students, and the teacher was also ready to go after our hero's sister, because a massacre would inevitably occur on the territory of the Red Demon, so long as it did not affect Lin Kuei, the teacher thought. Protection of the territory of the Red Demon. The fat man was calling Lin Kuei, telling him to come here while standing in the crowd of people. Lin, coming up, asked how many people were here. They would just stand here for 6 months. But the fat man said that there was nothing to be done and the academy did not have time to prepare more portals. And the girl from their team asked the guys to stop talking and get in line as soon as possible. Right behind them was Yang Xiao, rubbing his shoulder and thinking to himself that damn Lin Kuei, he wouldn't let him go. Seeing Yang Xiao, our hero shouted that the people liked it wasn't young Mr. Yang Xiao, but what a handsome man he would be. Now he looks like a mongrel. Then the fat man said that first he had to get out, after the young man could settle accounts with him, and Xiao of course was infuriated by the guy's reaction. Then they were all interrupted by the portal from which the demon was coming out, and looking up, everyone saw that it was a demon. And he was looking at them thinking that they were people and they were pathetic insects. Our hero remembered that demoness who shared blood with him, and what kind of demon was next to her. He was the one from beyond the grave, our hero thought to himself. Then the demon used bloody pressure, saying that they would fall in front of him, the Lord. Everyone crouched down, and even our hero thought that the pressure of the demon was much stronger than that of the Yaksha. The wife thought that it was a disaster, because one of them was one of the 8 great rulers of the zoo demons, and she told her dear husband that the young man needed to run. She uses her energy to help the young man. After seeing this demon king, the guy realized that he was at least a rank. Looking at all the people in front of him, the king told them to tremble, because they would become food for him. And everyone understood that they were shackled by pressure, and it was not even possible to move. Tian Feng, stretching out his hand to our hero, thought that he could not die here, because he had not yet become a warrior. Then among all the king said that he had found the one he was looking for. He found this smell, and turning to our hero said that he was the experimental Caillou, and grabbed our hero. Then his wife started screaming to her husband and wondered what would happen next. The demon king said that he was surprised. He did not think that some tramp would be the bearer of Caillou. At the same time, the demoness next to him, addressing the demon, told him not to touch the guy, because if he took Caillou, the head would not forgive him. Then our hero being in the hands of the demon king, he asked why the head of the afterlife needed him, to which he replied that the young man needed to stop talking, because he didn't need to know that. At that moment, they were all pulled into the hole together, and all the people realized that they had kidnapped Lin Kuei. Qin Feng and the fat man shouted that what were they supposed to do now? They didn't have flight techniques and there was no way they could save Lin Kuei. Then his sister and the teacher arrived and asked if everyone was safe and there were no casualties, to which the fat man replied that they were here. But the girls did not see Lin Kuei and asked where he was. The sister felt his aura, but said that it came from the bloody sphere that was above them. Then the fat man shouted that it was necessary to save the guy as soon as possible. The sister, seeing this one, said that it was a personal space created by a demon. If one of them enters it, it will immediately collapse. They only need to wait and catch him by surprise. The teacher, standing with the hero's sister, said that she hoped that the guy would be able to survive, and not they had to, like we can find a safe way to save him as soon as possible. Inside the bloody sphere, our hero fell and hit the floor, thinking that how painful it was. If not for his C-rank body, he could have crashed to death. In front of him was the Demon King, talking about making the young man feel at home in the bloody dimension. The demoness who was standing next to me kept thinking that the demon was crazy, because he was going to devour the guy and surrounded by people, she thought to herself. The Demon King laughed and said that he would not waste their time now, and before he could finish, our hero threw eggs at him, saying that he should close his mouth and taste his incomparable egg, because the young man was Lin Kuei, and most of all he hated such as demons, that he was in front of Nim, the narcissistic villain. To which the Demon King said that he had lived for a whole 1,000 years, but no one had ever thrown eggs at him. He would not tolerate such humiliation, and using a bloody seal told the young man that he would now be a corpse, because he would destroy him along with all people outside the dimension. Our hero understood that he was powerless, even absolute protection was useless. He could not use his spiritual powers, to which the Demon King, approaching the guy, said that he could not try and had to accept his death calmly. At that moment huge scissors appeared out of nowhere, which was held by our hero's wife, saying about how he dared to take away his beloved without her permission. Looking at the girl, the demons realized that it was the same aura, she was the queen of her rank demons. But why did the girl help this guy? Then the king, addressing her, said that she seemed familiar to him, had they never met before. The girl standing on the defense told Zu that he was one of the 8 ancient rulers of demons. It was hard not to remember him, and 1,000 years ago, when she was still a princess of the empire, he massacred her people by killing her, and now she will not allow him to harm the people dear to her again. Our hero, hearing this, was surprised and realized that his wife was also a princess during her lifetime. Besides, she died defending her people. For this he respected his wife even more. When the Demon King heard this, he said that it was time to finish this story of 1,000 years. First, he would kill the girl, and then finish off her lover, so he took out his huge fan, wanting to attack the girl, and a fight ensued between them. Hui defended herself, and the demon attacked her again, so they continued their battle. Looking at this, the demoness thought that this was the battle of rank demons. Even she, a B-rank demon, had received internal injuries. She definitely should not have interfered. The king was thinking that he wanted to see how long our hero's wife would last, so he attacked her and was able to injure her. Falling to her knees, the girl realized that there was poison on the claws of the Demon King and her inner spiritual power was gradually dissipating. Our hero, looking at this, thought it was unimaginable. He was a man, but he couldn't do anything. Can he really watch how they fight for him? If he can't even protect Hong Yi, then what kind of man is he? The guy was so angry, and at that moment the demoness felt that suddenly the young man had an incredible amount of energy. Besides, it looks like it was demonic energy, and it was Kaiyu's power, and the blood and soul were burning, and our hero was thinking that he needed more power. At that moment another one was reborn, the demon. The Demon King held our hero's wife, saying that 1,000 years ago he slaughtered her people like a herd, and 1,000 years later he would slay her again. But at that moment our hero attacked the Demon King and was able to save his wife. The wife, seeing her husband, who turned into a demon, thought that although the darling had become much stronger, in return he had lost his mind. The demon saw the same thing, that suddenly the young man became much stronger, as expected from the experimental strength of Kaiyu. But he was sorry that the young man was destined to become his food. At that moment the Demon King rushed right at our hero. Our hero, arriving in a demonic form, of course, easily dodged the attack of the Demon King, to which he was very surprised and was able to attack the Demon King in response, also talking about him dying. But it was a weak attack for the Demon King, and therefore he was able to attack our hero further. So they started their battle, and the demon told our hero not to even hope for a win. Paralyzed by the demon's attack, our hero thought that it was necessary to kill this demon, and this is the only thing he repeated. Then seeing this, his wife thought that the young man had finally lost touch with reality. If this continues, he will quickly use up his spiritual strength and die of exhaustion. The Demon King rejoiced, and attacking the guy wanted to see how much the young man would have enough. Our hero also attacked him in response, and they continued their battle. The Demon King said that the blows of the young man were commendable, because he was able to make the Demon King fight in full force and attacked our hero again. That he was lying right in front of him on his knees, because so the attack was very powerful, and our hero could not stand it. Looking at all this, the demoness thought that even though Lin Kuei had awakened the ability, but he was still no higher than B rank. It was unthinkable that he would defeat Zua rank. The demoness thought that there was no one here capable of dealing with the Demon King, but she had no choice but to continue watching the fight. Then the Demon King attacked our hero again. The wife, seeing this attack, rushed to her husband, saying that he calmed down and came to himself. She hugged the guy and cried next to him, because the young man did not understand what was happening at all. But the only thing he knew was that he had to protect his beloved, and that's all he kept saying. The Demon King, trying to summon all his strength, said that even awakening did not help the young man to become a better insect, and he decided that he would torture the guy to death in front of his beloved wife and drink his blood. At that moment, our heroes hugged, and the young man said that he needed to continue the fight, while his wife, hugging the young man, said that he helped her so much. Those days that they did not spend together were the best in her life. Then the young man turned into a man again. Tears flowed down his cheeks. The girl said that the young man still had a lot to do and he could not die right here, because 1,000 years ago she lost too many people close to her. She saw them die one by one, but she did not want a repeat of these events. Hugging the young man, she continued to tell him about her feelings. Pushing him away, she said that she really loved the guy, so this time she asked to let her fight for him. At that moment the young man realized that the girl would fight one-on-one with this Demon King, and trying to call her, stretched out his hand to her. But Hong Yi was already ready to go to battle with a demon. The girl thought to herself that her husband's attacks had weakened Zhu enough, so it would be even easier to kill him now. At that moment the demon saw that Hong Yi was approaching him and asked if she had decided to hide her boy under her skirt. This amused the demon very much, to which he said not to worry, because they will meet soon in the next world. The girl did not pay attention to his words and asked him to accept her spirit and turn it into a fatal blow. At this moment she called to the higher powers that were supposed to grant her energy. Looking at all this, the demoness thought that the girl had gone mad. Did she really want to burn her soul for the sake of a person? Seeing this, the Demon King asked what the hell the girl was doing and decided to attack her. But the wave that formed next to Hong Yi was too strong, and the demon only bounced off her at that moment. Princess Hong Yi gained true strength and was ready to attack. Holding her scissors, she decided to attack the Demon King, who realized that the force was too powerful and he could not cope with it, so he was attacked and lay on the ground. And when the demoness saw Zhu, she just stared at him, unable to say anything. She was shocked by what she saw. Hong Yi, looking at her husband, said that they had won. Then when he saw the girl, the young man stretched out his hand to her, and she to him, saying that she really did not want to part with him. Tears flowed down the girl's cheeks, but she tried to smile at her darling, saying that it seemed to her that there was no other way, to which the guy understood what was happening, and tears also began to flow from his eyes. The girl's soul was dissolving right in his hands, and she was saying the last words about the young man taking care of himself. At that moment, the girl broke up into 1,000 small leaves, and our hero was just sitting on his knees trying to call his beloved. But no one answered him already. At that moment, a pebble fell in front of him. It was Hong Yi's soul, it was her core. And the young man caught her, thinking that as long as her life was held at least by a thread, he would definitely find a way to revive her. He stood and held Hong Yi's soul in his hands and cried. At that moment everything was over. The Demon King was defeated, and the demoness standing next to him and looking at what was happening to the king said that she would take him with her to the afterlife and help the king there. But the king said that she would not have time, and stretching out his hand to the girl, he said that she would become his food so that he could be cured. At that moment, having absorbed the demon, the king was resurrected again. His wounds healed, and he thought about how good it was that he had this demoness, otherwise he would not have been able to recover. Sucking the soul out of the girl's body, he thought that even though he managed to escape from the clutches of death, the wounds were too serious. He did not have the strength to fight at all. Then at that moment our hero went straight to attack the Demon King, saying that he should die. He was full of hatred because what the Demon King did to his wife. Jumping up into the air, the Demon King asked if the young man had enough strength, because he would allow him to live longer, but sooner or later he would certainly end up in his belly. At that moment the Demon King jumped up, and our hero thought that he would not let him go. But it was too late. The Demon King jumped from, and at that moment, our hero's sister and teacher saw Zhu. Then the teacher said that his sphere of space was collapsing. It was necessary to save Lin Kuei. She would rush after Zhu in pursuit. Hearing this, the sister fluttered at the beast and said that it was necessary to save her brother. The space was pierced from the inside, and our hero thought that it was necessary to get out of it as soon as possible. When he saw the demoness, who took the form of a young girl, he realized that this happened after Zhu took her powers, and realized that the girl had to know where Zhu was going and how to get his wife back. So he decided that first he had to save her. For this he would transfer her to her spiritual dimension. The sphere began to collapse, and the fat man shouted to everyone to leave, because it was dangerous here at that moment. Our hero's sister was rushing straight to Lin Kuei to save the young man. After the sphere collapsed and turned into a fireball, our hero flew right out of it, thinking that he was too weak to do anything else, but his sister was nearby and managed to grab our hero, hovering on the beast and grabbing the young man, who fell right into her arms, looking at Lin Kuei and asking what happened to the young man. Then he was almost unconscious, answered his sister that he was just a little tired, and the girl asked him to hold on, because she would return the guy straight to the academy. While he was in the arms of his sister, the young man remembered all his events that were directly connected with his wife, all the moments that connected them together and everything that happened between them. It hurt the guy a lot, and he only thought about how to return the fuck he wanted to save. 3 days later, the sun was shining outside, and our hero was training under this scorching sun, wanting to become even stronger. The sister, who was watching the young man, thought that after returning from the autumn ordeal, the brother seemed to have become a different person. As soon as the wounds healed, the young man began to train hard every day. Did something really happen? Then the yellow animal standing next to her said that he had no idea. The animal thought to himself that the demonic wife Lin Kuei had not appeared for quite a long time. Perhaps something had happened to her. At that moment someone in the house dropped all the contents from the table right on the floor, and our heroes turned around to see what it was. In front of them stood a girl on Izzy, who had previously been a demoness, and dropping bread and water from a tray. She shyly scratched her head, because she knew that she was careless again, and apologized to our hero's sister, bowing right at her feet. The girl said that the girl was useless. She took and ruined breakfast for her brother and did not understand why the young man dragged her with him. The animal, who was with his sister, said that the inept demoness was not even a match for him. When he was a servant, he did not mess up like that. My sister said that since the girl was living with them now, she had to do all the work, and even if she couldn't cope with it, then what was she capable of at all then? Onitsi said that she understood. She would cook breakfast for Mr. Lin Kuei, and then the little sister and the animal talked so that the girl would not forget about them. Turning away from the guys, Onitsi thought to herself that these brats were impossible, and agreed to serve only Lin Kuei as a sign of gratitude for his mercy, but not these two. The animal thought to himself that it was so nice that someone took care of him. He had not felt so good for a long time. It seemed to him that his pride was gradually being restored. Our hero continued to train in the yard. He only thought that so many days had already passed, but his beloved still hadn't woken up. He had tried so much, but nothing helped. It really upset and worried the young man. He wanted to find a solution to this problem sooner. The little sister called her brother, saying that she had to go to breakfast, and Onitsi was standing next to our hero's food on a tray. Then he agreed and thought to himself that perhaps the demoness knew a way to restore the soul of his beloved. The girl was standing next to him, not understanding the hero's gaze, just looked at him holding in the hands of a tray with food. The animal ate beef doshirak, which was just delicious, and the sister, too, after eating the food, were full from the belly and just enjoyed the atmosphere. At that moment Onitsi was clearing the table, but our hero called her, saying that the girl should go right behind him. They left the kitchen and closing the door behind them. Onitsi asked Mr. Lin Kuei why he called her after him. Then the young man turned and leaned the girl against the door, looked at her with his gaze and said that the girl was a member of the afterlife. She must have known ways to restore the soul and return his wife's body, so he asked her to tell him everything she knew. The girl, looking away from our hero in embarrassment, said that she was very grateful to the young man that he left her and would really like to help. But at that moment, our hero was beside himself with anger. He asked if the girl was still faithful to the afterlife, so she did not want to help him, to which Onitsi said that it was not so easy. She was not completely sure. Onitsi explained that Zu absorbed most of her power, which caused regression. Most of her memories were lost. The only thing that reminded her that Zu's soul is unusually strong. If she gets his spiritual Jasper, then perhaps the young man will be able to return his beloved. The hero, turning away from the girl, said that he would believe her this time, but if the girl deceived him, then she would be in trouble. The young man said that Zu had taken his wife's life. Regardless of the circumstances, he would fight him. Neither of them would be able to live in peace while the other was alive. Turning to Onitsi, he said this to the girl, and leaving the room, she just plaintively looked after him. Onitsi did not understand that a person really loved Hongyi so much. Could a person have such deep feelings for a demon? It completely amazed her world. Lin Kuei was walking around and a fat man was catching up with him, telling the guy that he was kind of lost. Did something happen to him? But that our hero was saying that absolutely nothing happened to him and kept going on. The fat man decided to cheer him up and talked about what the young man would have seen on Yang Zio's face when he found out that Baselard took first place. But the young man was not interested at all and he just agreed with the guy. Then the fat man thought to himself that something had happened to Lin Kuei. He really was somehow lost. Hugging our hero, the fat man said that the reward for the first place was not so bad. Teacher Tan said that the young man would come to her. By the way, she knocked out a weekend for him and whether our hero had any ideas what he would do. The young man, burning with anger, said that he would find one demon and deal with him. After hearing this, the fat man thought that he had hallucinations, since when did Lin become so serious? It confused the guy and he did not say anything more to our hero. The Afterlife Abyss Throne Room. There was a palace in front of us. The head was sitting on the throne in the palace. People in black cloaks were standing around him and the demon Zu was kneeling in front of him. Addressing the master, he said that his servant had already sent his subordinates to the city to find people and kill the traitor Onitsi, and at the same time catch Lin Kuei's younger sister. After hearing this, the head said that the young man was doing well, but his goal was not this test subject with his family, but the whole city of Kanglin. Hearing this, the demon said that the Lord was really preparing an invasion. To which he replied that it was true. The Academy's forces were constantly growing. They had already become a threat not only to all the demons of the underworld, but also to their plan of domination over humanity. The battle was inevitable. 10 years ago, it was only thanks to Lin Yun's tenacity that Kanglang managed to escape destruction. However, he was already dead. Now those rats from the city could not resist. Then the Demon King asked why Zu did not lead the troops, addressing the Lord, to which he said that as someone who almost killed an ordinary person can become the leader of the army. After hearing this, the demon told the master not to worry. His strength had been restored and was now at the peak of his power. He would lead the army into battle and capture Kanglan and make a new demonic territory out of it, to which the master simply kept silent and looked at the Demon King. Addressing the master, the young man asked if he had forgotten that his ability allows him to control people, and if they use it in battle, they will be able to capture the city without too much effort. After hearing this, the master said that he would give the demon part of the troops if he copes with his task. They will be rewarded with an experimental Kai Force UE. The demon was thanking the master. The Lord sitting on the throne said that the portal to Kanglan would open soon. The vanguard would begin the offensive, so it was necessary not to waste time and go ahead. Everything else goes under the command of Zu, and he replied that everything would be done in the best possible way. In his mind, the Demon King thought about Lin Kuei and said that he would level the young man to the ground and cut him into small pieces, drink all the blood, so the young man needed to take care of him. Our heroes were standing right in front of the teacher, and she asked to pay their attention, even though they took the first place at the autumn test. But that's not all, they will have much more battles in the future. Zu, who escaped from the abyss beyond the grave, will not sit idly by, so everyone should concentrate closely on training and become stronger. Everyone understood that they were waiting for an endless continuous training, and the fun was over. They just listened attentively to the teacher. The teacher continued and said that in the next few weeks there would be demonic training sessions of increased complexity for the guys. They had to increase their abilities to the maximum. Then hearing this, our heroes realized that they were waiting for training again. At some point, one of the girls said that she could no longer. She was a cleric responsible for the treatment of the team. Why did she also need to do all this? The guys tried to support her and reassured the girl. The fat man, seeing Lin Kuei and his energy, thought about that the guy was still meditating. Then the teacher asked not to disturb him. Recently the young man has been training a lot to become stronger. Then the fat man watching our hero thought that there was such a powerful aura around the young man. Would he break through soon? Our hero was in his own world. He was thinking about the spiritual forces that had already increased enough, and his abilities were pumped up about to be his B rank. When the last time the young man took the form of a demon, he received this power at one moment. This time this level will truly be his, no matter what it costs the young man. It was all for Hong Yi. He would get better for her no matter what. A system appeared in front of the guy, saying that 10 unused fragments of the ability from completing the task of defeating Yaksha were discovered. The young man wanted to combine them, and when he saw this, our hero was delighted, thinking that since there were already 10 left, he of course wanted to do it and felt the great power of Kaiyu, which was in it. The hero thought to himself that if he became a demon, all the worlds would go to his feet. If he became a god of war, martial arts would destroy the world. And if he became a general, all the cities would fall, and the young man received the power of merging with Kaiyu. Hitting the ground with his fist, his energy was so powerful that everyone covered their mouths with their hands and thought about what had happened. What kind of powerful energy it was. At this moment, a computer appeared in front of our hero, telling the owner that they congratulated him on his breakthrough. On the B rank, our hero thought that it had finally happened. Seeing this aura, the teacher realized that it was the aura of a B rank war. The young man managed to do it, and everyone was surprised if the guy really could achieve this. At that moment, the loading of the system panel began and his data appeared in front of the young man. Everything that was known about Lin Kuei, his rank and abilities, was also known about the strength of agility and charisma. Seeing this, our hero thought it was a system panel with data, but he was interested in one question. Why there was a question mark near the soul? Was it really because he was from another world? At that moment, our hero received a reward for achieving B rank, and seeing this, Lin Kuei was delighted, because there was also a gift for him, so he decided to click on the chest and activate it. By clicking activate, the system congratulated the owner that he had received a new combat weapon, and it was the Kyanran demonic sword. After receiving it, the young man immediately decided to try fencing with it, and then holding it in his hands, he thought, was it really the same weapon? At that moment, a fat man stood next to him and asked Kuei if he had additionally awakened some kind of combat weapon ability. A teacher approached our hero and said that it was not bad. The young man was able to break through to the B rank. He was a good fellow. The whole team congratulated our hero, to which he held his new sword in his hands and smiling at his friends said that he needed to train a lot more. We thought to ourselves that the guy really had a talent. Who knows, Lin Kuei might be able to reach C rank. Everyone was watching our hero at that moment, when suddenly a rift appeared in the sky. They were enemies. Immediately something started happening, then a lot of rifts appeared in the sky from which enemies came out. The teacher said that everyone had to get ready. A terrible demonic aura. Why did the underworld decide to strike so soon? She thought to herself. The area of the city of Kanglin was also surrounded by demons, and all the people were shocked when they saw it. They had to run and escape, to which the policeman controlling the traffic said that there was no need to panic. The night watch wars would soon arrive and save everyone. But then he was attacked by one of the demons. Demons advancing on people shouted that victory would be beyond the grave. At this moment, seeing the teacher, she told everyone to be careful and work in groups. Our heroes, seeing the demons, also attacked them. Working in a group, our hero this time will repay the afterlife for everything she did to him, so he decided to use his new sword. But then two enemies appeared in front of him. One of them was Jin Lei, a B-rank commander, and the other Yin Ren, a B-rank commander, and they told Lin Kuei that they were his opponents. The young man, looking at his new friends, thought that they had demonic power at the middle stage. They had to be extremely careful. Jin Lei said that in the last war for Kanglin, his father fell at the hands of the afterlife, and today the hero himself will die here. His partner asked Lin Kuei to accept his death with dignity. Our hero, looking at these two, said that they don't talk too much for suicides. Their demonic aura is just ridiculous, and decided that now he would use his new sword, to which his opponents thought about how much bloodlust he had and needed to kill the guy sooner. And our hero thought that he had to avenge his father and avenge Hong Yi, and the afterlife would pay for all his misdeeds. Our hero thought to himself and decided to attack his opponents. At this moment, a team of several guys thought that she had a task to spit out, because to catch some girl, and the boss was too serious about this case, sending them all. One of the guys said that they were 4 great generals of the underworld, and sending them on such an easy task was a waste of talents. To which another said that if the head said, then it was necessary to do. In the end, they are a tool to achieve the goal. The team needed to pick up Lin Kuei's younger sister, kill on Izzy, and immediately return back. In the evening after completing the task, the guys thought they could fry meat. One of them was too healthy, and of course after the battle he wanted to have a barbecue. The one in front said that they were on the spot. According to their data, Lin Kuei's house was right in front of them. In the house, the younger sister of our hero was eating a cake that her sister had sent her, and was thinking about how incredible he was. Next to her, looking at the girl, Onitsuki was cleaning. The girl thought that the cake was originally intended for her brother, but the BVL young man is not in the mood. He does not have an appetite, so she will have to help. She hoped that her brother would get better as soon as possible and he would return to normal. The animal next to Onitsuki said that it was necessary to stop dragging and give him a massage. So he turned to Onitsuki, who could not object to him, and of course agreed to herself, thinking that the dog enjoying the patronage of the owner. If not for the mercy of Lin Kuei, she would have eaten him long ago, and the bones would not left it. The next moment, the girl was already massaging the animal, who was of course unhappy with how she did it, because he thought that the girl ate very little porridge, since there was so little strength in her hands. The sister, looking at what they were doing, asked Yellow to be quieter, because she was watching TV. And she couldn't hear anything at all. The girl was very angry, and feeling this, Zverev thought that he understood everything, thinking to himself that the demon queen was just terrible. Suddenly they heard a knock on the door and felt that for someone was with her. Opening the door with his feet, one big guy said that who of all the people here was Lin Zai. You had to be a good girl and go along with them. 4 guys from the same team appeared on the threshold. Then our heroine and Yellow were thinking about what these clowns had forgotten here, and Onitsuki saw them and realized that they were from the abyss beyond the grave. One guy was interested in Yellow, thinking that where Lin Kuei had a dog at home, to which he got angry, saying that this guy was a dog. It was necessary to take a closer look, because he was a great yellow saint, to which Onitsuki, grabbing him, asked Yellow to stop, because these demons were incredible powers. Seeing that the animal was angry at them and tried to attack them, one of the guys thought that he was doing something there, and therefore now he will really see their real essence, and they manifested themselves by becoming really demons and not a team of guys who entered this world so as not to attract attention. One of them, Monster, believed that for the sake of crushing peace and tranquility, for the sake of the triumph of true evil, the cute and charming great demonic generals were here. They all looked terrible, and the younger sister was of course shocked. Therefore, they decided that it was necessary to kill the apostate first. Speaking about Onitsuki, they remembered that she was more figure skater, and this girl became very small. Then hearing this, Onitsuki was beside herself with anger, because her appearance had changed, but not so much. The animal watching her said that the girl herself stopped him. Did she not weaken herself? Then the demons first decided that it was necessary to take the feeble-minded girl, and they would leave Onitsuka alive for now. In the evening they would use her, thinking that the girl was so easy to catch. Hearing that Linzai was an imbecile, the sister was very angry and Onitsuka felt a demonic aura from the girl, and this surprised her very much. Where did Linzai have a demonic aura? Was she the same as her brother? At that moment the animal thought to himself that they were finished. Looking at the 4 freaks that were in front of the girl, the little sister giggled and said that since they had come, they could not think now to leave their house. Then the demons felt her strength and realized that something was wrong. The girl was not as simple as they thought. Then she used a black vortex and attacked villains. From the bear, which she always held in her hands, a giant bear appeared, which was ready to tear everyone apart, and the girl asked him to devour everyone. Then the bear began to attack a group of demons with its giant paws and began to devour them. One of the demons thought about how it was so. Didn't the information say that the girl was completely ordinary? To which the animal pushing the last demon into the bear's mouth said that he talked too much and had to get out. After the bear ate several demons, he spat out the bones, and one of the remaining ones watching this was just in shock. And Onitsuka, looking at this, kept thinking to herself that she had already seen Lin Kuei's transformation. Who could have imagined that his sister was the same? No wonder they were relatives. The last demon, while they did not hesitate, ran away through the door thinking that it was time for him, while he was alive and while he had a chance to escape. But the bear followed him and said that where their guest was going, because no one had let him go yet. The animal thought that the form of the spiritual beast was too weak for fighting, but fortunately it was possible to test a new ability, and decided to transform the demon. Hearing this, asked if the animal wanted to use it as a punching bag. Seeing the transformation, the little sister was surprised. Could the yellow really take on a human form? At that moment the transformation of the yellow saint took place and he acquired a human form. Our hero fought with opponents using his demonic aura. They felt that the young man was not bad and was a worthy opponent, to which the partner told her partner that it was necessary to stop talking, and it was time to attack the hero. The system offered our hero to make his choice. As always, there were 3 options to choose from. The first option is to personally kill these 2 rewards and plus 20 to the force. Option number 2, kill opponents together with comrades, reward plus 12 to dexterity. And option number 3 was to seriously injure them. And after not even finishing reading, the young man chose, of course, the first option, because these villains had to pay for their atrocities. To which the girl decided that the young man had to say goodbye to life and went to attack him, and they clashed in an attack face to face, holding their balls straight in front of them. At the same time her opponent attacked the young man from behind, but our hero used absolute protection to protect himself from behind, and the guy could not strike. The hero is injured. The opponent felt how powerful Lin Kuei's technique was, as he thought how he was able to block his attack, as it was possible. But his partner attacking from the front said that she was his opponent and managed to hit our hero, to which he attacked her in response. Having been injured, the young man thought that after the last training sessions on the body of the C rank, ordinary wounds are being healed right before his eyes. The girl looking at the young man thought about where he had such a recovery rate, saying that the new generation of warriors is just some damn cheaters, she thought to herself. At that moment, her opponent said that he would chop the guy into pieces and see what the young man would do then, and went straight to attack our hero using his sword. While he was distracted, our hero used his leg and hit the guy right in an interesting place. The young man thought to himself that if he wanted to hit, then he had to hit the crotch, and victory was immediately in his hands. To which the opponent, of course, called the guy an unscrupulous creature, because this blow was below the belt. After seeing the reaction, even our hero realized that the demons were hurt, and it surprised him very much. The young man angered the 2 demons very much, so they said that the guy left them no choice, and they decided to attack him from both sides together using their demonic techniques, and as soon as they completed their joint thunderbolt, there would be no wet spot left from the guy. Lin understood that they decided to drive him into an air trap. Then there was only one thing left for him, and he used dynamite from the spatial storage, which was just right, throwing dynamite, and jumped up. The young man said goodbye to 2 demons who were not ready for such an attack. This did not kill them, but it hurt them very much, so they got even more angry and shouted to Lin Kuei that the young man was finished. Realizing that the dynamite did not work, the young man thought that it was impossible to underestimate and pity the enemies, and it was necessary to kill decisively without a drop of regret. So our hero, using his sword again, he decided to attack his rivals, killing them with 1 blow, which they clearly did not expect. The system said that the task was completed, and our hero received plus 20 to his strength after he dealt with his opponents and defeated them. The sister at this moment asked everyone to dig holes faster. Before the brothers returned, they had to cover all traces. At this moment, Yellow and Onitsi were digging graves for bones that were left from the demons that came for the sister. Yellow, having turned into a man, thought that by becoming a man, everything would immediately break out of the position of a slave. But now she realized that it was all decay, and Yellow turned into a girl in human form. While they were dripping at that moment, more demons appeared from the cracks, who decided to attack our sister Ahiro. The girl didn't care at all. She was lying on a chaise longue and eating ice cream, telling her friends that it seems now they would have to dig a deeper hole, because the demons decided to attack them. Seeing the demons, Onitsi and Yellow shouted that they would now have more work from these demons, which surprised the demons very much, who were going to attack them. In the sky above the Kanglin Academy, the guardian of the Kanglao Academy and the deputy director Xuanian both traveled on a huge dragon snake to guard the academy, and fought with opponents who attacked them using fire attacks to burn all the demons to one. The attacks were not bad, and the head of Kanglao was definitely strong, so his partner said that it was mutual. Such a hack like him was pretty cool. Just like the time when they once fought and the old men decided that it was necessary to go forward, rebuild the world, to which his opponent said that the old man read his thoughts. It's been a long time since he had so much fun dealing with the demons. In turn, the teams of our hero and the teacher stood between the corpses, and the teacher thought that even Xuanian and Kanglao crawled out. It looks like a war really started, and decided to light a cigarette to make it easier for her. At that moment, our heroes thought that where was Lin Kuei, because he looks like he fell behind the group, and everyone decided that it was urgent to find him. Then our hero appeared out of nowhere, saying that Dad was in the building, and the demons were in the grave, holding his sword in his hands. When they saw all Lin Kuei, they were very happy. The teacher thought that if her vision was failing, the guy had 2 spiritual jaspers of B rank in his hand, which only meant that he had dealt with 2 demons of B rank, and she praised the young man, grieving that he was a good fellow. The young man asked her to calm down because he only killed 2 devils. The teacher said that there were no more demons in the area and it was necessary to return. You need to be ready for such an attack at any moment, and everyone of course agreed with her, so they went to rest. When our hero came home, rubbing his head tired after the battles, he thought that he was finally at home. At that moment he saw how his sister, Onitsi and Yellow were burying skeletons that were formed from demons, and his sister was leading everyone, telling them to be more alive and not to shirk from work. This time the moment she saw that her brother had returned, and they also greeted our hero, putting the shovel aside. Lin did not understand at all what was happening here. At that moment his sister rushed to him, shouting that as soon as he left, some garbage came here, and she was scared to death. At that moment our hero realized that the girl meant demons, and then holding her bag in her hand she said that the young man, I didn't worry, he and Miss Hutka dealt with it. Looking at his sister, our hero did not understand how she herself dealt with these demons, because his sister was definitely strong. He thought he was afraid that she and his protection were completely useless. Then a girl came up to him, asking why he got up and needed help. She had a shovel in her hand. Seeing the girl, the guy started asking who else she was, to which she replied that she was a great yellow saint. Did he not recognize her, and kicked our hero right in the leg. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was slightly smaller than his sister, I realized that it was Yellow. The guy thought to himself, that wasn't it a dog? What kind of girl he became with cute golden ears? What happened here at all while he was gone? Our hero asked questions. Our hero stood in front of his sister and said to Yellow that he was lying with her, and confessed whether he was really Yellow. Then picking his nose, he did not understand what our hero was asking, and seeing what Yellow was doing, the young man asked not to do it like that. Then our hero decided to check in the end, the girl or the guy in front of him. Then the embarrassed Yellow asked what our hero was doing, and he rushed at our hero with his fists holding the girl by the forehead. Our hero thought that it looked like there was a yellow guy with such force. Onitsi, who was watching this, was thinking that the lord of the house was very lively. She was wondering when Lin Kuei would recognize her and whether she would be able to join everyone. Besides, he really could defeat everything, she thought to herself. But Zhu, after all, one of the 8 rulers, would the young man really be able to cope with him? Although the chances are small, she still hoped that the guy would be able to defeat him and return his beloved. Onitsi talked about all this while watching our hero, who returned home. Sitting on the roof, the demon thought that the city was teeming with people striving for material things, intoxicated with gold and a stormy nightlife. Humanity simply degraded, and he ordered to go ahead in search of prey, so that his bats turned the whole city into their servants. Sending their demons to hunt, they began to bite people and attack the whole city. After biting one girl, she immediately turned into a zombie who was thirsty for blood. Her eyes were burning and she was no longer like a person at all. This happened to many others who were walking along the streets or just resting somewhere, all turned into zombies. The next day, a fat man knocked on our hero, asking the young man to get up faster. Hearing that he was breaking into his door, our hero opened it and asked why he was making noise near his door and what happened. At that moment, our hero was chewing a bun. Pointing to his phone, the fat man said that the opportunity to earn good money, which could not be missed, was right in his hands. And then the fat man asked if the young man hadn't watched the Academy's public yet, because last night there was another breakthrough of demons. The Night Watch will use the forces of the Academy, the guy said, especially with a good reward. Seeing this, the young man thought that apparently the afterlife had really decided to start a war, and the hero was looking carefully at the fat man's phone. Then he was running away from our hero, saying that he would go while he was getting ready, and so that the young man also did not hesitate. The teacher there was an important task, so he had to hurry. Entering back into the house, our hero thought that he needed to say goodbye to CER, his little sister. When leaving, the hero tried not to make noise and on its he swept the background, and Yellow tried to eat everything that was on the plate. Then the sister approached her brother and asked when he would return, to which our hero said that he would just walk around the city and then come back, and the sister said that he should be careful and she would wait, he is at home and will not go out anywhere, which our hero of course praised his sister, thought to himself that she had grown up and become much smarter than before. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Kuei left and everyone wished him a good road, waving after our hero after the door closed. The sister immediately told Yellow to get ready, because they were going to the city, which he expected, said it was a good idea. Sire said that she had all the good ideas. They had to destroy the demons to walk around the city and eat delicious. Yellow was also happy. He had already stayed at home and finally had the opportunity to go out. On Izzy, looking at these two, thought that it was better not to mess with them too. She sympathized with the demons in the city that these two would meet. Meanwhile in the city, our heroes gathered around the buses and Uncle Chulai approached them, saying that they had met again. He did not think that they would be on the same team again. When our hero saw him, he thought that it was Uncle Chulai's squad, the hubby squad. Everyone greeted Lin Kuei, and some thought that this Lin Kuei was in front of their eyes again, and of course he infuriated them. He greeted our hero, and then the young man asked how she was doing, to which the girl shyly replied that everything was fine, and every time she wondered to herself why she started to worry when she saw our hero. Interrupting their conversation, Uncle Chulai entered into it, saying that Lin Kuei took his card last time, but did not give the money, to which the young man said that he had enough conscience, because they got into such a mess because of his fake card. Standing next to Uncle Chulai, the young man said that now their main goal was to defeat and exterminate the demons. Everything else could wait. Then the others felt a strong demonic aura nearby, and the fat man pointed his finger at everyone to look where he was pointing. On the horizon was an army of women who had been turned into zombies. Looking at them, Uncle Chulai said that it seems that the girls were zombified. It seems that they are their goal. The zombies are not demons, they are just people who fell under a demonic curse, so they simply could not kill them. It was worth tying them up tightly and handing them over to the Night Watch. As soon as the girls saw our heroes, they immediately rushed at them, and everyone said that they had to take care of themselves and not let themselves be bitten, otherwise they would become the same. Our hero, invoking his power, asked if girls really like to bite people with their fragile teeth and was ready to attack them. The fat man who fell under their spell was already without clothes, because they tried to tear it on him and was completely in an incomprehensible state. Why everyone attacked him? Because he had the most meat in him, to which others said that he himself did not understand how lucky he was. At this moment, the uncle tried to take the girls away from him with a righteous kick and asked the sisters to be more gentle with him. But they ignored him and ran in the other direction, because they were all attracted to the fat man and they all ran right after him, to which all the others did not understand why it was so, and the fat man himself was interested. This is first of all. Uncle, looking at how the zombies were chasing the fat man, thought that reinforcements had come up. Now these sisters must have been to him, and a crowd of guys were running after him, who wanted to eat him. Running away from them, Uncle thought that it was unfair why only one was running after him guys. All the others, fighting with the girls, thought about what a hemorrhoid it was, because there were a lot of them and it was difficult to fight them off, of course. Our hero stood and thought to himself that perhaps he was not attacked because he had the aura of Hongyi, so low-ranking demons did not dare to attack him. At this moment, while our hero was reasoning, the fat man was knocked to the floor and he asked his sister to spare him, who was about to eat him. Our hero came to the aid of a friend, threw the girl away from our friend, and thought that it was necessary to try to remove the fangs from these girls. Approaching the girl, he pushed away from the fat man. The young man decided to tear off her fangs at the very moment she turned back into a girl, and the fat man told Lin Kuei that it worked. The girl came to her senses. The young man realized that their weak point was their fangs, so they just had to pull them out. At that moment, all the guys began to pull fangs out of the mouths of zombies. The demon, watching what was happening in the city, was sitting on the veranda and sipping a cocktail on a chaise longue. Zhu thought that soon the ability would make puppets of everyone in the city, and the whole city would be at his feet. Then he saw Lin Kuei and thought about how he would fight with him. The demon, it was very interesting. He couldn't wait to see how Lin Kuei was suffering. But he only saw that our hero and everyone else were pulling out the fangs of girls who had turned into zombies. Looking at this through his portal, drinking his drink with glasses, Zhu was very angry, because the damn Lin Kuei had ruined his plans again. He swore that he would kill him with his own hands. At that moment he broke the glass that he was holding right in his hand. Out of anger, Zhu was furious. He was only thinking about Lin Kuei, who he was fed up with, and he was thinking that if you want to do something well, you have to do it yourself. At this moment, the gentleman was addressed, saying that it was not worth leaving the current place so recklessly. Now there was a commander-in-chief and all the demon squads needed his guidance. It was Meng Yan, the deputy commander of the B rank. Looking at the deputy, who came up to him and asked if he really wanted to call for help. Then the deputy replied that of course it was so. He could easily deal with an ant like Lin Kuei. Then if the deputy did not succeed, Zhu said that he was ready to say goodbye to the head, and deputy spoke about the fact that the gentleman did not worry and waited for him with good news, after which he left the gentleman. An employee of the night watch at that moment looked at the girls who were tied up in bunches and headed straight to our heroes, saying that they had worked hard. The reward for the task would be credited to their accounts. Uncle Chu Lai, who was standing right in front of the employees, thought that it was great because they did a good job this time. The fat man was standing completely without clothes because he was stripped and hiding behind, talking about how everyone would stop laughing at him and it would be better to help him find clothes because he was completely uncomfortable. Friends stood and photographed him, talking about how lucky the guy was because he was a tasty morsel in this time. Lin Kuei, standing not far from our friends, was thinking about the rest of the city in which demons most likely also came and that it was necessary to get rid of them. Apparently Zhu was also somewhere in the city. The young man was thinking that he would destroy it, whatever it cost. Then suddenly someone started screaming and calling for help. The Baselard team heard a woman's voice, and the fat man, forgetting that he was in his underpants, said that demons must have attacked the lovely ladies, and the uncle kept him company and told everyone to run after him, because it was necessary to save the girls who were calling for help. Our hero was thinking to himself what kind of womanizers were right in front of him, and everyone completely did not understand the reaction of the guys who rushed straight to the girls' aid. Running to the place from where they were calling for help, the guys saw that the girls were suspended by some kind of beam and hung over the pedestrian crossing. Then everyone was surprised, saying that, what did the demons do to these poor girls? And the guys said that the sisters were not afraid, because the guys would help them. But in fact, they were zombies. Our hero felt their demonic aura and told everyone to urgently step back. As soon as the guys stepped back, they realized that they were trapped. They had to run, because they were ambushed. A seal formed right under them, which took all the guys in an instant. And the girls that hung over the traffic light turned into just ordinary dolls. It was a trick of Deputy Zhu, who thought that the guys had fallen for such a simple trick and decided to start activating his dream world. When a person enters the world of dreams, he enters a deep sleep, first losing his spiritual strength, and then his consciousness. There was no way for everyone to get out. Lin Kuei and his friends were doomed to be trapped in this dimension. The fat man was the first, and he had a dream where a big table was set for him and he was ready to feast. Beautiful girls began to eat around him, waiting for his command. The dragon also ate, and the fat man wondered, wasn't he supposed to be his spiritual world? Did the dragon also want to eat? And the girls began to offer various snacks to his brother. The young man thought of course the same, that he was in paradise. The next one was Uncle Chu Lai. He turned out to be the ruler of the mercenary world. Sitting on his throne and watching as new people approached Mr. Chu Lai and asked him to accept their assignments. They could not find someone who could compare with him, so everyone asked him to help. Peek and her partner, addressing the head, asked him to accept another mission. Then Uncle Chulai told his subordinates to tell everyone that they did not take a task with a reward of less than 5 million. Everyone had to understand that without money they would not be able to hire the head of the #1 mercenaries in the world. The next one was a young man, thinking that how beautiful his sister Sinishin was, and he dreamed of a wedding where he played the role of the groom. And the bride was walking with a beautiful sister Sinishin, and they were declared husband and wife. The young man dreamed that tonight he would share a bed with his new wife, and his dreams were so sweet. The guys from Lin Kuei's team dreamed that they rode in an amusement park and had fun to the fullest. Everyone had such dreams, and everyone dreamed of something of their own, which of course Deputy Zhu scoffed at, thought that it was great, because everyone was mired in a deep sleep. It remained to find Lin Kuei, and what he is hiding, find his most painful wound. The wound of his heart. Lin Kuei was also asleep, but suddenly he found himself at home. His wife was next to him, who also woke up, asking why the young man got up so early, and seeing his beloved. Our hero burst into tears, to which she asked what happened, why the young man was crying and rushing into his arms. Our hero told Hong Yi that he was I missed you a lot. Since it was a dream, of course, the girl did not understand why the guy was upset and told him that he had to get up and go to breakfast. The hero, running up to the girl and not letting her out of the room, thought that he could finally hug her, and the girl wondering why he had such questions. After all, if he wanted, they could spend the whole night like this, crying. The young man thought that even though he knew it was just a dream, he was very happy. But his wife asked if the young man could stay with her, to which of course he could not give her an answer. The system offered our hero to make his choice. 3 options were offered to choose from. The first option is to stay in a dream and spend the rest of your life with Hong Yi. Survival is the best choice. Reward plus 200 years of living in a dream. The second option is to refuse Hong Yi and dispel the illusion, a reward plus 3 fragments of ability. With tears in his eyes, our hero believed that one day he would return her to his dear Hong Yi, because it was all just a dream. So our hero chose the third option and thought that he would deal with Zhu with his own hands. At that moment his wife dissolved and the world of dreams collapsed thanks to Lin Kuei, to which Deputy Zhu was very much surprised. He was wounded by the fact that the young man was able to destroy his dream. Deputy Zhu thought that the dream world was destroyed. The wounds of this recoil were too serious, and it was very difficult for him to resist Lin Kuei, and everyone else thought that this nightmare was finally over. And someone thought that it was his dream, and it was very difficult to say goodbye and did not want to wake up. Seeing a crack in the sphere, our hero thought that most likely they would be able to escape through it. So it was necessary for everyone to wake up and go. The next moment our heroes got out of the dream world and a new opponent stood in front of them. Looking at the opponent in the raincoat, who was right in front of them, the hero thought that he had a strong aura and was definitely not below the B rank, and it was worth being careful with him. The opponent said that since the young man did not want to be good, he would be bad, and decided to attack him. Our hero at that moment managed to dodge and attack his response. The deputy also thought that his wounds were too strong. He did not have time to fight, so there was only one thing left, and having launched a bomb at the young man, he asked him to burn in hell. Realizing what kind of weapon was flying in his direction, Lin Kuei asked everyone else to be careful, and thought that it was impossible to let this opponent get away. While he was thinking, he saw that everyone else was coughing and that the smoke was poisonous, to which our hero said that he would disperse this smoke and used his flaming fist power. When the smoke dispersed, our hero realized that it was too late, and this enemy had escaped. Privately, the young man thought that his main enemy was Zhu, and not this scumbag, so he decided that he would destroy him, take his soul and return Hong Yi. The deputy hid behind the house and thought that the young man wanted to kill him. It was unthinkable. He still had to grow and grow, so he had to return soon and report the situation to the master. Let Zhu send reinforcements. He thought to himself that as soon as his strength and the world of dreams were restored, he would pay Lin Kuei in full. While our hero was dealing with the villains, his sister Cer was riding in a convertible car. Yellow was driving, saying that he was driving such a cool car for the first time. Izzy, who was sitting in the front seat, thought that the guys would become because they were not toys, but the sister, she talked about the guy pushing on the gas, and they drove even faster. Izzy, while walking in this kindergarten garden, thought that she was finished. She did not think that among them only this ferret can drive a car, so also without a license. It completely confused her. At that moment they jumped up on a hillock and were noticed by Deputy Zhu. Seeing the car, thought about the fact that she was flying. But our heroes just jumped up on the hill at that moment. The deputy was running away, thinking about how he would not get under her, but on Itzy screamed that they had just moved something. Yellow thought that of course it was unknown to him. He concentrated on how to become. After all, the harder he pressed the brake, the faster they drove. At that moment, the little demons thought that they had got a good profit. They managed to get out so many things, so they thought they would get enough and return home and get married right away. But at that moment they were shot down by our heroes, shouting for everyone to get away. But it was too late. Lin Kuei, standing with everyone, said that it was necessary to go forward. In addition to this demon of nightmares, there were still others that they had to deal with. Uncle Chu Lai, standing with them, said that everyone was very inspired and many more rewards for killing all kinds of creatures were waiting for them. So we had to fight shoulder to shoulder and destroy all the enemies. So our team moved out in search of a new enemy. Zhu, lying on a chaise longue, thought that half a day had already passed since his deputy left, and apparently he should have already dealt with Lin Kuei, so he decided to look through his sphere at their winner. But Lin Yan was amazed. He was run over by a car, and Zhu, of course, it was unclear. He was angry that he even broke the sphere through which he was watching. Jumping up from his chaise longue, I thought that I had lost again. This Lin Kuei had defeated him again, and apparently I would have to take everything into my own hands again. The Demon King thought that he would burn the guy along with this city and headed in his direction. Then our hero and the fat man heard screams, and it was a yellow man driving a car, who was shouting for everyone to get out of the way, and they were driving straight into the wall. At the very moment when they were about to crash into the wall, Izzy grabbed the yellow CER and they jumped out of the car. At the moment when the car crashed into the wall, looking at the yellow Itzy, she shouted to him that he would not fit the steering wheel next time, to which the yellow one asked her not to joke. So when he saw Seer and her team, our hero did not understand where they came from. The young man thought to himself that it was impossible to breathe with these features. That's what they forgot in this particular place. Rushing into the arms of her brother, the sister screamed that she wanted to stay at home, but the yellow one forced her to go with her. She was still driving the car, so the little sister almost died of fear. At that moment the yellow one was standing next to her and asked if it was really so. Wasn't it the girl who forced her to get behind the wheel, and Aldaroga was shouting for her to step on the gas. At that moment CER looked maliciously at the yellow one and told her to shut up and hit her on the head. The fat man, approaching our hero and saying that Sire was good. But he didn't even know that the guy had not only a younger sister, but also a demonic girl. The guy thought to himself that Zhang himself didn't understand what he was talking about. At this moment, CER asked how Yellow could tell bad things, because Yellow needed to be properly punished. But suddenly they started fooling around again. Looking at all this, our hero covered his face with his hand and thought that he was afraid that these two would arrange a pogrom in the city, and he sympathized with the demons. Then Uncle Chu Lai turned to everyone and said that he had received an emergency notification. Zhu had launched a full-scale offensive. Now his army occupied the center of the city. Hearing this, Lin Kuei thought that his hour of reckoning had come and moved towards where Zhu should have been. Zhu was walking with huge monsters right at the city, and people were running from under their feet, ordering everyone to destroy people. And at that moment he met our hero's teacher and sister, who reached Zhu and wanted to kill him together. When Zhu saw them, he thought that he had met two rank cuties again, and they met again. He was just tormented by a thirst for blood, so he decided to quench it with their blood. The teacher started attacking first, saying that this time Zhu could not escape and had to prepare for battle. The sister was also ready, and they both wanted to attack Zhu, but since they wanted to play, the Demon King was ready and ordered the blood dragon to rise. Climbing up on the monster, Zhu said that from now on no one in the city could survive, since he was on this giant dragon. Climbing on his giant blood dragon, he asked to tear apart those opponents who were right in front of him, and in front of him was the teacher and the sister of our hero. But of course they were ready to attack, and climbing on the tiger with wings, the sister was ready to attack and defend against Zhu. The teacher, also using force, said that there was a time of transformation. The little monkey that was sitting on her shoulder transformed into a large monster, so they were ready to fight back. At that moment the dragon used his attack, the poisonous breath of the blood dragon, and attacked our heroes. But the same decided to fight off his attack together. With their strength, they were ready to defeat Zhu. Looking at the battle, he thought that only two girls at the middle stage of a rank were not rivals to the great dragon demon, and decided to use the weapon technique, fighting together with our hero's sister, who was next to him, attacked Zhu with a sword. A teacher came up behind her, who was also attacking Zhu, and he realized that it was a hidden attack. But it was useless. he repelled both girls with his sword at once. The sister of our hero understood that it was impossible to give the demon a second's respite, and so she went into battle again, attacking Zhu with lightning execution. With her sword, the teacher also attacked Zhu with her attack, and both of them were able to injure him, so he thought that the girls managed to provoke him. At the same time, they would finish him off together. They were going to, but attacking them. Unfortunately, nothing happened while they were fighting. Our hero and his friends tried to find where this battle took place. The fat man walking next to Lin Kuei asked if Uncle Chu Lai had left with his guys, to which he replied that it was so, because they still had a few tasks left for them to complete. Then the fat man, looking behind our hero, saw his little sister and Onitsi with Yellow, who were eating something, asked if the guy thought that he was sure that the girls should have stayed here. Looking at how his sister giggled and covered her face with her hand again, our hero asked if he had a choice. If there were demons everywhere, then the girls would be safer with their squad. Besides, do not underestimate this trio. Perhaps they were even stronger than the fat man. He was thinking to himself whether the guy was really serious now, not understanding what he was talking about, and just kept silent in response. Then they met demons, and everyone was fully armed and ready to fight together with these demons. At that moment, Zaire rushed straight into the arms of her brother, saying that she was very scared, to which he was very surprised. Yellow began to tease Seer, saying that was she really so afraid of demons? Didn't they provoke her? Yellow asked. Onitsi said that it was exactly like that. It seemed earlier that the sister was ready for battles, to which she replied that everyone should close their mouths, otherwise no one would see their pathetic bodies anymore. They were very scared and have been silent ever since. The young man, taking out his sword, said that Yellow and Onitsi should protect Cer, and he would fight the demons for now. But Seer said that she did not need the protection of her brother, and again released the shadow of her huge bear, which was ready to tear all the demons to pieces. Lin Kuei's entire squad, looking at his younger sister, thought that even Lin Kuei's younger sister was fighting. They especially could not stay away, and also decided to attack the demons that were right in front of them, launching an attack all together. At this moment, Yellow was thinking that he had endured for too long and it was time to stretch his joints. So he also went into battle, attacking the demons. Onitsi stood behind, thinking that the afterlife abyss did not stand on ceremony with her, so let them not blame her for insensitivity now, and she also decided that she would help our heroes fight demons by going on the attack with everyone. Lin Kuei also fought alongside the demons using his flaming fist and his attacks against them, because they were very weak demons. But there were more and more of them, so it was still necessary to fight them. Suddenly, a system appeared, and it was said that 2 unused B-rank spiritual jaspers were discovered that could grant abilities, whether our hero wanted to absorb them. Then the young man remembered what was left of Jin Lei and Yin. Now was the time to absorb these jaspers. The system reported that Jin Lei's spiritual jasper had been successfully absorbed, and the resulting thunder type ability was unlocked. The thunder strike skill releases lightning, and therefore one had to be careful using a huge amount of spiritual power. Yin Ren's spiritual jasper was successfully absorbed and the air type ability obtained. The Windblade skill unlocked. It increased speed and agility. The hero rejoiced at the fact that he simultaneously received 2 types of abilities, and this made him very happy. The girls from his team, looking at Lin Kuei, thought that he had fought off all the demons alone. Now he definitely has enough strength to be their commander, because he surpassed everyone in strength. At this moment, while they were all talking, the fat man was riding his dragon, saying that a whole army of demons was coming here. Hearing this, of course, everyone was surprised by what the fat man who told them this terrible news said. There was a whole army of demons rushing through the streets of the city, all kinds that could only be imagined, and our hero felt what a powerful aura was right in front of him. However, if he couldn't even defeat this bunch of small demons, then how would he defeat Zhu? So he stayed while everyone else said that it was necessary to leave, climbing the dragon that the fat man was riding. Zaire and Onitsi and Yellow also climbed on a huge bear. The little sister called the young man with her. The sister said that they had to go, and Yellow shouted to Lin Kuei that the young man could not win. Onitsi also called the owner, and everyone wanted the young man to go with them. Then suddenly the system came out, saying that the young man made his choice. 3 options were presented to choose from again. The first option is to delay time until the arrival of help. The reward is +10 to the strength. The second option is to escape with your comrades, a reward +10 to dexterity. The third option is to fight back and defeat the demon army. The reward is +10 to strength and +10 to dexterity, +10 fragments of ability. Looking at the screen in front of him, the hero chose the third option, because he would have chosen to fight to the end anyway. Our hero was serious about this battle. Escaping from the battlefield will only aggravate their situation because of such retreats. Cities were captured with these creatures, one after another. So many innocent people were killed, and our hero, using all his might, decided that he would fight because Lin Kuei would destroy them and cut everyone with lightning so that it would not cost him. Therefore, the young man went on the attack directly on all the demons that were in front of him, which greatly shocked his sister and all his friends. The demons did not expect at all that they would attack them, one young man. But the hero was able to attack them all so that he defeated one by one and the army was killed. And his strength was so powerful that the dragon and the bear that the guys were holding had to even protect them with their bodies. Otherwise they would have been blown away by the shockwave. The demons have been destroyed. It's time to settle accounts with Zhu, our hero thought to himself. He also told Hongyi to wait for him because he would save her. Everyone saw that Lin Kuei could defeat all the demons with one blow. Everyone, fighting together with their dragon, tried to defeat our teacher and our hero's sister. They saw a good chance to attack and decided to attack Zhu, who was able to injure the teacher that he fell on his dragon right in front of the ground. Our hero's sister used the power of the Thunder Shadow Tiger to attack Zhu and was able to do it. The girl, looking at her attack, understood that it was the strongest blow of all possible. After it, the bloody night ghost would undoubtedly die. But getting up and saying that the girl was a worthless monkey and asking Zhu how she dared to hurt him, and the girl could not believe that he could still move. Then Zhu used the fusion of the blood demon and transformed, absorbing all the power and strength of the dragon. He was able to create a single hole with it. The girls felt what a strong aura was in front of them. At that moment they saw something in front of them. Addressing the girls, the king asked if they were expecting, because he always had a backup plan, and Zhu started attacking the teacher and sister again. He was so huge that of course, their attacks were nothing to him, because two low-level beasts dared to attack him and Zhu knew that he would kill everyone. So the demon decided to attack the girls and then thought that they would make a great minced meat. At that moment, when he pulled his hand straight to our hero's sister, the teacher stood up to protect her. But then our hero arrived and managed to save both ladies. Seeing Lin Kuei, they were both very surprised. The guys from his squad came with them, telling the mentor that they were here and also the sister of our hero. So he asked the girls not to worry, because they will destroy the enemy. Seeing Zhu, the little sister understood that the girl's ire was not afraid of anything, and this made her sister smile. The girls were placed under protection, and one of the girls from the squad, Lin Kuei, said, "What will help with the treatment?" Everyone else also came to their aid. Then Zhu saw Onitzi among all and calling her a traitor. He said that he and Lin Kuei would not leave alive from here and decided to attack her. But Lin Kuei said that he was his opponent and that he did not dare to touch the girl, deflecting his blow with his sword. Feeling his attack, Zhu realized that something was happening, because Lin Kuei had become much stronger than before. The demon did not expect to see such a powerful attack from the young man. Then the system came out and offered to make a choice. Our hero was presented with 3 options to choose from. The first option is to escape with the team from the scene. The reward is +10 to the force. The second option is to kill Zhu and avenge Hongyi. The reward is +27 and +20 to dexterity, +15 fragments of ability. Option number 3, defeating Zhu and finding another way out, is rewarded with 10 dexterity points. Therefore, Lin Kuei decided that for the sake of a woman he would choose the second option and decided to fight Zhu, who of course wanted to tear the guy apart. And our hero thought that he would do it all for the sake of his beloved wife and everything for her, and took his demonic form. Seeing this, everyone was very surprised that Lin Kuei has the ability to transform. Zhu was saying at that moment that he would not give the young man a single chance and started attacking him. And our hero also went on the attack. Then he kept thinking that the guy really angered him and attacked him. So our hero was lying on the ground, thinking that he could not. However, at that moment his sister and teacher came to his defense, because they were together and said they would go with Lin Kuei. So they decided to attack all together. He certainly did not expect such a blow at all. All the guys also arrived in time to help our hero, so they all attacked the demon with their own forces to defeat the giant dragon Zhu, who was trying to kill our hero. When he noticed that Kuei was approaching him, he decided that he needed to attack, but at that moment he was attacked by everyone else, including our hero's younger sister and Onitzi. Even Yellow went on the attack, saying that Zhu would taste his truck, throwing a car at the demon. All this made everyone very angry. He said that everyone was reptilian, that he would kill everyone. He would sacrifice his blood and open the prison. Everyone understood that they were captured at that moment. When Zhu knelt down and decided to open his prison, our hero, rising from the ground, thought what was he to do further. Zhu was thinking that the magic circle caused by his blood was really strong, so he would eat everyone alive. But Lin said that they could rely on brute force to break this pressure, and standing up, he decided that he would go against Zhu again. When he saw that the young man could move, the demon was completely annoyed, because he thought that maybe Caillou's power had broken out of the circle. The demon thought to himself that things were bad. He had spent too much energy and now it would be difficult to fight on. At that moment, our hero asked if Zhu thought that under his oppression, Zhu would surrender. He said that of course it was impossible. Everyone saw Lin Kuei, who used all his might and said that he would rather die than kneel before him, addressing Zhu saying that his people will never be a slave, and went to attack Zhu. Lin said that he would fight to the end, and seeing his attack, Zhu did not understand how he could attack. The forces of thunder and lightning, this attack was too strong. And our hero took his sword in his hands and said that for the sake of relatives and friends, and for the protection of his homeland, and for the sake of his beloved Hong Yi, Zhu had to die and attack the demon. The last thing he thought about was why he didn't accept it. The system said that the task was completed. The reward was received +20 to strength, +20 to dexterity, and +15 fragments of ability. Everyone rejoiced and thought that they had won. The magic field disappeared and everyone was happy. At that moment, the jade soul of the ghost of the Bloody Knight fell out, and our hero was thinking that she had finally been saved. At that moment, someone called Lin Kuei and he turned around and saw Zaire and another of his sisters, who both hugged him and were proud of the guy. All the guys from the team said that Lin Kuei had become much stronger, to which the young man shyly said that of course it was not so. But everyone said that the young man was really worthy of becoming their captain. At that moment everyone saw how beautiful the sky was today, and the sun was shining right on everyone. The teacher stood behind everyone and lit a cigarette, thinking that 10 years ago, Lin Yuan saved Kanglin. Today his son Lin Kuei inherited the Baselard team and once again saved the city. Was it really fate? Our hero thought that he would help his dear wake up, holding a jasper in his hand and remembering his beautiful wife. And so ended this day in this battle, which our hero withstood with pride. 2 days later, our hero concentrated his chakra after cleansing for 2 days and nights. The power of the jade of the soul of the Bloody Knight was finally transferred to Hong Yi and it worked. But at some point the jasper cracked and suddenly the young man felt Hong Yi. He felt the breath of life in her. Strength returned to the girl. And then our hero stretched out his hands to his lovely wife. Opening his eyes in front of our hero, the young man said that his beloved finally woke up, and she, seeing Lin Kuei, rushed into his arms. To which the guy said that he was here and was also glad to see her. There were tears in both eyes. They were insanely glad to see each other. Hugging Lin Kuei, the girl thought that she would never see him again. He was a hero, said that he had no idea how bad it was for him alone. The girl, shedding tears, said that she also missed him very much. Even though she slept in the spiritual world, his pain and anxiety could not be felt. The young man, in the truth, was a fool, because it was easier for him to give up Hong Yi. Looking at his beloved, he said that he was ready for anything for her love. Hearing these words, the girl was touched. Looking at each other, the lovers could not get enough at this moment. Hong Yi reached out to our hero, and they were sealed with a kiss of love. At this time, at the headquarters of Ming Yuan, the Lord was sitting on the throne and his subjects, addressing my Lord, said that the battle of Kanglin had failed. Zhu, unfortunately, died. This made my Lord very angry and he killed the one who told him this news. The subjects who stood next to the gentleman asked if my Lord wanted to increase his troops and continue attacking the city, to which he raised his hand and said that the subordinates were in no hurry. Although the operation failed, the battle in other cities was won, which allowed the demons to significantly expand their territories. Kanglin is just a small piece of land. First, the occupied territory should be stabilized, and then an attack should be carried out. Bowing their heads in front of my Lord, everyone said that the Demon King was wise. There was no doubt, because he would skillfully rule Dasha, everyone said, and laughing, the king said that it would be just like that. In the house of our hero, Seer and Yellow were sitting on the couch. After eating, Yellow said that she was so full that she was very happy. Seer was thinking about her brother, who had not come down for 2 days and completely ignored them. At that moment, Onizzi was holding a tray in her hand and said that she would take it to the gentleman. But when she heard this, Seer grabbed it and pulled it out of the girl's hands right under her nose, saying that she would take it to her brother herself. Approaching the room, the young man and the girl asked her brother to eat on Izzy, and Yellow had to watch what was about to happen. They did not know what Lin Kuei was doing in his room, and only after opening the door, the girl said that she was coming in. At that moment she dropped her tray and started pointing a finger at what she saw, saying that it was them. Pointing her finger to where she was pointing on the bed, she saw Lin Kuei together with a girl who asked Zaire why she came. Hong Yi thought to herself that Lin Kuei had a sister, and the hero realized that Lin Zai saw Hong Yi. Seeing this, the girl said that her brother had a girl in the room, and Onizzy in yellow asked if this ghostly wife was Lin Kuei. Saying that she woke up after hearing this, the sister was at a loss asking who they were talking about. Yellow, smiling with a nervous smile, realized that she had almost forgotten, because his sister of our hero did not know anything about his demonic wife. Then the girl, pointing her finger at the girl, asked her brother who this ghostly lady was, why she was in his room, because he had to explain himself to her. Realizing that he had messed up, Lin Kuei said that in the end he could no longer avoid his sister and decided to explain to her what was the matter. Hearing this, the sister did not understand anything and thought that now she would faint. Everyone tried to support her, explaining to her what was happening. Lin Kuei, looking at his sister, said that Hong Yi was very dear to him. It was his choice, whether she was a person or a ghost. He would always love only her, and he hoped that Zaire would understand him. At that moment, Hong Yi was thinking to herself and rejoiced that Lin Kuei introduced her to his sister, and it made the girl very happy that she repeated it constantly. Looking at the stranger, Zaire said that although Hong Yi was very beautiful, however, this girl was a stranger to their family, and in the whole world only she and her older sister sincerely loved and supported her brother, said Zaire Lin Kuei. The young man, addressing Lin Zai, said that he understood that the girl was worried about him, but Hong Yi was like no one, she was unique, the young man said. Then the sister said that she did not understand what the difference was, the women were all the same. Hong Yi, looking at the girl, covered her mouth and giggled sweetly, because she thought to herself that this cute little girl was jealous of her, and stroking her head, said that the girl was very cute. Did she really think that Hong Yi had stolen her brother from her? Zaire did not expect this at all. Then, Hong Yi, smiling at the girl, said that she knew that the young lady was worried about Lin Kuei, but hoped that she would trust Hong Yi in her brother's choice. The girl was thinking that, given that the girl was just a spirit, there was no real touch from her, but it still felt like something gentle. At that moment, Hong Yi was stroking our Zaire on the head. Running out of the room, Lin Zai said that she would accept Hong Yi only because of her brother, but the girl should understand that he would forever be Lin Zai's brother, not hers, and ran out of the room. Looking at this, Hong Yi thought that Zaire was very funny, and Yellow said that what turned out to be the demon queen also had a weak spot. Everyone was watching Zair's reaction carefully. Hugging Hong Yi, the young man said that they would become a family in the future, and Hong Yi thanked her hero and smiled back at him. At the moment of happiness, suddenly Hong Yi was paralyzed by something, and she fell into our hero's arms. Then the young man asked what happened to his wife, to which she replied that everything was fine, she was just tired. Onizzy and Yellow, who were standing next to each other, were very excited about the girl, and Onizzy said that Hong Yi's soul was too badly damaged. Even if she recovered, she would still be weak, so it was necessary to return her to the spiritual world faster. Looking at Hong Yi, who was almost exhausted, the young man, returning to the spiritual world, said that his beloved had a good rest, because he would definitely come up with something. Turning to Onizzy, who had previously given him advice, the young man asked if there was any way to return Hong Yi's soul to a normal state or even change his body. Onizzy thoughtfully said that the previous battle took too much strength, and now even if the jade was absorbed, it would only barely help the girl. Back then, the young man said that Hong Yi once said that her spiritual world was destroyed and she could not accumulate too much strength by relying solely on the soul. Now her condition should be even more serious. Onizzy tried to tell the hero about what was the difference between the spiritual world and the soul body. The spiritual world and the body, because since the girl did not have a physical body, even 10 Jade Bloody Knights will not be able to revive her soul, so only by helping her change the shape of her body can the problem be radically solved. The young man got angry and thought that no matter what the price, he would help Hong Yi. Onizzy, looking at our hero, suddenly remembered that there is one thing in the world that can change the shape of the body. This is the Sage Stone. Hearing this, the young man was very surprised. Then the girl told him that it was an ancient treasure capable of endowing its owner with divine power, but it was a pity that he was broken into 9 parts during the battle between ghosts and monsters. Now they are scattered all over the world and say all the owners are powerful ghosts, and it is more difficult to take the shard from them than to ascend to heaven. Our hero said that until the beloved restores her body to her, even if he has to go through fire and water, he will put together the stone of the sage. The young man said that Hong Yi had protected him before and now it was his turn to repay her in the same way. The next day, teachers and students gathered in the classroom. Teachers and professors said that even though their city had defeated the demons, most of the other regions had turned into ghost towns, and the local population turned out to be prisoners. On the screen, the professors showed what was happening on the streets of the city and said that the refugees had experienced hellish tortures. Some were humiliated, many were killed. There was no trace of their usual life. Kanglin will soon be busy saving people and fighting the ill-fated ghosts. The Academy and the Night Patrol have established generous bonuses as a reward for assisting in combat, and interested students can participate voluntarily. At this moment, while all the students were listening, our main character came up on the stage, and the elder reported that in the recent battle, the Baselard team led by Lin Kuei performed very well. The young captain has courage and bravery. He is truly worthy of praise. A reward of 3 million in cash was announced as our winner. The elder hoped that other students would follow his example and participate in the latest assignments. Our heroes, including Lin Kuei and standing on the stage, waved their hands to everyone and thought that 3 million was a very large sum. They could not dream of such a thing at that moment. All the girls in the hall applauded Lin Kuei and saying that he was their idol and they loved him very much. Then the awarding began and our heroes received victory ribbons. Then everyone thought about what kind of rags they were, because they were like an escort. The girl, pointing at the guys, asked her friend to look at Lin Kuei and the others, because they were very funny guys, and the girl was thinking about what a handsome guy he was. Then Qin Feng suddenly spoke out, saying that as expected from Lin Kuei, it was necessary to study harder to follow his path. Only then he would become as strong. Seeing how our heroes were rewarded, young Xiao appeared and thinking about what a bastard the young man was, he talked about the parasite. Why did he not die during the Tide of Ghosts? Because the guy had such a good opportunity. But he decided that he would find another way to get rid of Lin Kuei. While our hero was perplexed by the ribbon that was put on him, and a teacher came up next to him and talked about whether Lin Kuei would participate in the mission that was now assigned. The young man, looking at the teacher, said that, of course, Ming Yuan is the enemy of their city and the entire people of Daxia, so we need to destroy him as soon as possible. The teacher, hearing these words, said that the young man was really worthy of being a Kanglian star. He was getting stronger and stronger every day. To which our hero only giggled nervously, because there was nothing more to answer. The young man thought to himself that going to this fight he could try to find the Sage Stone. This time it was necessary to act immediately. Behind his sweet smile, which he showed to everyone, there was actually a reasonable young man who was ready to do anything to save his beloved. At Lin Kuei's house, Zaire asked her brother to look, because today she passed the junior grade exam and showed the young man an admission notice, where she was congratulated on successfully passing the exams at Kang College, enrollment in the elementary class. The young man said that it was not bad and addressing Sir said that while the girl would study there, in order to go to school in the future. The hero thought to himself that the elementary class is an educational class for minors. Lin Zai was very talented and must be popular, looking at how his sister happily showed him the notification. Then Onitsuki started talking about how Ono also wanted to study, and Yellow said that the Demon Queen still needed to study so that she could complete tasks for earnings, and Yellow had no chance. This is clear discrimination against animals. Both of them looked at Si-Er's happy sister with envy and sadness. The alarm clock rang and the little sister saw that her brother was already going somewhere and asked if he really had to leave already, and Si-Er wanted to go with him. At that moment our hero was packing a backpack with everything he needed, saying that his sister could not go with him in any case. Ask your sister if she was obedient. The young man said that she had to study. He hoped that when he returned he would see her progress in her studies. Looking shyly at her brother, the girl said that she was listening to him. She thought to herself that the young man still did not trust her. She had to become stronger. Our hero got ready and leaving said that they would all see each other soon. Then seeing off his brother and sister shouted to him that Si-Er would study well, and that the young man would take care of himself. Also on the threshold of our hero Yellow and Onitsuki saw him off, looking after him. The city of Haimu is located between the cities of Kanglin and Lingfeng, and according to information from refugees, Haiyu is occupied by the ghosts of the void. Now this city is actively enslaving people. Our heroes, together with Lin Kuei, went there, having met one of the residents of the city. He thanked him, saying words of gratitude to the young man that he had finally come and asked them to let him know if the forces of Dasha would abandon them or Haimu. The young man told the old man not to worry, because they would help destroy the ghosts, and asked him to tell them as much as possible about the current situation. Then the old man said that he had heard other people in the city say that the ghost of the void is from Ming Yuan and he is a subordinate of the red ball of one of the 8 ghost kings. The young man thought that if they really met him and could catch him alive, then it would be a great opportunity to find out from him about the Sage Stone. The old man, continuing the story, said that everyone who could have already escaped, while the rest were trapped. He said that the ghosts of the void are fierce and lustful, that he sends people to search for girls in the city and they do not spare not only women, but also children. Then tears poured out of his eyes, and the old man said that a few days ago his granddaughter was taken away and told that she would be brought up as a wife, and the girl was only 8 years old. Hearing this, our hero thought about what kind of madness it was, and the girl from his squad was also very angry. Speaking of which, it was necessary to find these demons and make them regret what they had done. The fat man, shaking hands with the old man, told him not to worry. Since they were here, they would instantly destroy all the ghosts and save everyone. Someone heard the roar of the engine, and the old man, driving all the thoughts, said that someone was coming. These were the lackeys of the ghost of emptiness. They were here, so the old man told the guys to leave faster, because if these lackeys see the heroes, then everyone will be finished. Lin Kuei, turning to the old man, told him not to worry, because they would decide everything now. At that moment, they saw 3 people on motorcycles, getting off their motorcycles and fixing their hair. One of the guys asked where the guys were going. Did they really find a new girl already? Because they were very hungry and thirsty. The old man reported that these guys worked for the ghost and did not recognize the relationship. After hearing this, the guy asked if people really served the ghost. It was some kind of joke. Then suddenly one of the guys saw the girls from our hero's squad thinking about what beautiful beauties were standing in front of him. All 3 men who, following their story in, said that it was necessary to kill the men and take the women away, and offered to first play with these cats themselves and then take them to the ghost of emptiness. After hearing this, the girls were beside themselves with anger, and our hero, I threw invincible eggs at them, saying that they tasted these eggs and we get right into their eyes. They did not understand what had already happened, shouting that their eyes hurt. And our hero, gathering his strength into a fist, said that it was time to deliver a real fatal blow. But he did not have time to go on the attack, as the girls rushed ahead of him, saying that they would deal with this group of scum who did not really know how to fight. They beat the guys in one fell swoop, and it was such a relief. Looking at the girls who quickly dealt with the vile men, Lin Kuei was a little shocked and told Sister Su Niu and Sister Mu Rong that it was just amazing. The fat man standing behind him said that these evil women always scared him. He was also shocked at how the girls easily dealt with the men. The old man, again addressing our hero, said that the children, although he found out that they were strong, but it was by no means an unusual ghost, so they should have been more careful, and his friends said that it really was so. Inspired by the fact that he could defeat Lin Kuei, and said that they would save all the people, defeat the ghost of the void, return the prisoners, and make this creature disappear from Haimu forever. At this moment, a system appeared in front of the hero, saying that the young man should make a choice. Option 1. A direct attack on the headquarters of the ghost of the void. All depends on the strength of the reward, plus 10 to the strength. Option 2. Disguise yourself as a woman. Sneak into the headquarters and attack unexpectedly. The reward is plus 10, plus 6 to dexterity, and plus 10 to charm. Option 3. Take the townspeople away from the city of Haimu. A reward plus 8 to dexterity. After seeing the task from the system, the young man was surprised and saw the reward for dressing up, which was too big and that even the charm points would increase. But who the hell would change into women's clothes? Because it was such a shame, our hero thought. But at this moment, looking at his friends, he thought that he would involve others, and therefore taking 2 guys, Suyi and King Yu. He said that they had to protect citizens, and he would go with his friends for now. The girls agreed, looking at the guys aside. After dressing up, our heroes and girls were ready for battle. The men who saw them on the street thought that where did those transvestites come from? It was terrible, and the guys were sick of the appearance of our heroes. Addressing Lin Kuei, the young men said that it was a stupid idea and that it wouldn't work if that guy killed him. To which Lin Kuei said that even though it was his idea, but where did the guys get all these things from? His partner said that he was very excited, but thought it was the first time. This women's clothing was very unusual. Here, turning to the guys, Lin Kuei told them to calm down. Because they were almost there in front of the heroes, there were 2 demons that defended the gate. Seeing the guys disguised as girls at the demons, blood sprayed from the nose, thinking about what beauties were right in front of them. Guys posing as beautiful girls told the boys that they had come to the king of the ghosts of the void. Looking at them, the demons thought that really such gorgeous women really existed in this world, and asking the lovely ladies to come in said that they felt at home. After hearing that the demons called them beauties, Lin Kuei thought that the ghosts had a really specific taste. Hearing a noise outside the door, the demon asked who was making noise, because they were bothering him. The guys saw a thin demon next to whom the girls were sitting, and our hero thought to himself, was it really a ghost of emptiness? How was it possible? Seeing the girls, the ghost of emptiness was completely out of himself, to which our heroes, using all their charm, said that they had come to him and whether their brother would accept them, because they had heard about how charming he was and admired him. At that moment, the demon splashed blood from wear and tear, and he looked at our heroes with a loving look, saying that it was wonderful. It turned out there were 3 more beauties in the city. It was great and he thought he got triple happiness and enough girls. He said they had to go to his room and to talk about life, which greatly confused our heroes. When our heroes came into the room, they tied up the demon and he asked if the 3 sisters really liked playing such games, to which they said they really liked it. The lovely ladies would serve the guy at the highest level. At that moment the show was over and the 3 brothers from the city of Kanglin, standing in front of the demon, said that they fight him right now. Seeing the guys in front of him, the demon was beside himself with horror, screaming at the top of his voice and saying that it was impossible, as 3 guys appeared in front of him, and even undressed. It was just terrible and he could not believe his eyes. The demon sitting on the floor shouted that the guys did not approach him and stayed away from him, but he could not do anything, because he was tied up, and the guys decided that it was wonderful, because the way he screamed it was just incredible and no one would save him, the guys said, and asked the demon to play with them, which shocked him very much, and the next moment the demon disappeared, which meant that he had teleportation skills. The next moment, the demon was already at the door and said that he hated most of all when he was deceived by men. He wanted the guys to apologize to him, used the power of a crushing fist to attack our hero, but missed. The young man said that it was not for nothing that the ghost was called the Ghost of Emptiness. He deserved this name. The same was very angry and again tried to attack our hero, who was making fun of him. The next moment our hero gave him such a kick that the demon flew up, and the fat man came up with the idea that maybe they would play football, because he was pretty good at it. The young man shouted for the fat man to show him what the great national Zai team was capable of. The fat man also kicked the demon, and the next moment their partner caught the ball, which turned out to be the demon himself. Our hero also offered the demon to taste his eggs and began to scatter eggs directly into the demon's eyes. Looking at this, the fat man was sad, because the young man translated the eggs just like that, and it would be better if they ate them. While our hero was throwing eggs, and his partner was holding the demon, the next moment he teleported again. The hero hit his partner with eggs. The demon, standing behind everyone, shouted to Lin Kuei that he was beating his own comrades, but then a fat man came up to him, who decided to hit the demon, and their partner, who had previously held the demon, also attacked him, asking him to try a blow with 18 palms. The demon, all beaten up, thought that people were terrible. They had very strange techniques, and he understood that he could not stand it anymore, so he had to run away from here urgently. So he opened a portal and wanted to teleport through it. But Lin Kuei, grabbing him, said that he could not escape, because they were still we didn't finish playing, and our hero grabbed the demon. Having put him in a corner, the demon huddled in him and asked the guys to pardon him. He was wrong and asked to let him go, because he was ready for anything for this. A system appeared in front of our hero, telling him to make his choice. Option 1 is to lower the ghost and treat him with compassion. The reward is +7 to the force. Option 2 is to rid people of evil by killing a ghost, reward +10 fragments to the ability. Option 3 is to bestow the Ghost of Emptiness and use it for your own purposes. The reward is +8 to dexterity. And looking at the table, the hero thought that maybe he should have chosen the third option. Approaching the demon, our hero decided to ask the demon if he knew something about the Sage Stone and if he would give him valuable information. Then so be it, they would pardon him, Lin Kuei said. The demon, hearing about the Sage Stone, said that he knew about it, because his boss has a red sword and it contains fragments of this stone, which they say he received in the Ghost War. The boss treasured it therefore and inlaid it on his sword. After hearing this information, Lin Kuei thanked the demon for sharing such valuable information. In turn, he is thinking about how to make the demon's life easier by taking out his sword. After hearing about the Lighten, the demon realized that he had lost and at that moment was struck by Lin Kuei's sword. The system said that the task was completed and the young man received +10 fragments to the ability. Looking at the remaining jasper from the slain demon, our hero said that it was unfair to communicate with women like that and oppress the townspeople. He committed a lot of bad deeds, so if he wanted mercy, he would not have received it for anything in his life. At that moment, the fat man and his partner were saying that they had to go ahead and behead the remaining ghosts and rescue the detained women. Our heroes freed all the hostages and standing in front of the townspeople thought that the battle was finally over. They said goodbye to the old man they had met earlier, saying that the city had been cleared of ghosts, so they no longer had to worry about anything. and the old man said that the young man was a benefactor because he saved everyone and they did not know how they could repay him. His granddaughter stood next to the old man, which was once taken away from him. The hero, posing as a real knight, said that he did not need a reward because they came here on a mission. If they really wanted to thank someone, then they had to say thank you to Daxia, and he told the old man, to which he shed tears and said what a good young man he was. At this moment, one of the team, the girl, approached her sister and told her to obey her grandfather, and saying goodbye together, our heroes said goodbye to the villagers, leaving her. They were walking through the forest and one of the girls said that they had to go where she was pointing. Somewhere there was a shortcut to lifting in her hand she had a map. Lin Kuei and the fat man walked behind, and the fat man asked our hero why he needed information about the Sage Stone. And our hero began to tell himself that I think that Hong Yi's case should not have been solved. Then he decided to say that by collecting the fragments of the Sage Stone, you can summon a dragon to make a wish. Having heard about the dragon, the fat man, of course, did not believe a single word of our hero. Why he did not want to talk was completely incomprehensible. But the fat man decided that he would not lose anything if he did not find out. At that moment they paid attention to some sound that was right behind them and saw a fox that was running away, followed by men in loincloths who ran after this baby and asked him to stop. Seeing this, Lin Kuei thought to himself, why were the two men chasing this poor fox? Then a system appeared in front of him and spoke only about the young man making a choice. There were 3 scenarios to choose from. The first option is to save the life of a fox cub. The reward is 8 to fragments of power. The second option is to stand and not move. The reward is +6 to strength. And the third option, think about ghosts, let the animal die, reward +6 dexterity. The guy still realized that he was in another task that he could complete. Then one of his partners came up to them, saying that the fox was very nice and she was very sorry for her, what happened and why she was being chased. Then suddenly our hero's wife appeared, saying that this animal had a strange aura, it was unusual, and asked the young man to save him. Hugging the girl by the hand, the hero was happy and said that his sweet wife, as always, was right. He also thought so. The next moment he decided that it was necessary to save the fox cub while running away. Well, he was thinking why these ghosts wanted to eat him, but then suddenly he was saved, and looking back he saw 2 defeated enemies. The task was completed, the fox cub was saved. One of the girls asked Lin Kuei what they would do with this fox cub, whether they would let it go free, to which everyone said that it was necessary to take the fox cub into the team. Maybe it was a talisman sent by God to them. Everyone looked at the fox cub and thought that the bad guys would no longer pursue him. The fox cub was happy to be rescued. The guys pitched tents in the forest and sat around the fire, frying food. The fat man said that the food was delicious. He did not think that the pheasant eggs would be so delicious. The fox cub sat with them and also ate his food. Lin Kuei asked his friends to eat and rest and told the fox cub that today the fox cub would sleep with Aunt Mu Rong. After hearing this, the girl asked what kind of Aunt Mu Rong our hero was talking about and whether he was tired of living. After all, it was an insult to the girl. The fox cub that was sitting next to Mu Rong already began to yawn and at some point jumped right at our hero, which surprised him very much, because the young man did not think that the fox cub would want to come to him and sleep with him. Seeing this, Mu Rong was upset and asked the fox cub why he did not want to sleep with her. Was she not cute enough? Our hero was sitting with a fox cub. Then a fat man sat down to him, telling Lin Kuei that he liked the latter. Maybe she was female and would turn into a woman and thank the young man with her body. After hearing this, Mu Rong said that the fat man had specific tastes, and did anyone tell him about it whenever? The fat man said that these ghosts who were chasing the fox cub were somehow strange. Looking at their costumes, you might think that they were hunters. While chewing chicken, our hero talked about it and Lin Kuei suddenly wondered what exactly the fat man was talking about. Sitting by a tree, their partner said that ghost hunters are cannibals who live in groups in the wild. They are good at silent killings. There should be a tribe behind those two and everyone should be very careful at their impromptu overnight stay. Lin Kuei, I told the guys to go to bed first, and everyone would change the guard every 2, so everyone went to bed and left together with the fat man to watch their tents. While Lin Kuei was sitting with the fox cub, the fat man fell asleep and suddenly felt some strong force that was creeping up on him and started shouting that it was the enemy. Hearing these words, everyone ran out of their tents thinking about what had happened. There was a tribe in front of the guys. They were ghost hunters. There were a lot of them in front of the guys and everyone had to get ready for battle. Behind the tribe stood a huge monster, saying that these people are amazing creatures and was very glad to meet. Then our heroes saw behind this tribe the ghost of a hunter, a commander of level B, who was very tall and very big, and told the guys that this field was destined to become a burial place for themselves. The heroes did not expect such a meeting at all. When the guys felt the breath, they realized that this was a B-level ghost hunter, a warlord. Lin Kuei urged everyone not to be afraid, because he would deal with the commander, and the rest of the ghosts were behind all the guys. Our hero said at that moment the fox cub climbed on his back and was ready to fight with our hero. The fat man also went into battle, taking out his axe and shouting to everyone that it was necessary to destroy, and then to absorb souls in order to increase strength. The demon, rushing forward to attack, said that he wanted to see what our hero was capable of. While everyone else was fighting with small demons, the young man was fighting with the largest one, who said that the boy was very brave and decided to try a new trick on him. The young man realized that the demon had materialized a deadly spirit. Did he really have such a power? And this surprised Lin Kuei very much. At that moment a system appeared in front of him. The system suggested to the young man whether he wanted to extract the ability of the ghost jade. Spiritual compulsion. Skills would be transformed into a physical aura. Seeing what the system offered, the young man thought that the system was good. It could analyze the capabilities of the enemy, and the hero decided to extract skills. The extraction was successful and a skill, spiritual compulsion, was acquired, which the young man immediately used Lin Kuei. Seeing this, the demon could not believe his eyes. Did there really exist a person who could compensate for the skills? It was impossible. At that moment our hero decided to attack, and the demon also went on the attack, so they began to fight. Seeing the spears, our hero remembered and asked if the demon had taken these copies from his sister. Did the demon think that he was the son of Makeo? And that was the last thing the demon heard, and our hero struck him. Holding the jasper in his hands, Lin Kuei thought that now it was much easier for him to fight against B-level enemies. But each ghost has different abilities, and next time it was worth being more careful. Lin Kuei's team said that the guy was not bad for him. It turned out to be easy. They also dealt with all the ghosts that lay behind their team. Lin Kuei, embarrassed again, said that it wasn't like that at all. It just seemed complicated. In fact, a sign of an average level. It was nonsense, and asked how things were with the guys. They said that they gifted ghosts and received a lot of soul jades. With the help of these jades, the fat man said, many of them can gradually become stronger, then even reach level B. Looking at his friends, Lin Kuei thought that it was very good and thought to himself that in the midst of the heat of the battle, everyone became stronger. The fat man said that the ghosts were hunters' leaders. Like that warlord, their tribes should be nearby. It was necessary to deal with them immediately. Lin Kuei understood this. But the terrain was not easy, and he asked the fat man where everyone was looking. Then the fox cub said that he would show where these ghosts came from, and the fox cub showed with his paw there. But no one understood him. Lin Kuei was thinking what the fox cub wanted to say. Then he started biting his pant leg to lead him. Looking at the fox cub, Lin Kuei said that it seemed to him that he knew the route, and the fat man said that it was necessary to go right behind him and see what was there. The fox turned out to be right about the location, and they dealt with all the opponents and got a good catch. Everyone was free, and the ghost hunters were destroyed. People were very grateful to our heroes, calling him a kind man. His partner said she would help everyone with treatment. While the girl was going to treat people, the young man asked where people were captured from and where they were from. Then people answered that they were from the city of Lifing. It was not so long ago. There was a tide of ghosts in the Red Sword, and they occupied the house. Those who failed to escape became slaves of their king. Now we are obliged to serve him day and night. Therefore, the family who talked to our hero left the city, but they could not wait to meet these ghost hunters. The young man, listening to their terrible story, said that the city of Kanglin was not far away, and it was safe there now, and offered to take them there, to which people replied that this was probably the only way, and thanked him. The young man thought that the ghost of the red ball was terrible. He wanted to go to Lifing to see what was wrong with him. Behind our hero was a wife who also watched this situation and said that it was one of the 8 great ghost kings. His strength should be comparable to the might of the Bloody Knight, and the young man had to be careful. The young man was glad that his wife could appear next to him and was very happy, and standing next to her. He said that this demon has fragments and stones of the sage, and for the sake of his wife, he would kill him. He was insanely moved by what her husband said, and they stood hugging. The fox cub, sitting in the hood of our hero, watched this very carefully and was dissatisfied with the food. But in fact he was trying to talk to people. While Lin Kuei was standing next to his wife, it looked very strange from the outside, because all his partners did not understand what Lin Kuei was doing when kissing the air, to which the fat man told his partner that it was probably self-deception. who also watched the hero who was kissing the air. Lifting, our heroes got to this city and looked from the hill at what a beautiful picture was opening up to them. And the fat man said that they had finally arrived. Maybe there was a shorter way, because this navigator seemed to be broken. Looking at his phone, he said. Here our hero said that there seemed to be a spiritual aura nearby and everyone had to be on the alert. The next moment, a figure jumped out at them and it was Kanya. Thinking that it must have been another group of ghost servants it was necessary to arrest, a girl was playing. The girls from Lin Kuei's team were completely unhappy that the girl said that they were servants of ghosts. Seeing the people, the young man thought that they were robbers, and the fat man said that the girl was beautiful and completely matched his taste. His heart was broken. His partner said that he did not think so. In his opinion, Mu Rong was much better. While they were talking standing aside about the girls, our hero rushed to the attack using a windblower and decided to attack the thief and talked about what needed to be caught and done first. Then the girl used a temporary pause and our hero froze. The young man thought that it was not bad. The girl could stop time. Such an ability was very rare. Biting off her lollipop, the girl thought that she had failed. The guy had high mental strength. She could not control him, because as soon as the girl used her attack, Lin Kuei calmly broke out of her. The next moment, when the girl was chewing her candy, our hero was already behind her, telling his sister about how slow she was, which the girl did not expect at all, calling the guy a shameless bastard. Then suddenly a man appeared who asked what Kanya was doing, to which the girl replied to leave there, because she wanted to fight the enemy one-on-one. Then suddenly our friend was in front of them. Seeing Lin Kuei, asked if he was also going to lifing. Why they quarreled with Kanya, holding a huge boar, a friend of our hero asked. Then the young man saw Qin Feng and asked where the young man was here from, and then found out that the girl with whom they had just started a quarrel was Kanya. The guy had so many questions for Qin Feng that he decided to answer in order. Feng said that the Kanya girl was a student of the Lifing Academy with her. They met by chance during a battle with ghosts, and at that moment Feng was stroking the girl's head to calm her down. The young man looked at the guy and the girl and said that it was a misunderstanding. And the fat man behind him shouted Lin Kuei, so that he did not dare to touch his goddess. By goddess he meant the horse that was standing next to him. At that moment his partner was holding him, saying that the young man calmed down because he saw her first time. Outside of the lifing, our heroes gathered in front of the campfire and sat chatting. Kanya talked about her situation and chewed food. Lin Kuei, looking at her, began to reason that, in other words, even though the ghost of the red ball ruled lifing, he did not completely destroy the city, instead allowed the ghosts to enslave people and work for him. Then what kind of operation was this? Our hero was interested in these questions, and the fat man next to him said that Kanya was very beautiful. The partner asked if being enslaved was not worse than death. Then Kanya replied that the ghost of the red ball does it intentionally. It becomes stronger by absorbing negative human energy, and in this position, as the guys should have understood, it was enough, the girl said. Listening to all this, Lin Kuei thought that everything was much more complicated. With this ghost it would be much more difficult than with the Bloody Knight, he thought to himself. Then, addressing the girls and the young man, asked if humanity was not trying to resist. Just need to start controlling your emotions and that's it, the young man said. Kanya replied that the thing was that it was very difficult. Even if people know that the red sword feeds on negative energy, they will not be able to calm down. Only by crushing the ghosts could the problem be solved, Kanya said. The red sword lives on a ghost ship above the city. He usually releases negative energy through dark towers, plunging humanity into madness and chaos, thereby multiplying negative emotions. Recently, the ghost has absorbed too much energy and is temporarily going to retreat. There will be no better chance for an attack, Kanya said. Hearing this, the young man thought that in this case it was necessary to destroy the dark towers one by one. Then the demon will remain without nourishment, even though they have a mission, justice lives in their hearts, Lin Kuei said, standing in front of the guys and saying his touching speech. After all, as the guys who were their new friends, the young man said that they also wanted to defeat the ghosts and save innocent people. Looking at Lin Kuei in front of him, Qin Feng shouted that it was Lin Kuei, so domineering. The girl was very surprised by the guy's reaction and thanked him, because with the guys their whole team would increase their strength, and stretched out a hand to the guy to work together, and our hero said that he was glad to work together, extending to the girl their hand, and they sealed their contract with a handshake. The second day, lifting, Northern District. Our heroes arrived in the city and Kanya was standing around the corner watching the officers who were patrolling the city, saying that Lin was ready to act. It was necessary to go and destroy the dark towers as soon as possible. Only now the girl pronounced the guy's name completely wrong, and he began to take offense at her, saying that his name was completely different, so that she would not defile his name. A fox cub was still nearby, looking at the girl. Then the voice of the fat man was heard in the headphones of the young man, who said that he hoped that the guy would be soft with his goddess, which the young man was not interested in at all. After all, before that he had said that he would work together with Kanya and gloated over the fat man. Then he did not understand why the beauty had to go with his squad, because they had to go together, to which the partner told them to close their mouths, because they had to start acting. Holding out her hand to Lin Kuei, the girl told them to go faster, and the young man told the guys to stop talking. They worked hand in hand and went together to destroy the Dark Tower, to which the guys were of course dissatisfied with what the fat man especially heard, because he liked Kanya very much. Our heroes peeked around the corner looking at demons who were drawing something, and then they saw that they were demons who were studying. A demon stood in front of the blackboard and shouted that studying was the only way out for those who studied, and it turned out that these were not demons, but human children. And looking at the book they said that they love to study, and study loves them, and at that moment they released all their negative emotions. One of the students said that he studies every day, studies at night, his whole life is studying. The other asked the teacher to give him more homework, because he loved homework. The third said that studying makes people happy, and he was very happy. Others said that they had to go to university, and they were all angry and upset to tears, because they didn't really agree with what they were saying, so they threw out negative emotions. Our hero, seeing this, thought that he could not believe it, because everyone was obsessed with studying. The fox next to him was squeaking, thinking to himself that people were very unhappy. The young man asked why he and Kanya were not affected by the negative energy of the Dark Tower, to which the girl replied that due to the high level of their mental strength, they were immune to this energy. After their conversation, the young man decided that it was necessary to immediately go to the control room using their strength. They moved to her, Lifing, Northern District. The fat man and his partner were also looking at people. There were men in front of them who were crying and hysterical, asking why this girl in front of them was driving them crazy. The young man fell in love with her for the 50th time. Why she still did not agree to meet with him, to which the girl thought that why these scumbags ask her about it all the time. A wealthy man was needed if she did not marry a rich man, and with a beautiful appearance, a wonderful character. Her soul would be broken into tiny pieces if she doesn't do it. The other guy was attacked by women saying that why was the young man still not married, already so old, and the girl was still not there, and said that the young man was garbage. He had to look at other people, because they had been married a long time ago and they were very sorry for him, saying that the young man was a fool. At this moment the young man was emitting negative energy, which the demons were feeding on. Lifting, Southern District. Qin Feng, along with the girls, looked in front of him and wondered whether they had come there or not, to which he saw an office in the open air, as it seemed to him. There was a spectacle in front of them. All the people were sitting at computers, and the demon was saying that he would increase their salary next month. The work was very difficult, and one of the guys was thinking that for the sake of marriage he had to work. He had to buy a house, he would succeed. So he pressed the keys like crazy. The other one was smashing the keyboard, saying what the hell it was. He was no longer a programmer. All of them emitted negative emotions, which the demons fed on. Looking at all this, Qin Feng thought about what a difficult life these people had and was glad that they were not office workers, to which the girls standing next to him said that it was very difficult. They all watched the situation that was in front of them. Lifting, Western District. Our hero was already in the Dark Tower, and the demon shouted to him that how dare he invade the Dark Tower. The ghost of the red ball instantly deal with him. At that moment the young man was standing on the demons. He dealt with himself and said that he was not afraid to hear it at all, dealing with a demon that was right in front of him. Looking at all this, Kanya thought that Lin Kuei was very strong. At that moment the animal was sitting right on top of the girl, thinking to himself that Lin Kuei was also very handsome. They were all watching the fight that our hero was leading. A system window appeared in front of the guy, and she offered the young man to make a choice. 3 options were presented to choose from. The first option is to destroy the Dark Tower. The reward is the energy of the earth. The second option, to refuse capture, rewards sweet honey. The third option is to start controlling the Dark Tower. The reward is the water of life. Thinking about the water of life, the young man thought that it was a good subject, and the task was not so difficult. After hearing that the young man was thinking about starting to control the Dark Tower, Kanya offered to help him. She was well versed in technology and said that it might be possible to adjust the frequency of negative energy so that the ghosts could taste mental torture. At that moment the girl sat down at the computer and started clicking. The young man, looking at her, and thought that as demons treated people, so people will treat demons. The girl read his thoughts, and the hero really liked her idea, so he supported her. On the ship at that moment, one of the demons was reporting to my lord that there had been an invasion. Hearing this, the king did not believe it, but the demon continued to report that 3 dark towers had been captured. My lord thought to himself that the ghost of the red sword was still practicing alone. It was impossible to let these people disconnect him from the source of energy. Then my lord called the dragon and the phoenix. The subordinates immediately appeared in front of him. He said that if, as they say, you leave the dragon and the phoenix, you can rest in peace. Now that these 2 were here, then they were all invincible. My lord asked not to let them down and immediately catch the violators, to which they both agreed and went in pursuit. Descending from the ship by parachute, they shouted that they were Army Number 1. It was finally time to demonstrate their skills. Lifting, Western District. Our heroes were sitting in the tower, tuning it to their purity, and then Kanya said that she had tuned negative energy to the purity of ghosts. The same method was used to remotely control other dark towers. The girl was happy that she did it. The system reported that the control of the towers was successful, and the reward was received. The young man, looking at the girl with glowing eyes, thought that she had done her job perfectly, because Lin Kuei did not expect that Kanya was capable of such a thing. The hero thought to himself that thanks to the girl's help, he now has the water of life. The towers began to work, and the children who had been sitting at homework before did not understand at all why they were doing homework. And then they saw that their mentor had become a ghost. The same one was standing and writhing in pain, because the tower was now tuned to him. In another place, the fat man and his partner looked at the guys who used to shudder from unhappy love. But now they stood and asked themselves where they were and why they were here. Then the guys reported that the guys had returned to normal life, and the fat man said that Lin Kuei had probably found a way out of the situation again once everyone started to come to their senses. The office workers that Qin Feng and the girls were watching also rebelled against the demon, saying that he was finished, because he forced them to work overtime and ran after him with their computers, and he ran away from them. Watching all this, Qin Feng thought that they didn't need to do anything else. They just looked at how people were chasing demons and wanted to kill them. Demons were running away from people, begging people not to run after them, because their spirit was already at the limit. Watching completely from the sky, the demons did not understand what was happening. Was the fighting power of their soldiers so weak? These were the very ghosts that descended from the ship and thought that people had rebelled. Lin Kuei and Kanya also observed that more experienced ghosts were sent to fix the problem, so they decided that they could get experience from them. Hearing that the humans wanted to get experience from them, the demons did not understand at all what they wanted to say. The demons were very surprised. Our hero was already waiting for the demons using his power and asked them to descend directly to him, after which he struck his blow and watched the demons fly far away after this blow. But then they found themselves in front of Lin Kuei again and said that they would use the dragon wind technique and today their opponents would die. Turning to Lin Kuei and Connie, seeing the 2 demons, our heroes laughed. Lin Kuei thought that these little gnats were trying to provoke them. Kanya couldn't hold back her laughter either, and they both looked at these cute demons that were in front of them. The demons certainly didn't like it. They saw that the guys were thinking that they could only intimidate, but they had to look carefully. Now they will see their fighting equipment, and the demons turned into the form of a big demon and said that the guys were afraid and worshipped them, to which they absolutely did not expect it. Seeing a demon in front of him, our hero said that it turned out pretty well. Did they really learn the skills of magnification from the ghost of the Bloody Knight? And Kanya, who was standing next to our hero, felt what a powerful breath this demon had. Then his demonic wife appeared next to our hero, and Hong Yi said that the power after the merger reached the average level B, and the young man had to be careful. The girl warned him. Our hero, rejoicing that his wife appeared next to him, was absolutely happy that she warned him about it. The demon, launching an attack, told the guys to look at their friendship strength and decided to attack them. At that moment, Lin Kuei and grabbing Kanya and Hong Yi ran away with 2 girls. Then a system appeared in front of him and asked if the young man wanted to use the water of life to cope with the enemy. After receiving the attribute is transformed into spiritual force and liquid, strengthening the body and increasing Kai energy. The young man realized that the system reminded him of living water and it was a great idea, so he took it out of his arsenal and decided to drink it, also giving this drink to Kanya, saying that he treats her. Looking at the drink, the girl thought that the young man was engaged in magic and asked him to tell him how he does it. Looking at the bottle, she thought that she should drink Coca-Cola. Taking a bottle from our hero, he and Kanya drank a drink together. His wife watched the guy closely with a questioning expression on her face, because she did not understand what the young man was drinking. The guys drank their drinks, and the demon didn't quite understand what was happening, looking at the two people in front of him who were drinking something. After our hero drank the drink, he realized that the effect was quite good. The Kai, blood and spiritual power in the body were enhanced. Kanya also felt it, but did not understand what was happening. Her whole body was burning. The fox cub who was with them also drank this drink and understood that she was full of strength. Looking at them, Hongyi thought that she was sorry that not everyone could drink this drink to her, and that made her very sad, because she did not have such an opportunity. The demon, attacking our hero, thought how our heroes dared to do this and just decided to ignore him, and even dared to drink a drink. It was terrible, but our hero did not listen to him at all and just said that they met face to face in battle. At that moment their fists collided in a blow. After that, the young man realized that the demon was strong enough. He actually had level B. Taking out his sword, our hero decided that it was necessary to end this battle and attack the demon. Looking at the young man, he laughed, because did the guy really think that he could hit him with such an attack? He had the speed of a phoenix. Then our hero, attacking the demon, offered to see how fast he was. But the demon was really fast, and as soon as the young man decided to attack him with his sword, the demon appeared right behind our hero and wanted to grab him by the head. But then Kanya intervened and warned Lin Kuei. Kanya was able to make a temporary pause, and the demon stopped, frozen in one position. Then our hero attacked him. Lin Kuei thought that standing facing the demon would not be able to use the sword technique, so he had to get a blow from the back, and the young man attacked the demon directly with his foot in the back. Lying on the ground, the demon did not understand why he could not return from the blows of the young man. Kanya looked at the battle and thought that she was very sorry that when faced with an enemy stronger than her, she could only stop time for half a second. But at least this way she could help Lin Kuei to defeat the demon, and wished our hero good luck, who again went on the attack, attacking the demon with his sword. Trying to break through his defense, the demon asked the guy if it was unexpected for him, because he not only has the speed of a phoenix, but also the protection and strength of a dragon. Then our hero, again rushing to attack the demon, said that he would break his armor, but the demon was also determined and said that the guy didn't have the slightest chance against him, and used the fist of a predator against our hero, smashing the asphalt under him. The young man, having managed to jump away, thought that it was not easy to cope with him, looking at the demon, and it was necessary to come up with something else. Then Hongyi appeared, telling Lin Kuei that ordinary attacks were useless and she would share her ghostly aura with him, and perhaps she would be able to break through his defense. The young man thanked his wife for being able to share the aura with him and decided to attack the demon. As soon as he went on the attack, then suddenly a fox cub came into play, whom he saved and used his charm power. This surprised the young man very much. At that moment, the demon was paralyzed and did not understand what was happening. His body stopped listening to him, and when he saw it, the guy realized that it was the work of a fox cub, and he thanked him for his excellent work, asked for the rest to be provided to him, and attacked the demon. He realized that his armor was broken, or Lin Kuei was able to attack the demon. When the guy ran straight at the enemy, he thought about how he had a ghostly aura, so he broke through his defense. Then Kanya used time acceleration and destruction to defeat the demon, because he understood that suddenly his injury became much more serious. Kanya, looking at the demon, thought that attacking the enemy's wound with the acceleration ability could only aggravate the injury. This was her small victory. Using this, Lin Kuei realized that he could take advantage of this moment and hit with all his might to kill the demon, so the guy used a lightning strike against the opponent. This was the last thing the demon saw, and 2 pieces of jade soul appeared in the hands of our hero. When the girl saw that the guy had dealt with the demon, she understood that it was a victory. The fox was already sitting right on top of her and talking to himself about what a handsome guy he was. The young man gave 1 jasper to Kanya, saying that only thanks to her abilities, they defeated the enemy, and the girl was very embarrassed by this, and it was obvious that the young man was the main character of the story, so she was a little embarrassed and said that they helped a little. Then Hongyi appeared, and looking at Kanya, I thought that the girl had a completely wrong reaction. Our hero's wife did not like it. At that moment, Kanya was looking at the jasper that the guy gave her. While Hongyi was looking at the girl, our hero was looking at the fox cub, who jumped to our hero and asked if he would have a prize, because he also deserved it. The young man understood that the animal also wanted to get a reward and gave him a cola. The fox cub was very happy and said that the young man was the best, stretching his paws to the bottle with a drink. While the guys were sitting, our hero's squad came up to them, and Qin Feng said that the ghosts of their city had been destroyed, and the fat man told everyone to get ready to attack the headquarters. Our hero said that all the guys did an excellent job and offered everyone to drink the drink he had. Opening the jar, Everyone did not understand what was in front of them, but after they drank, they realized that they felt like in paradise and were very happy because the drink had an exciting taste. The power of Kai increased and increased after it, and it felt like you were receiving energy from some source and from all sides. Kanya thought that the young man had added something to the drink since all the heroes reacted like that. The fox was also beside himself with horror, watching the reaction of people. On the ship, my lord was angry and I asked my subordinate what he had just said to him. Did his demons, whom he had just sent to battle, die? There the enemy drinks and celebrates victory, the subordinate said. My lord said that the people were nasty and arrogant and that he would put everything back in its place. But then he said that the demon would send an additional group and that they would bring people to him, even alive or dead. Then the demon said that it seemed to him that these people were coming here, to the ship, to which he replied that they were very arrogant people, heading straight for them into a trap. At that moment our heroes landed on the ship on a big and fat dragon, which plopped right onto the ship. All the demons were shouting that it was necessary to kill the uninvited guests who showed up to them, and our heroes were thinking about how quickly they got to this place and that it was just a group of losers in front of them, so they had to go ahead. At that moment, the fat man used the bomb mode so that the dragon could defeat everyone by riding on a huge ship and crushing demons. Elsewhere, Qin Feng used the attack of 1,000 troops to deal with demons, and the guys from our heroes team also used their fire attacks and moon blades, who used what to deal with demons. Kanya also kept up with them and attacked with her acceleration time, and the fox cub was also with her, helping her in battle. Our hero was also not a blunder and participated in the battle, using his fiery fist to deal with opponents. The next moment, our heroes were standing in front of a mountain of demons who had been defeated. There was no longer a single ghost capable of fighting in front of them. Then a voice came from the sword that the invaders had to die, and hearing this, our hero and the fat man paid attention to this voice. Lin Kuei heard how strong his breathing was. It must have been the wisdom stone that awakened the consciousness of life. Next to him stood his wife Hong Yi, who said that it was so. The stone has a strong vitality and gives strength to all things and even awakens self-awareness. The girl asked her sweetheart to act more carefully, looking at the guy. The young man asked his wife not to worry. He would personally fight and get a fragment of the sage stone for the girl. While our hero took out his sword and wanted to fight Hong Yi, looking at him, I thought that her husband was a beloved fool who wanted to protect her, and she was very happy that the guy was with her. At this moment, the sword was saying that these fools had to pay for their arrogance and summoned the ghosts. The bodies that had been lying before rose up and there were ghosts in front of the guys. Lin Kuei, looking at this, did not understand how he could still be able to summon creatures. Then Kanya, who stood behind our hero, said that these were people who were absorbed by negative energy. They were all turned into ghosts. They had to be eliminated immediately. Our heroes thought and went on the attack. But Lin Kuei was waiting for a completely different battle. There was an opponent next to him and told the young man to turn around, because he was his opponent. Then the guy realized that the demon relied on the sword and began to fight with the sword. The young men understood that it was necessary to keep a close eye on their enemy, and he had to be careful. Kanya, who was standing behind him, told Lin Kuei that if he broke the wisdom stone, the demon would become just a pile of garbage. Lin Kuei understood what he had to do, but the sword said that the guy had no chance and attacked our hero. The young man tried to resist him, but the sword said that the guy was not a tenant and tried to attack him again. At that moment the latter sitting on our hero's shoulder decided that he had to save his savior and went on the attack. The sword, looking at this, said that the fox cub's spell was useless because no one would stop him. Then Lin Kuei used absolute protection to prevent the sword from breaking into his field. The young man understood that he could not wait another second. If an additional batch of ghosts appeared, it would be even more difficult. At that moment, a system appeared in front of our hero and said that the ghostly jade of the hunter and the void were discovered. Did the young man want to absorb them? The hero, of course, agreed because the offer of the system was very useful. Then the system reported that the ghost jade hunter was successfully absorbed and acquired a passive skill, Hunter's Intuition, improved mental perception. The ghost jade of emptiness was successfully absorbed and the active teleportation skill was acquired. Consumes a lot of spiritual power, is produced at a short distance. The recovery time is 2 hours. Our hero thought that these skills were most welcome. While the young man was trying to use his skills, at that moment a sword was flying at his back, but using his new teleportation skill, our hero moved out of the attack zone. Although the young man could dodge, but this ability was quite practical, he thought to himself. The sword did not understand at all how strong the guy's perception was. After all, he suddenly disappeared before his attack. Here the young man used the instant explosion attack and wanted to see what his opponent would say to it. And the young man wanted to attack the sword and used a fatal blow against him, so that the sword broke and the stone fell out of the sword, and the young man realized that he finally got a fragment of the sage stone and thought that Hong Yi finally then she will be saved. As soon as the young man defeated the sword and received the stone, the ghosts disappeared along with the disappearance of the ball itself. All the guys rejoiced and thought that the sword that summoned them must have been destroyed, and the ghosts died with it. Qin Feng was happy because he said that it meant that Lin Kuei had won. While everyone was rejoicing over the victory, Lin Kuei was next to Hong Yi and asked his wife to absorb a fragment of stone and gave it to the girl. Hong Yi, looking at the young man, was insanely happy and thanked Lin Kuei for doing this for her and absorbed a piece of stone. Looking at this, the young man was fascinated by the sight, and Hu Yi said that the guy had done a good job, because now her soul had finally returned to its usual state. Lin Kuei understood that while they were collecting the rest of the fragments of the sage stones, the girl would be able to regain her human form, no matter how tired he was, but it was worth it. He hugged his beloved and was happy like her. Here the guys were shouting for everyone to look, because he had returned. In front of the guys there was a portal from which the enemy was coming out. Lin Kuei, seeing this, was madly surprised. Kanya, who ran to see what was happening, said that it was the ghost of the red sword, that he did not retreat. A demon appeared from the portal, who said that pitiful people dared to attack his base, and it was terrible, so he came here to deal with everyone. Everyone stood silently and looked at the demon that appeared right in front of them, and our hero thought that somehow it all turned out awkwardly. The demon did not understand at all what had happened, looking at the ghosts that were defeated and lying right in front of him. The demon did not understand at all which of the people dared to kill his spirit. He was very angry and called the red sword to him. Then Lin Kuei showed the demon to the floor and told the uncle that the sword was here. Then the demon saw the split sword and the absence of the stone. Picking up the fragments from the floor, the demon was beside himself with grief because his sword was split. Asking who did it, the demon said that this person would pay for it with his blood. At that moment, everyone surrounded our hero and said that they would fight side by side, because they had to be careful since the demon was furious. Our hero said that he thought that without a sword, the ghost's strength should be a little lower. His abilities are somewhat similar to the skills of the Bloody Knight. At that moment, the demon summoned the realm of 1,000 swords. Seeing this, everyone was very surprised by this attack and again fell somewhere else into another space. Lin Kuei understood that it was a demon using the skills of a demon, not to mention martial arts. Then he asked Lin Kuei to close his mouth. At that moment they fell right on the battlefield in a new space, where they were transported by the enemy. Falling and hitting his back on the ground, Lin Kuei could not understand why these ghost portals were always located in the sky. Fortunately, his body and sea level, otherwise he would have broken everything for himself a long time ago. The fox cub sitting on his shoulder said that there were a lot of swords here. The whole field was strewn with swords, like after an army battle. The fat man sitting next to Kanya offered to help her get up and asked how the girl felt, to which she waved off his hand and said that she could get up without his help. The high-level ghosts have other worlds and his ability must be to suppress breathing. Being here, the guys felt like the spiritual force was being oppressed. Here Qin Feng asked to look there, and in front of him was the sphere of the red sword, a place where pain and anger are concentrated. An ideal world of negative energy. Right in front of the guys was a mountain of skeletons on which there was a throne, where some unknown opponent sat on the throne. To collect 1,000 grievances in the sword of murder, the demon said it was the same demon that sent them here. The demon sat on the throne and tried to create his new weapon. Then our heroes realized that things were bad because the demon could really do it. Then a system window appeared in front of our hero, and the system asked him to make a choice. 3 options were presented to choose from. The first option is to surrender to the ghost of the red sword, a reward +1 passive skill. Option number 2, kill the ghost of the red sword. The reward is summoning ghosts of different levels. This can help in battle and +20 fragments of abilities. On option number 3, escape from the realm and reward weapons. The young man understood that it was impossible to retreat and he chose the second option. He would fight the demon until he died. The demon, getting up from his throne, used his sword to attack our guys. Then our heroes also grabbed their weapons to resist him, and Lin Kuei went first into battle. Attacking the demon, he understood that the creatures were very dangerous, that they were under him. They were not skeletons at all. The heroes told all the guys to be careful. Qin Feng, grabbing his weapon, said that it was necessary to support Lin Kuei, and everyone rushed forward to attack. Kanya also wanted to help everyone and used a temporary pause. The fox cub that was sitting next to her also used his charm to defeat the demon. The demon, looking at all this and holding his sword in his hands, said that these techniques were all useless against him. Everyone tried to attack him again, but the demon, rejecting their attacks, asked if they really thought they could defeat him. It was not worth wishful thinking and attacked our heroes again, so they were defeated. At that moment, Lin Kuei had already attacked the demon with his sword, but everything was unsuccessful. Standing in front of the demon, the hero was thinking that it was necessary to find another way. If they wanted to eliminate the interference, then it was necessary to weaken the suppression of spiritual force, as a result of which it would be easier to defeat the ghost. And then he saw the dragon standing behind him, so he called Xiang, saying that the underworld absorbs everything. It was whether this is so, and then it was necessary for her to smell the resentment. The fat man understood what his friend was talking about and asked the dragon to do what was required of him at that moment. The demon said that the guys could not defeat him, but the young man stopped his attack and asked where he was going, because his opponent was Lin Kuei. Then the dragon started releasing energy, and the fat man shouted that everything was ready. The dragon was releasing resentment. It worked, and finally the suppression was lifted. The spiritual force was restored and the guys could attack all together. The demon realized that the guys had become stronger and decided to use armor so that they could not get to him. After all, the Kai of his sword was able to create indestructible armor to protect his master from enemy attacks. Here a new system appeared in front of our hero, saying that the Jade of the Soul was discovered and the young man wanted to absorb the power of the dragon Jade. Looking at the system, the young man understood that the system's offer was as always on time, and of course, he wanted to absorb the power of the Soul Jade. Dragon Jade was successfully absorbed. A passive skill was obtained, namely Dragon Power. Ignores the enemy's attack by 15%. The system informed our hero, so the young man went to attack the Demon King again. Using his sword, Lin Kuei asked if the demon was invulnerable, and if that was the case, then he had to deal with Lin Kuei. Looking at the young man who was ready to attack him, the demon thought that it could destroy both him and his sword. At this moment, the guys gathered together with all their might, wanted to attack the demon, who used the moon blade to attack. Someone the dragon's fiery breath, someone the dragon attack, and the lion fist. All these attacks were directed against one demon, receiving attacks from all opponents in his direction. The demon thought that it was a group of worthless people. How they dared to resist him, the king, and he tried to defend himself from their attack, holding his sword straight in front of him and hoping that he could win, because he was a strong and powerful demon king. How could people resist him and try to defeat him with his great might and the new sword he used against them? Then his wife Hongyi appeared in front of our hero, saying that she would help Lin Kuei fight, and took the guy by the hand, to which the young man thanked his beloved, and together holding the sword they could defeat the demon. Then Hongyi said that now was the best moment to attack against this demon, so it was necessary to destroy him, the one that was right in front of them. Together, the guys held onto the sword and went to attack the demon that was not far from them and in their reach. Hongyi asked Lin Kuei not to worry, because they would do it together. The demon, looking at the top of our hero, thought about what a powerful spiritual force was. It looks like this attack has a level A, like himself. At that moment, our hero, together with Hongyi, gathered all their forces that they had for the last, most powerful attack on the Demon King and used a lightning strike together to defeat the enemy that was in front of them.